Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku met Shigaraki and questioned everything. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Fancy meeting you here, hero. The quiet words were spoken gleefully next to Izuku's ear as an arm wrapped around his shoulders. 4 cold fingertips grazed his neck threateningly as the lead villain from the USJ attack pressed against his side. To the civilians walking around the mall, it would appear that they were friends catching up during a happenstance meeting. The closeness made Izuku's muscles tense painfully. Instincts had him trying to pull away, but the fingers dug into his skin in warning, the 5th hovering just shy of making contact. I'm here to talk, that's it. But if you put up a fuss, how many of these NPCs do you think I could touch during my escape? The ultimatum had him freezing in place. It drew a slightly mocking chuckle from Shigaraki. The villain started tugging him towards a bench in the central plaza, but after a moment the greenette began lightly resisting again. I'm not here alone. Liking his lips, his gaze darted around to see if he could spot his classmates. Oh, outside or a back hallway would be better. Shigaraki grunted. You trying to keep casualties down? Even despite the accusation, he changed direction, following signs for a side exit. Without prompting, Izuku kept his head down, trying to avoid recognition. He didn't want anyone else to be in danger because of him. Eventually they ended up in a park across the street from the mall. It was still busy, but none of the UA students should have business there. He wasn't being abducted through one of Kurogiri's portals, so he guessed the villain was telling the truth about just wanting to talk. They sat on a bench overlooking a small natural pond. It was far enough away from the playground that it was quiet aside from pedestrians and the sound of gently lapping waves. It was soothing despite the situation he found himself in. The villain kept a hold of his neck but seemed to relax once he realized the teen wasn't going to try fighting. Crimson eyes glanced at him appraisingly after a few moments of silence. I was going to see if you could help me figure out a problem. But now I'm curious. Why make it easier on me? One of your little friends could have interrupted and sounded the alarm for you. Truthfully, that made 2 of them. Izuku wasn't entirely certain why. The man sitting next to him had tried to kill them all just a few weeks ago, so making his quasi-abduction easier probably wasn't the smartest idea. While contemplating the possible answers, one facet of Shigaraki's words kept returning to the front of his mind. They aren't really my friends. He hadn't intended that to slip out, but there it was. Oh ho? Trouble in paradise. Shigaraki sounded amused. There was an undercurrent of interest that was probably due to the promise of potential dirt on the hero students. Izuku shrugged while staring at his hands where they were clasped in his lap. They only like me because my quirk is powerful. Lips twisting in a grimace, he shook his head. He shouldn't be getting into this with anyone, much less a villain. It was mostly just him being whiny and self-centered anyway. But, what did you need help with, Shigaraki-san? The topic change made the villain twitch, a deep scowl replacing the almost playful smirk that had been on his chapped and scarred lips. His fingertips dug in reflexively as whatever he was thinking about put him in a bad mood. Izuku knew he'd have bruises on his neck later but didn't complain. When you think of Hosu, what comes to mind? What followed was a brief but precarious conversation about the events surrounding Hosu City. Stain overshadowed the League of Villains in the media and public opinion despite the Nomu attack, which had Shigaraki confused and annoyed. Izuku helpfully pointed out that Stain's convictions, while psychotic, were relatable. The vigilante-turned-villain shined light on flaws in the hero system and sought to fix them. Even the greenette found himself agreeing with some of the hero killer's ideals despite helping to take him down. Meanwhile, no one knew what the League wanted, aside from UA knowing that they wanted All Might dead and didn't mind killing kids to do it. That was all that was really known about them. After that they sat in silence for a few minutes while Shigaraki pondered the new insights. Despite everything, Izuku really was enjoying not having to navigate the mall shops. He never did well with crowds or noisy spaces. He had tried bowing out of going on the outing with his classmates, but both Okako and his mother guilt tripped him into it. Who knew villain abductions could be useful for introverts? Now Izuku did. A silly and potentially suicidal urge struck him as the mutual silence left his thoughts to wander. Shigaraki-san. The teen hazarded, drawing attention back to himself. When red eyes slanted towards him, he liked his lips nervously. Too late to back out now. Do you think a quirkless person could become a hero or villain? The last part was tacked on with consideration for his companion. He didn't entirely know what possessed him to ask. All things considered though, it probably was his only chance to get a villain's more or less honest opinion. It wasn't like Shigaraki could crush his dreams. All Might had already done that. At least before deciding that the quirkless weakling was worthy of attention after he tried to save Bakugo. Izuku knew he shouldn't be, but he was still bitter at his mentor for that, among other things, despite being gifted the opportunity to become a hero. While he waited for the expected laughter, he idly flexed his right fingers and arm. The damaged nerves and joints twinged in protest, making him wince. Them acting up had been the primary reason he'd wanted a rest day that was actually restful. While fully healed from the sports festival, they sometimes hurt like they had when freshly wounded. Maybe he should have found a less crippling way to get through to Todoroki? Not that the hard-headed conspiracy theorist would have listened to anything less shockingly violent. He was having a beach of a time convincing the other teen to tell Aizawa-sensei about the abuse at home. Maybe he could sacrifice his left arm next time they argued. Why not? The villain finally spoke. Izuku startled, having forgotten he was even there. When he shot the man a confused glance, Shigaraki huffed. There's no reason why quirkless people shouldn't be able to if they are inclined. He expanded on the vague answer. I have a henchman whose quirk only lets them change the length of their eyelashes. Completely useless for anything. They might as well be quirkless in terms of villainy. But I've seen them gut a person in under a second with the sword they carry. Quirks aren't everything. The urge to cry was real as the greenette processed the surprisingly thoughtful words. Excluding the comment about killing people. A villain was more open-minded and reasonable than the so-called heroes meant to uphold justice and equality. More accepting than All Might, the number one hero, who had left a quirkless kid alone on a rooftop after thoroughly crushing his ambitions. That day he'd never been more close to jumping. Seeing the smoke from Kaken's panicked explosions had been the only thing stopping him. Curiosity had always been his biggest personality flaw. A couple tears escaped and he ducked his head while wiping them away hurriedly. Hopefully the villain didn't see. A quick glance over showed Shigaraki staring at him with a strange and unreadable expression. Izuku cringed, expecting to get taunted, but was once again surprised when the man simply looked away, ignoring it. A few minutes passed in almost companionable silence before Shigaraki's phone went off. He cursed and pulled it out to silence the beautiful, Celtic-sounding, instrumental ringtone. That was a far cry from what Izuku was expecting a villain's ringtone to be. By the faint pink dusting the pale man's cheeks, he forgot his volume was on. CYA around, pipsqueak. He stood and strolled away while answering the call. The teen spent several more minutes on the bench admiring the water. He was expecting his own phone to go off with concerned texts from Okiko at him going missing. None ever came. With a sigh, he reluctantly got up to head back to the mall. The talk with Shigaraki had gone past the time when the students were supposed to meet back up. Hopefully they didn't leave without him. To Izuku's shock, his classmates were still waiting at the plaza, though not for him. They'd been stuck arguing over where to go for lunch when he walked up. No one seemed to notice he had even been missing, with Okiko claiming she thought he decided to wander alone. He was torn between being flattered they thought he could take care of himself and upset that they didn't seem to care that he was excluded from their buddy system. In the end, it was a minor issue that he was probably blowing out of proportion. So he kept his thoughts to himself. He also kept his encounter with Shigaraki to himself despite common sense screaming at him to report it. The villain hadn't hurt anyone and it would cause a panic over nothing. It sounded like too much of a headache when all he wanted to do was go home and nap. When he tried to quietly tell Okiko that he was thinking of heading off early, she looked dismayed and grabbed his thankfully left arm. A flinch was quickly hidden at the sudden movement and uninvited contact. "No, Deku, stay. We haven't gotten to hang out at all since we got separated. At least until after lunch." she cajoled, still clinging to his arm. Hearing the nickname still made him die a little inside despite the girls and his own attempt to reclaim it as something positive. Not that Okako or Ida knew its origins beyond Kaken screaming it at him whenever he was sessed off. He was seriously considering trying to change it before it became publicly ingrained, but he had no clue what else would do. Subtly trying to get her to let go, he shuffled his feet to put a little distance between them and nodded. "Oh okay, but just until then." To his relief it worked. A cheer left her and she stepped away to punch the air in triumph. The display made a small smile grace his lips and he felt guilty for his words to Shigaraki earlier. Okako meant well and was trying to be his friend. Ida as well. He was just being unreasonable with his expectations. They were the first friends he'd had since Katsuki turned hostile when they were 5, so he was understandably rusty. The group finally settled on just raiding the food court and taking their meals outside since most of the tables were full. There wasn't enough room for everyone to sit together. They wound up in the same park Izuku and Shigaraki had. Thankfully the villain was nowhere to be seen. Despite professing to want to spend time with him, Okako was drawn into an involved conversation with Ashido and Kaminari about fashion. Trying not to feel too put out, Izuku gathered his courage to try starting a conversation with Zero. It turned awkward when all he could think of to talk about was the other boy's quirk. It quickly puttered out and the other got sidetracked chatting excitedly with Kirishima about Crimson Riot. The brunette had a lot to say about the famous pro but didn't feel comfortable butting in. "Stupid Deku." That sounded suspiciously like Kaken's voice in his head. "It's been months and you're still inept at socializing." Maybe if he had any hobbies beyond quirk analysis and hero training. But while others had years of practice, both with their quirks and having friends, to have time for unrelated hobbies, Izuku had been tossed into the deep-end sink or swim style just that year. He was expected to get a handle on One for All in weeks and prove himself worthy of standing next to other hero hopefuls, so it took all his attention and focus. The self-deprecating thoughts sapped the last of his energy for the day. He tried getting Achako's attention to say goodbye. It was hard to tell if she heard him or not because she just spared him a brief smile and wave. Holding in a sigh, he turned and left for the train that would get him closer to home. The half-hour transit seemed to take forever as he tried to make himself smaller to avoid touching other riders. It was in vain since the car was packed from the lunch crowd and it was a weekend. All the seats were occupied, so he had to stand bodily touching his neighbors as they jammed in like sardines in a can. Glancing around a bit desperately, he spied a less crowded spot further down. Thankful for his small frame for once, he weaseled through the bodies towards it with minimal resistance. When he reached the relatively clear area, he couldn't see why it was unoccupied. The only other person was a punk-looking man in a trench coat. Surgical staples edged gruesome-looking burn scars on his face and collarbone. Numerous piercings in his ears and clustered on one nostril gave him an edgy vibe. Were people really so shallow that they were avoiding him because of his appearance? That was a loaded question that he knew the answer to. He received a glare, electric blue eyes narrowing as he edged closer to avoid a fresh wave of riders at a stop. A meek smile in the man's direction earned him an eye roll before he was ignored. Izuku fought not to cringe and cover his ears when a loud and rowdy group, reeking of alcohol, settled in not far from him. When he noticed one of the drunk men staring at him, his anxiety spiked. Fist clenching in a white-knuckle grip on the overhead strap, he had to consciously keep his strength in check and One for All from activating from discomfort under the scrutiny. At the next stop the man drifted closer, invading his personal space. "Aren't you that kid from the sports festival?" His breath was rancid as he leaned down, face inches from Izuku's. Recoiling, he took a step back. The drunk followed. "You Why yeah. You're see close. Too close." His breathing started to come in short pants as rising panic made his chest feel tight. Not taking the hint, the rude rider crowded closer and draped an arm around Izuku's shoulders. It was a more threatening action than even Shigaraki's earlier touches. The villain hadn't leered at him or tried petting his hair. "I got a kick out of your fight with the Todoroki brat. You're ripped despite being scrawny looking, here?" The last was said in a creepy tone and the teen felt a hand grope his bicep. Summoning the quirk on instinct, he tore himself away and backed up until he ran into a solid body behind him. The green sparks crackling off his skin and the drunk toppling over drew more attention than the harassment. Other riders were eyeballing Izuku suspiciously and whispering to each other, but no one stepped in when the man stumbled back to his feet and advanced menacingly. "Effing brat, I was just complimenting you." Tusks grew from his lower jaw and razor-sharp spines erupted down his back, ripping his business suit. Before he could invade the teen's personal bubble again, a hand shot out over the greenette's shoulder. Blistering heat near his face made Izuku flinch away and whimper almost silently, overwhelmed mind falling back on years of ingrained habits surrounding Katsuki's explosions. The stranger's hand was wreathed in cerulean flames that leapt threateningly close to the drunk's nose. An annoyed-sounding voice rumbled out from the person Izuku was pressed to. "The kid isn't interested in what you're selling. F off." That finally seemed to get through to the man. With one last menacing look, he turned to rejoin his friends. They all gave Izuku and the stranger the stink eye but kept their distance. The flames went out and the hand retracted, but Izuku was frozen, knees locked up and refusing to cooperate. If he moved he would probably collapse anyway, he dimly assessed. He really was useless. Freezing up under threat from a rowdy drunk. Not that the law would allow him to use the quirk against the man even in self-defense. The police would probably crack down hard on him for being a hero student when the other was just a civilian. Ironically, if he was still quirkless he could have stabbed the man and gotten away with it, no questions asked. He'd researched laws surrounding quirkless people years ago to learn the horrific double standards that went both ways. Despite All Might's alternate career suggestions, quirkless people were barred from civil service or armed forces positions. Yet they could get away with murder if they claimed they feared for their lives at the time. They could become doctors if they could compete against others with useful quirks suited for the position. Statistically speaking, he'd be lucky to work as a garbage collector or janitor when there were quirks that could compact trash at a glance or mop floors 5 times as quickly. It wasn't just starstruck worship that made him jump on the #1 hero's offer so fast. A disgusted huff behind him made him startle and remember his situation. From the weird looks he was getting, he was probably mumbling too. Finally moving away from the stranger, he turned to see that it was the punk. Izuku bowed deeply. Sorry, and thank you." "Whatever." That was that. The punk pulled earbuds out of his pocket and heavy metal music could be heard blasting from it. Izuku kept a respectful distance but stayed close enough to not exit the little bubble of protection he offered. His stop couldn't come fast enough. When he stepped out of the train he loitered to ensure the drunk wasn't going to follow before turning to jog towards home. When he arrived it was to an empty apartment. A note on the counter said his mom got called into work and he'd have to make his own dinner. Ignoring it, he entered his room and collapsed face down on the bed. He wouldn't move until his school alarm blared the next morning. The following week was a grueling struggle to stay on top of classes and training. The episode on the train was the catalyst for sending him into a depressed spiral. Well, that entire day hadn't helped, but the train had been the last straw. Honestly, his encounter with Shigaraki was the least stressful aspect of it all. Every night he laid awake staring at his ceiling. He was so tired, but his racing mind wouldn't let him nod off. Every morning he dreaded hearing his alarm clock go off, or his mom knocking on the door when he couldn't summon the energy to get up at the first few beeps. Every academic class was a study in trying to stay focused and not fall asleep on his desk. Every combat lesson tested his flagging endurance until he was making stupid mistakes and causing Aizawa-sensei to frown at him in disapproval. Okako and Ida, to their credit, did notice something was wrong. But a muttered, "I just slept poorly. I'm fine," was accepted at face value, and earned him a lecture about proper sleep habits. It was Todoroki who finally cornered him at the end of the day on Friday. The greenette was hanging back fiddling with his belongings as he put them away slowly, like he did every day. It was to avoid the initial stampede of students fleeing campus. He didn't think much of Todoroki loitering too until a throat cleared quietly behind him. Startling, he accidentally dropped his analysis notebook on the floor. Ignoring it for the moment, he turned to blink owlishly at the other boy. "Earlier you took a punch from Hagakure that was easily avoidable. You've been clumsier than usual and haven't had a mumble fit all week." The statements were delivered with a severe frown. Izuku waited for him to follow up with something else, but he just maintained a solemn stare. Rubbing the back of his neck, the brunette finally shrugged. It's nothing. I think I'm just coming down with something is all." The lie was ignored as the heterochromatic boy kept eyeing him with a stubborn set to his jaw. "I'm fine, really. It's probably just a minor cold." The brunette stooped to pick up his notebook, clutching it to his chest like a shield with one arm and hefting his bag over his shoulder with the other. "I have to get going or I'll miss my train. I'll see you next week." He mustered a shadow of his normally bright smile before shuffling out of the room. When he got home, the apartment was empty. Another note from his mom saying she was going to be out late sat on the kitchen counter. Ever since the quirk miraculously manifested, she'd been going out more and more with work friends after her shift. Izuku knew it was because she no longer felt shackled by having to look after a helpless son. Aside from some surprise, she hadn't even questioned how it manifested so late or why it was so radically different from others in the family. She'd just been overjoyed that it happened at all. The thought made him feel weary and sapped the little energy he had left. Shuffling into his room, he flopped into bed without bothering to undress and fell into a fitful nap. When he awoke, it was dark outside. A glance at his phone said it was just after midnight. There was also a text from his mom saying she'd had too much to drink and was staying with a friend for the night. He was happy for her. She deserved a break after years of putting her life on hold for him. Feeling a little hungry for once, he puttered into the kitchen to look in the fridge. There were leftovers and the ingredients for various meals, but nothing sounded good. He could really go for a quick, unhealthy, instant ramen, but his mom wouldn't allow it in the house. It offended her that he liked cup noodles when her homemade meals were better. Glancing around the deserted apartment, restlessness struck. There was a 24-hour convenience store a 20-minute walk away, less if he jogged. Decision made, he pulled on his red Converse and a light hoodie. The jacket was a garish neon green, day-glow purple, and hot pink tie-dyed monstrosity that he loved despite not wearing it often. It made people not want to look at him too long. After making sure he had his wallet, he headed out the door. The Midoriyas lived in a low-income, but safe-enough, neighborhood that stood as a barrier between middle-class houses and the Musutafu slums. The middle-class area had its own shopping center, but the shops all closed by 10 p.m. The convenience store Izuku ambled towards was in the poorer area. Normally his mother would scold him for going there alone, but she wasn't there to stop him. Despite being the start to a weekend, there weren't too many others wandering around so late. He got some odd looks but was quickly ignored as his hoodie got him labeled a hooligan at a glance. Just as intended, even though he was the farthest from an intentional troublemaker one could get without becoming either. The solitary walk was soothing for his overworked brain. Instead of racing with the littlest thought and fretting, he had to focus on his surroundings. There was also a stray cat that he spent 15 minutes trying to coax into a pet before other pedestrians walked by and scared it away. He was disappointed about the cat, but his aching stomach set him back on track. When he finally reached the store, he beelined towards the food section to claim a small pack of noodles. After a thought, he added a packet of chips and a soda. If he was shunning his diet, he might as well go all out. He glanced longingly at the candy aisle but forcibly limited himself to what he had. He'd fought too hard to get his muscles to completely backslide into junk food. Someone in a weirdly familiar tattered trench coat was at the counter ahead of him. The cashier looked intimidated despite the person paying calmly. From his expression, you'd think it was a robbery. When the patron turned to leave, Izuku caught sight of discolored scars and piercings. It was the guy who'd saved him on the train. Ducking his head, he kept his gaze glued to the floor. As the man passed him, he paused but thankfully continued on his way without comment. If he recognized the mop of unruly green-black hair, he was ignoring it. The worker looked relieved when the bell chimed the punk's departure. Only a few moments later, and Izuku was meandering towards home with his snacks. Fatigue was catching up again with the exercise, making his steps slower. Not the sleepy kind of fatigue, more a bone-deep weariness that made him want to crawl into bed and ignore the world. He appeased himself with thoughts of at least moping around home for the weekend. He became aware of footsteps behind him at the same time a swirling black portal opened under his feet. With a yelp, he felt himself falling, not even having time to try dodging it. Oppressive weight smothered his senses and stole his breath for a moment, a sensation familiar from the USJ. Just as panic gripped him and his lungs began to burn, he was dropped out of the portal and onto the ground. When he landed, it was graceless, stumbling and going down hard with his legs folding under him. His knees stung painfully where they banged against the floor. Green lightning raced along his skin on instinct, but his hoodie was yanked from behind until the neck strangled him and a handful of blue flames appeared in front of his face. Recoiling from the threat, he tried to scramble away from the fire but ended up pressed to the legs of his assailant. It made it easier for the man to keep him restrained and cowed. Eyes darting around, he tried taking in his surroundings to take his mind off the scorching heat and pain. The room was dimly lit and dusty, appearing to be the main room of a small bar. Krogiri stood off to the side near the counter. Narrow glowing eyes watched him carefully in anticipation of a struggle. There were a few others lounging at tables and on a ragged couch. Some looked startled at the sudden appearance, but none seemed inclined to help the teen. He was grossly outnumbered. That and knowing how fast the warp villain was with portals kept him in place. There was no Shigaraki in sight. If not for the Shadow Man's presence, he would have been worried that it wasn't the League that nabbed him. It wasn't a comforting realization either way, but he at least knew the leader. Better the enemy he was familiar with than some unknown group. At realizing Izuku wasn't inclined to fight at the moment, the flames extinguished and the tension on the back of his coat eased enough for him to breathe easier. The man holding him finally spoke. "He's on the list, yeah?" Kurogiri nodded. "Yes. I will notify Tomura Shigaraki momentarily." His attention shifted to the teen. "Izuku Midoriya, I apologize for the inconveniences this may cause. For now we must restrain you." Just as polite as when trying to kill students during the USJ attack. He motioned towards a sturdy wooden chair off to the side. It was the only one with armrests and appeared bolted to the floor. At being yanked to his feet, Izuku finally noticed a sharp pain in his left ankle. He dimly recalled rolling it when he landed. Hopefully it wasn't broken. Still, he didn't complain as he was dragged over and shoved into the seat. Heavy chains were retrieved from behind the counter by a muscular woman in sunglasses. Arms and legs were secured first. The woman held him down from behind while the scarred punk secured him. He couldn't suppress a wince and tried to twitch away when the metal links bit into the injured ankle and his right arm unforgivingly. When the chains were wound around his torso, he tried holding his breath and puffing out his chest and stomach to get a little slack, but the man punched him in the stomach to make him let the air out of his lungs. It was a good thing he hadn't eaten much the past few days, as bile and the remnants of his lunch were ejected satisfyingly onto the man's ripped black jeans and steel-toed boots. A disgusted grumble preceded the chains being cinched tighter than necessary and padlocked down. By the time he was done, Izuku could only move his head. At least having the circulation in his limbs cut off made the pain numb. They clearly weren't taking any chances with One for All after his display at the sports festival. Though he briefly wondered why they already had such a thing set up when the kidnapping was seemingly spur of the moment. "Stupid." The nasty little voice in the back of his mind piped up. "They're villains. They probably abduct and murder people for fun. And you're so useless and weak that you got caught without a fight. Again. Pathetic. Some future hero you are." The familiar inner monologue drowned out the quiet conversations that broke out around him. Once again, not paying attention to anything that could help him escape was stupid, but he was just so tired. While staring at the floor where he'd landed, a thought made him want to cry. His bag of cup noodles hadn't made it through the warp gate with him. The longer Izuku stared at the spot on the floor, the more despair filled him. The only reason he'd gotten out of bed was for those noodles. They were probably laying on the sidewalk waiting for someone to steal them. He'd used the last of his tiny allowance on them. Pressure behind his eyes made him blink rapidly and drop his gaze to his lap. They were replaceable. He had other problems. And yet his stomach growled at that moment and he really wanted those snacks. Drawing in a steadying breath, he waited until he got his emotions under control before looking back up. The Shadow Man was behind the bar now, pouring shots for a couple other villains. The punk was nowhere to be seen, probably changing clothes since Izuku ruined his pants. He waited for Krogiri to be done before timidly speaking up. "Krogiri-san?" It was quieter than intended but still drew glowing golden eyes to him. Yes, Izuku Midoriya? Biting his bottom lip, the teen soldiered on. I had a bag with me. Would it be possible to get it? The warp villain seemed reasonable. The hope was dashed when the man shook his head. It's too risky. That was that. He turned back to tending the bar. It was fine. Izuku tried to focus on observing the unknown villains that he could see. His stomach knotted with hunger. It was fine. He tried to fidget before belatedly remembering his restraints. He couldn't even tap his feet to let out nervous energy. It was fine. He tapped his fingers against the armrest instead. The tendons in his hands twanged, forcing him to stop. It was fine. Kurogiri-san? Can I have some cup noodles? Surely unemployed villains would have such a basic junk food staple. The man shook his head. There are none in stock. Besides, we must wait for Tomura Shigaraki to decide what to do with you. The teen was ignored again. It was fine. He squeezed his eyes shut when burning pressure started building again. They were just a stupid comfort food. He had other problems to deal with. It was not fine. Tears leaked out in earnest and he chewed the inside of his cheek hard enough to taste blood to keep the sobs in. What is wrong with me? Trembling in his frame made the chains rattle quietly, drawing attention from some of the villains. There was an uncomfortable lull in the conversations around him. A chair scraped as someone got up and left. There were whispers and some tried reigniting their previous discussions, but a tiny, moist whimper from the distraught teen caused more to get up and leave. Feeling mortified, Izuku tamped down on his emotions and tried suppressing, but once the floodgates opened there was no stopping it. Something flew past his head, he could feel the breeze, and shattered against the wall above his head. The sudden noise and rain of beer and glass made him startle violently and his eyes flew open. A hulking form stalked forward, towering over the chair. One of the man's eyes was glowing red and mechanical looking, lending his glare an extra intimidation factor. He shoved his face close to Izuku's and snarled. Shut the F up or I'll give you something to cry about. An impossibly muscular arm ped back, preparing to punch the bound teen. Survival instincts finally kicked in. Before Izuku could register the action, one for all sparked to life and he wrenched violently against the chains. Something popped in his right shoulder and his vision flashed white then red as the wood splintered and broke. Ignoring the pain, he lashed out with 8% power and punched the man in the only weak spot he could easily reach. A strangled note left the villain and he stumbled away clutching his groin. Any normal man would probably be on the floor crying if not seriously injured. But just before Izuku could start to feel satisfied, the enraged man recovered and charged. The muscles in his arm writhed grotesquely and expanded even bigger as he prepared to break the greenette's face. Before it could connect, a small portal popped into existence and redirected the blow harmlessly away. No fighting in the bar. Krogiri sounded annoyed, eyes narrowing in a glare that was mostly focused on the man. Izuku still kept a watchful eye on the villain. With good reason, as he ignored the order and tried attacking again. Thankfully more gates deflected the attempts. It still made Izuku flinch and shrink back. He was so focused on watching the villain that all he could do was stare in disbelieving shock when the man yelped and abruptly stopped. Shigaraki shuffled out from behind him, trailing 5 fingers around from his shoulder blade to his forearm. A trail of dust and blood followed the path. The severed hand covering the leader's face hid his expression, but his eyes were wide and manic. If you can't follow simple instructions, you're no use to me. In a flash his opposite hand darted out to grab the taller man's face. There was only time for a single pained shriek to leave him before he collapsed to the floor, head crumbling and corpse leaking blood as decay spread slowly to dispose of the body. The crimson gaze turned to spear Izuku. When Shigaraki reached out a hand, the teen couldn't help shrinking away with his eyes clenched, expecting the destructive quirk to be turned on him next. The pain never came. Instead, he felt the chains fall away, releasing him the rest of the way from the broken chair. Clean up this mess. Shigaraki addressed no one in particular before beckoning to Izuku. You, come with me. He headed towards a set of stairs that the greenette hadn't noticed before, expecting his words to be followed unquestioningly. Izuku tried, he really did. But when he made to stand, he painfully recalled his ankle and arm. The adrenaline was leaching out, leaving him shaky and weak feeling. Otherwise he could have ignored the pain like always. To add insult to injury, his stomach cramped again as well. The tears threatened to come back. Realizing he wasn't being followed, Shigaraki whipped around, eyes dangerously narrowed behind the macabre mask. The teen tried to push himself anyway under that gaze. Clenching his teeth, he levered himself up with his left arm. He swayed dangerously, but the pain was easily ignored under threat of death. The ankle didn't want to bear weight, but he forced it to, hobbling to catch up. Shigaraki resumed walking, climbing the stairs with long strides. Izuku had to take it slow, making ample use of the railing and almost falling twice. The villain was waiting at the top and let out an impatient huff but didn't comment. Soon the greenette found himself waved into a messy bedroom that had probably once been a manager's office. Before he could look around too closely, the man snapped his fingers and pointed towards a bin-bag chair situated in front of a TV and gaming console. Irritation surged at being addressed like a dog, but exhaustion and pain had him complying silently. The chair was comfortable as he settled into it. He'd have a hell of a time getting back up. But he enjoyed it while he could. "I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon." It was said in a tone like they were just running into each other on the street. The door closed and the villain slumped to sit on the mattress next to the chair. The hand came off his face and was carelessly tossed aside. He seemed calmer after killing his disobedient underling and being in his own private space. Liking his lips, Izuku cradled his aching arm and shrugged carefully. "The blue fire guy saw me and called Kurogiri. I just wanted noodles." Thankfully the tears didn't resurface, but he couldn't curb the desolate sadness in his tone. He didn't know why he was stuck on the lost food. At this point he was beginning to doubt it was just about the noodles, but didn't want to examine his inner feelings too close. He hadn't survived this long by being introspective, or he would have offed himself years ago. The comment earned him a raised eyebrow as the man scrutinized him. "Isn't it past your bedtime?" It was meant to be mocking but came out more curious. Frowning at his knees, Izuku shrugged again. "My mom isn't going to be home tonight. I didn't want to cook." Probably not the brightest idea to let the villains who kidnapped him know he wouldn't be missed for several hours. But at this point he was beyond caring. The lull in death threats was making the apathetic fatigue come back. Something must have shown in his expression, because after a minute of staring, Shigaraki adjusted and scratched lightly at his own neck. The greenette recognized it as a warning tick but didn't know what he could have done to trigger it. He was enlightened when the man spoke. "Why aren't you fighting? You didn't at the mall either." He sounded confused with an undercurrent of anger. "You almost beat me when I tried to kill you, so where's that spark?" The teen didn't know what the man was talking about. After a bit of thought he came to a logical conclusion. "I wasn't fighting for me then." That set the villain off. A snarl left him as he lunged forward, grabbing Izuku's throat in a bruising grip. The fifth finger caressed Featherlight and caused stinging pain as a small wound was eaten into his skin. The teen choked and tried to squirm away from the touch but didn't otherwise react. After a moment Shigaraki let go with a note of disgust. "What the hell is wrong with you?" A strained laugh that sounded close to a sob escaped Izuku. "I ask myself that every day." Ankle wrapped and arm in a sling, Izuku reclined against a pillow on Shigaraki's bed while savoring the steaming cup of noodles clutched in his good hand. He was having to slurp them down without chopsticks or a spoon like a heathen, but they were the most delicious things he'd ever tasted. He wasn't entirely certain how it got to that point, not that he was complaining. After his apathetic confession, Shigaraki had stormed out of the room. The teen heard angry yelling through the floor, and a few minutes later the man returned with a duffel bag that contained medical supplies and wearing gloves that only covered his pinkies and thumbs. He'd grabbed the front of Izuku's hoodie and forcibly transferred him from the chair to the bed. Then he'd tended the wounds. Very roughly, and his bedside manner was lacking, but it happened. A few minutes after that, Kurogiri popped in with the tasty object of Izuku's obsession. Now he was lounging in a villain's bed, eating cup ramen, and watching the man ignore him while playing a video game. And he felt the most peaceful he had in months. The disparaging voice was still there and he was still emotionally and physically drained, but it was ignorable. His thoughts were still the jumbled mess they always were, but for once they were focused in the now rather than worrying about the future or ruminating on the past. Normally it took quirk analysis or a fight to do that. Once the noodles were gone, he quickly grew bored. He didn't have a notebook to scribble in, and there was only so much entertainment value in watching someone else play a game. A jaw-cracking yawn escaped. What time even was it? He fished his phone out of his pocket and checked. It was nearing 4 in the morning. He hadn't thought he'd been there that long. Then again, he wasn't really paying attention when he was tied up. It was both too late and early to text anyone for a chat. The thought occurred to him that he should probably call someone. Like maybe the cops or All Might. Yet, much like that day at the mall, it felt like too much of a hassle. Shigaraki's henchman had roughed him up a little, but the man himself seemingly was making up for it. He rubbed a hand through his hair, confused at the thought. Inevitably there were strings attached, or it was some type of trick, but for now he was just tired. Turning off his phone, he tucked it back away before the villain could see it and confiscate or destroy it. He squirmed to get more comfortable, ending up on his back and staring at the ceiling. The white plaster was cracked in some places, showing some of the rotten-looking boards beneath. Counting the faults he could see led to his eyes growing heavy until he couldn't keep them open anymore. What was a little nap between enemies? Some time later he woke up because a patch of sun was glaring in through an opening in the blinds and onto his face. It took a moment of blinking sleep from his eyes to remember where he was and what happened the previous night. A glance around showed Shigaraki asleep in his chair, game controller still clutched in one hand. The angle his head was at didn't look comfortable, making Izuku's neck twinge with sympathy. Every fiber of his being wanted to just roll over and go back to bed. A spasm in his right arm when he tried to do just that told him it would be a bad pain day and he didn't want to deal with it. Just as he was starting to let exhaustion claim him again, his pocket began vibrating. His mom probably got home to find him gone. Was it worth the effort to answer just to hear the panicked scolding he would receive? The vibrations ceased for a couple seconds before starting back up. The person had hung up and immediately redialed. Definitely his mother. Holding in a sigh, he reluctantly hefted himself up and out of the bed. His ankle still hurt, but it tolerated some weight after resting. Thankfully that meant it probably wasn't broken, or it would be harder to explain. He could claim he twisted it jogging. Recovery girl would still scold him for it, but it was a common enough injury. Being free from the blankets made him shiver. It was a little chilly in the drafty room despite nearing summer. After a pause he gathered the ragged comforter and gingerly draped it over Shigaraki. He held his breath, expecting to be decayed at any second. Thankfully the villain didn't stir. Some guilt nagged him for stealing the man's bed. At least this way he wouldn't be cold for the rest of his sleep. Limping out into the hallway, Izuku finally pulled out his phone to check who was blowing it up. Inko Midoriya's name flashed on the screen, as predicted. Chewing his lip, he sighed heavily before reluctantly answering. Mom? Oh my god, baby, where are you? You worried me sick. Tears choked her voice already. Izuku winced. Glancing around to make sure he was still alone, he kept his voice down to not disturb anyone else who might still be sleeping. Mom, I'm sorry. Last night one of my friends called saying they were ill. Their parents are out of town for the weekend, so I wanted to check on them. The lie came easily. And just like his flimsy explanations for scorched uniforms and bloody noses when he was in primary school, she bought it without question. He couldn't tell if she really trusted him that much or if it was willful ignorance. He could at least hope it was a mix of both. Thank God. Why didn't you call or text me? I'm sorry. He repeated, trying to summon the energy to sound contrite. It was late and I didn't want to disturb you. I was planning on calling when I woke up. The thought hadn't even crossed his mind last night. Guilt kindled and slowly ate away at him despite keeping up the story. They're pretty out of it. I was wondering if I could stay until they feel better. At this point he didn't even know why he wasn't just telling her to send the police. Well, he had an inkling. He didn't want her to stress and try to pull him out of UA just because he was kidnapped by villains who had attacked the school. There would be crying and arguing, but then she'd guilt trip him and he'd ultimately fold like the doormat he was because he didn't want to be a useless burden again. A shaky, muffled sob twisted the knife already in his gut. You're so kind, honey. Of course you can. But please call when you're on your way home. I want to see you by Monday after school. I promise, Mom. Even though he wasn't sure he'd be alive come Monday, Shigaraki had been in too bad a mood for him to want to interrupt his game with questions. I've got to go make them breakfast. Love you. I love you too. Be safe. With that they hung up. Relief coursed through him that was done with. He stood there in the hallway for several moments, unsure of what to do now. He really wanted to just go back to sleep but didn't want to wake the villain on accident. There was a couch down in the bar. The building probably wasn't actually open to the public, so it would be safe enough as long as no one else was awake. As with most things, Izuku's luck was abysmal. As soon as he got down the stairs far enough to see into the main room, he had both Kurogiri and the punk guy staring at him with clear suspicion. The greenette didn't want to get punched in the stomach again, so he kept his head down and shuffled over to the couch, which was blessedly unoccupied, and slumped onto it. He could still feel their burning gazes, but neither commented yet. Taking the opportunity, the teen pulled up his hood, cinched down the strings, and flopped over into a tiny curl facing the back of the couch. Hopefully that would discourage them from bothering him. He was still technically being a good little hostage, even if it was on his own terms for now. He was so tired. Consciousness returned against Izuku's will some time later. He was still curled up on the couch, but at some point he'd rolled over onto his right arm. When he tried to extract it and the sling from beneath him, he had to bite back a whimper at the shock of pain that lanced through it. His crooked fingers twitched when he tried closing them in a fist, but they didn't want to work at the moment. Casting out for any distraction, he looked around. The place was deserted. All the windows were blacked out with paint, so he couldn't tell how long he'd been napping. It was weird that there was no guard, but so far the entire experience had been surreal. A twang in his stomach reminded him that cup noodles were not real food. But first, after a couple false starts, he stood and looked around. Limping, he followed a sign for the restrooms. They were surprisingly clean for being in a villain hideout. After relieving himself, he returned to the main room. Still no one was around to stop him. With that in mind, he hobbled behind the bar and peered at the shelves. After a moment, he grabbed a bottle and awkwardly held it in the crook of his arm to open it before taking a deep swig. He grimaced at the burn but relished the quick numbing effect on his aches and pains. Returning it to its spot, he ventured into the back rooms. He was pleased to find a small restaurant-style kitchen that looked to be in working order. A glance in the fridge showed it was stocked. Working with only one arm was a trial in patience, but he managed decently enough with minimal mess. Since dicing up ingredients was out of the question, he settled for simple eggs, toast, and bacon. When his portion was finished, he wondered if he shouldn't make extra. He didn't know how many villains were in permanent residence, but it seemed safe to assume Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Maybe that scarred guy too? Decision made, he set to work, eating his food while waiting for the rest to cook. As he was piling the last eggs onto a plate, a noise from the doorway made him startle. Kurogiri stared at him with obvious confusion despite his lack of discernible facial features. It was in the tilt of his head and slightly wide eyes. Izuku Midoriya, what are you doing? The greenette shrugged and rubbed the back of his neck. I'm making food. Ah, Kurogiri-san. Izuku perked up, realizing he had someone who could answer his question right in front of him. How many people are here? I made extra, but I want to make sure it's enough. 7. You didn't need to do this. You should be upstairs with Tomura Shigaraki or otherwise supervised. His tone was just as bewildered as his body language. Someone was supposed to be watching you. Izuku shook his head. It's all right, I don't mind. And no need to waste anyone's time, I'm okay by myself. He turned back to begin preparing more, willfully missing the villain's point. The shadowy man hovered in the doorway, at a loss. The greenette ignored him, too focused on not getting egg everywhere while cracking them one-handed. By the time he was done, he could hear voices in the main room and Kurogiri had wandered off. After carefully and awkwardly gathering the plates, he shuffled out to set them on the bar counter. Hit his head or something? Shigaraki was awake and sitting on a stool with 6 others ranged around him. Kurogiri was serving a reptilian man and the woman in sunglasses alcohol, explaining where he went. The talk abruptly ceased when they noticed Izuku. The teen wilted under 8 hard stares, anxiety spiking at being scrutinized so intently. Using the last reserves of energy he had after the effort of cooking, he summoned a sheepish grin that he hoped approximated his usual public demeanor. He inferred the villains were worried about him? He didn't want that from his mom or classmates. This situation was no different. I don't know what time it is, but I made breakfast. He gestured to the food, trying to divert attention. It partially worked. The reptilian man, the woman, a guy in a full bodysuit, and a blonde girl that looked only slightly older than Izuku got distracted and converged on the offering. Shigaraki, the punk, a magician-looking man, and Kurogiri stayed in place. At least it was hard to tell if the magician guy was looking at him because of the mask he wore. Not that it was a comfort. Just as the gazes were starting to make him clam back up, Shigaraki finally spoke. "You were brought here because I have an offer to extend. Join us in overthrowing an unjust society. In paving the way for a new era where quirks don't matter and you can be yourself without fear of ridicule or hostility. When we spoke before, it's clear you're not satisfied with the way things are. That you see the hypocrisy in the status quo. So why not change it? No one will listen to one lone kid, or even one lone hero. But together with us you can make an impact that none can ignore." That was surprising. The charismatic speech, not them wanting another powerful quirk to use and a spy. During the UA attack, Shigaraki had struck Izuku as a self-serving manchild. He seemed to have matured some since then. He pondered it all. The quirklessness. The abuse from peers and teachers alike. His mother's overbearing, but distant, protectiveness. All might putting him down without a second glance. Only being deemed worthy of any respect until after a quirk was given to him. Classmates only talking to him after a display of power that shattered his bones. Only Aizawa and Recovery Girl had shown concern about the drawbacks of One for All. It hurt like a gaping wound in his chest as he thought about and remembered it all. Oh! There was the introspection he was avoiding. His shoulders slumped and he had to fight to keep from curling in on himself. Instead, he limped over and stole Shigaraki's drink, downing the burning liquid in one go. "Hey! What the hell?" The man looked annoyed, eyes narrowed in a glare and hand twitching up to scratch his neck. The greenette scrubbed a hand through his hair, mind still racing. When he finally looked up, his expression made the leader pause with a frown. He couldn't see his own face, but he could feel the wobble in his attempt at a brave smile and the burning in his eyes. "Shigaraki-san, I refuse to kill unless I have to. I refuse to help others kill without good reason. And more than that, your words are pretty, but I doubt you'd have bothered saying them to me if we'd met a year ago, even if I was inclined towards villainy. I know you're only interested in my quirk. Just like everyone else. I know it's all I'm good for, so it's okay. But I'm not going to abandon my principles just to exchange one power grab for another." Silence reigned as everyone looked at him with varying degrees of surprise, confusion, and, in the punk's case, grim neutrality. Unable to take the stairs any longer, he bowed. "Sorry, I need the restroom." He shuffled away to hide in a bathroom stall before anyone could think to stop him. Degree POV, Derby degree. "Kids got issues, here?" Twice commented around a piece of bacon, his mask lifted enough to expose his mouth. His two personalities seemed to align for once since he didn't contradict himself. Darby privately agreed but kept his face blank as he took a drink of his whiskey. The words echoed in his head and he dissected them critically. With everything he'd seen of Midoriya so far, he wasn't liking the image he was getting. It mirrored too close to his own thoughts when he still lived with the abusive flaming trash can. Even breaking his body, like during the sports festival, in the name of trying to get acknowledgement. Only, Darby worked himself during training until his flames ate away at him from the inside and formed the permanent scars he bore. It was never enough. He had eventually snapped and tried killing himself. When that didn't work, he ran away. That would be useful for getting the team to join the league, but it didn't sit right. Darby had very few morals anymore, and normally he wouldn't care, but this one hit too close to fully ignore. Sure, if the kid fought against them he'd have no trouble killing him, but there was something too pathetic about kicking a dog when it was down. The persona Midoriya showed the world was clearly a well-practiced mask. Darby just had the ill timing to nab him when it was brittle. He tuned back into the conversation in time to hear Toga chirp. "If he won't join us, can I play with him? His crying face is adorable. I want to see what he looks like all red." The psycho was playing with one of her knives and grinning. Shigaraki decayed his empty glass with a snarl. "No. We'll give him time to think it over. He's not stupid. He'll come around or he'll break eventually and we'll be there to pick up the pieces. Whichever happens first." He motioned for Kurogiri to get him another drink. "Sunday night, drop him at home." He addressed the Shadow Man. "As you wish, Tomura Shigaraki." After an indeterminate amount of time spent crying silently on the floor of the oversized handicap stall, Izuku felt wrung out and sore. To his surprise and relief, no one had followed him. Probably because the windows in the bathroom were too small for even him to fit through. They were so high up on the wall that he'd have to stand on the edge of the last sink to even see out. After getting his emotions back in their mental box and clearing his vision, he did just that. The alcohol had numbed his limbs to a dull throb, enough so that it only scared a little to climb onto the ceramic basin for a quick peek. The view was of a grimy alley in back of the building. In the waning light outside, he couldn't make out many details, but there was a business stamp on a dumpster across the way that he assumed belonged to the next building over since it was for a dry cleaner. Carefully climbing back down, he opened a memo on his phone and typed out the details. After his refusal to join them, he wasn't sure if the villains would let him go. While the last thing he wanted to do was give away that he'd been kidnapped, if push came to shove he would. After closing the document, his finger hovered over a text notification. Was it his mom? Dread filled him at the thought. Confusion made him stare for a long moment when he saw it was an unknown number. Telemarketer? Todoroki, he discovered after bringing up the message. It was short and to the point but made Izuku feel reluctantly better. "This is Shoto. Got your hash from Uraraka. Are you okay?" The greenette had brushed the other boy off, expecting that to be the end of it. Usually no one bothered following up on their concern for him. But Todoroki was, even using his first name while he was at it. Not even Ida let his friends use his first name, and Izuku thought Todoroki would be the same. He'd thought he antagonized the other boy with his pestering about his home life too much to ever reach that step. He didn't know what to do with this. A noise from the door made him startle and shove his phone away. Just in time, as the scarred man wandered in. He stopped by the entry and stared with a frown. Izuku rubbed his eyes and ducked his head self-consciously, turning back to the sink and trying to ignore his silent audience as he splashed water on his face. He still looked like he'd been crying his eyes out, but at least the salt tracks weren't itchy and tight anymore where they dried. "Shigaraki wants to talk to you." The man waited until he was done before imparting the message. That was thoughtful of him. He figured that was all, so he nodded and started drying his face. A moment later the punk spoke again. "Before you completely reject the offer, I suggest asking the others why they joined. Just watch out for the psycho chick's knives." Before Izuku could formulate a response, the scarred man left. It was a relief to be away from the piercing blue eyes and deadpan stare. Both reminded him of Todoroki, only a bit more sinister given the context. The words stuck in his head and he stood contemplating them for a long moment. It wasn't bad advice, if he could get any of them one-on-one so his anxiety didn't freak out. Finally he ventured out when he couldn't justify the hiding any longer. Most of the others had cleared out, thankfully. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were still at the bar, and the punk Izuku really needed to get his name sat at a table in a corner with the sunglasses lady. Only Shigaraki looked his way when he limped over. The man stood and nodded for Izuku to follow. They ended up back in his room upstairs. It was a little odd that he was allowed into the villain's personal space, but he was grateful for the lack of other prying gazes. While Shigaraki plopped into the beanbag chair, Izuku claimed the bed. The blanket was back in place, so he burrowed into it until just his eyes peered out. It was childish but made him feel better, and the man hadn't protested last night. Despite the claim that he wanted to talk, Shigaraki ignored him and loaded up one of his games. The greenette was just starting to drift off from mental exhaustion when a voice startled him out of the warm doze. "It's not just about your quirk. I can understand why you think so though, since it's all anyone at UA cares about." At the USJ you fought more with your head. In minutes of seeing me you had me figured out and the rest was instinct. That has nothing to do with strength augmentation. I need that kind of intelligence. It took a moment to gather the energy to respond. If I join you, will I end up a dusty splat on the floor because I refuse orders? Or if I question you? You have a temper. Izuku shuddered and curled into a tighter ball. I already deal with that. Enough from Kaken. The last came out in a smaller voice than intended. The explosive blonde still scared him, when he wasn't numb with detachment, even though there were buffers between them now and Izuku could fight back. The silence that followed was telling. As was Shigaraki's white-knuckled grip on the controller. It was at least a relief that the villain wasn't paying him lip service with empty assurances to the contrary. Or decaying him. Wariness still made him keep an eye on the man's hands despite the seeming disinclination to hurt him yet. At some point he fell asleep anyway. When he blinked his eyes open it was dark in the room save the TV. That was bright enough on a game-over screen to make out Shigaraki's form slumped over in the chair again. Did he do that normally or was it because Izuku stole the bed? That probably wasn't the best on his back. Maybe that's why he slouched so much. Taking a few moments to wake up a bit more, his gaze aimlessly wandered the room. It was bare aside from clothes strewn on the floor. There was a small filing cabinet turned nightstand by one side of the mattress and the chair. Several empty bottles of beer littered it along with a phone. He stared at it for several minutes before curiosity got the better of him. Inching out of his cocoon, he slowly reached out and snagged it soundlessly before retreating back under the blanket to hide the glow of the screen. The contacts were filled with names and nicknames he didn't recognize. It didn't hold his attention for long. Snooping in the pictures yielded a lot of gaming memes but nothing personal aside from a few pictures of random cats. It made Izuku feel sad about the one he couldn't pet, so he exited the camera files. After a moment of consideration he opened the settings and brought up the phone's number. Pulling out his own, he saved it under a new contact just labeled Player 1. After exiting everything and tucking his phone away, he returned Shigaraki's to where he found it. Throughout the invasion of privacy the villain hadn't stirred. With nothing better to do Izuku rolled over and went back to sleep. Next time he awoke it was light out and the villain was nowhere to be seen. He actually felt more physically rested than the previous day and he could move his right arm with minimal pain. The mental fatigue was still there but it was substantially less. Maybe there really was something helpful to getting kidnapped by the League. His chat with Shigaraki at the mall had made him feel a bit better too. Before he could contemplate that fed-up train of thought too much he rolled out of bed. Stretching, he noted his ankle held more weight as well. Heading downstairs, he saw only the reptilian man in the main room. He got a curious look but the villain seemed engrossed with a mobile game and didn't question when Izuku went into the bathroom. Or when he went around the counter and into the kitchen. With the mobility returning to his arm he felt more confident holding a knife for dicing ingredients. In minutes he had an approximation of okonomiyaki cooking on the griddle. After plating his portion he made extra for the villain before stashing the leftover batter mix in the fridge for later. He received a surprised stare when he sat the extra plate down in front of the man. Thanks. Much like the breakfast offering yesterday, it didn't take long for him to dig in. Izuku took a seat a couple stools away and did the same. Once they were both done Izuku drew in a deep breath, recalling the scarred man's suggestion. What's your name? Pink eyes darted in his direction before the man gave him his full attention. Spinner. And you're Midoriya, the only one besides All Might that Stain ever acknowledged. There was some enthusiasm in his voice when he mentioned the hero killer. Izuku could guess by his outfit that he was a fan. If you don't mind me asking, why did you join the League? The man's frame tensed and his mouth pulled into a grim line. Izuku was about to apologize and retreat when Spinner sighed. You ever seen anyone with as advanced a mutation quirk as me? It was clearly rhetorical as he pressed on without pause. People look at me and think villain, without me even having to do anything. No one will hire me because I'd scare customers and co-workers. I've been arrested by heroes just because I looked suspicious or a crime was called in and they assumed I was the culprit before even taking witness statements. He leaned over the counter to snag a bottle, continuing after a deep drink. I want to live in a world where I'm accepted regardless of appearance. Where people aren't terrified or hostile just because I enter a room. I want a world without false heroes who give in to their prejudices and are praised for it. Who don't ignore cries for help just because of who they come from. Shigaraki promised to help make it so. And the League supports me without hesitation as I am. Spinner trailed off and heavy silence took over. There wasn't much that Izuku could think to say to that. He felt for the man because his words ran similar to the teen's own thoughts and the parts of Stain's rhetoric that he agreed with. Finally, he stood and bowed. Thank you for sharing, Spinner-san. A lopsided grin pulled the man's lips, revealing razor-sharp teeth like Kirishima's. It's just Spinner, kid. And no problem. He turned back to his liquor and Izuku padded back upstairs to Shigaraki's room. He had a lot to think about. Spinner really had given him something to consider. The man's talk of wanting acceptance hit close to home. Izuku had taken a quirk, changing himself to try fitting in and bettering his future. But a lot of people who were likewise persecuted didn't have that option. It had been pure dumb luck that All Might chose him. One action done differently could have made the hero stick with his initial dismissal, leaving Izuku quirkless. And with that he'd probably grow to be a friendless, useless, adult too. Realistically, he'd probably have taken the advice to kill himself. But if not, he knew it would be all too easy to slide into crime and villainy just to survive or feel like he belonged. After a while of such circling thoughts he sighed and ventured back downstairs for the restroom and something to drink. Spinner seemed to have been replaced on watch by the sunglasses lady. She was looking bored at a table with a full glass and bottle of liquor in front of her. She nodded silently to him when he emerged from the kitchen with a soda. Dithering for a minute by the counter, he gathered his courage and approached. "See, can I sit?" She scrutinized him with pursed lips. When he fidgeted and started to wilt under the look, her features softened and she shrugged. "Sure. Name's Magna." "Midoriya." "Ah, but you already knew that." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck self-consciously. "Do you mind me asking why you joined the League?" He hoped she was agreeable like Spinner. It took a minute but eventually she sighed. "Stain inspired me. He saw the hypocrisy and injustice in society and tried to change it." Her lips pressed into a grim line and she knocked back the liquor in front of her. "Did you know that despite laws preventing discrimination against gender identity, you can still get evicted or fired for it without consequences if they lie about the reason? And there's nothing stopping strangers from trying to beat you to death in a women's bathroom when the heroes who arrive to stop it decide you're a pervert for being in the wrong one." Izuku couldn't prevent his face from reflecting the horror he felt at the, no doubt personal, examples. Magna snorted at him but continued after refilling her glass. "No one here cares about what I look like or call myself. They accepted me without hesitation as I am and promised to help make the changes needed for me to live openly without fear. That's why I joined." Much like with Spinner, the greenette was at a loss for what to say. So instead he stood and bowed. "Thank you for telling me, Magna-san." She waved him off and turned back to her drink without further comment. Izuku retreated back upstairs, feeling wrung out after hearing two of the League members' stories. He almost dreaded hearing the rest. Spinner and Magna's reasoning resonated with him even if the circumstances were different. He needed to recharge mentally before trying to catch the others. It came as a surprise when some time later Krogiri opened the door. Izuku was curled up on the bed with his phone. Before he could stuff it away, glowing eyes zeroed in on it. He and the Shadow Man had a startled staring contest while quiet and bubbly music from the Match 3 game he was playing filled the silence. Izuku slowly pressed the power button to make the screen and music turn off and equally as slowly slipped the phone into his pocket while maintaining eye contact. If they wanted his phone there would be a fight. He'd argued with his mother for hours to get a smartphone like hers that could play games instead of just an emergency flip phone. He wasn't going to risk the villains destroying it. The man looked away first. For some reason his gaze drifted to the ceiling and he shook his head. Finally the villain sighed. "Get up, I'm sending you home. Tomura Shigaraki will contact you later to get your final answer." Tilting his head in confusion, Izuku sat up and stuffed his feet into the shoes he'd shunned for his loafing around. Shigaraki must have really wanted Izuku to join them. He didn't figure the villains usually let people go after kidnapping them. It was an easily spotted ploy to show goodwill. Not that the Greenette was complaining. This time, instead of opening a portal under his feet, Kurogiri let him walk through one in the hallway. It was less disorienting when he was expecting the suffocating cold of the void. He stepped out into a cluster of trees that concealed the portal from view. With no point of reference, he turned and started walking towards the sounds of civilization. It turned out to be a park not too far from where he'd been abducted. When he got home, it was to an empty apartment. It wasn't even surprising at this point. There was no note, probably since his mom didn't expect him home until the next day. Standing in the middle of the living room, the silence was oppressive. Shuffling into his room, he flopped into his computer chair and started some music. Then he pulled up Hero News and forums to see what he'd missed. Not much, it turned out. Boredom quickly took over. While searching for something to do, he recalled the text Todoroki Shoto had sent while he was at the bar. Incredibly self-conscious, it took a half-hour to settle on a short, 5-word response. "I'm fine, thanks for asking." He stared at it for a long time before reluctantly following up. It felt like the heterochromatic boy deserved more of an explanation. Just a rough week. Didn't mean to worry anyone. He sent it before he could second-guess the wording. Then he realized how self-centered he sounded. Scrambling, he quickly sent another. "How are you?" Only, did 3 in a row come off as desperate? He buried his face in his hands and groaned. This socializing thing was hard. He fussed around at his desk for 20 minutes, and when no response came, he threw himself face down on his bed. He eventually fell asleep, phone still clutched in his hand. He didn't wake up until morning. When he checked his messages, he saw that Todoroki hadn't replied. Disappointment surged, but he suppressed it. Living with Endeavor probably didn't allow him much time to himself. Abusive a-hole. He needed to go back to pestering Todoroki about telling Aizawa. He understood the hesitation, but they couldn't know nothing would be done about the number 2 hero unless they tried. Padding around the house getting ready for school, he realized his mom hadn't come home again. Her shoes and purse were gone. Something that felt close to resentment burned in his chest, but he stamped it down. She deserved to have her own life. It was understandable that she was making up for lost time now that he could defend himself. Appetite lost, he skipped breakfast and left for the train early. Predictably, the riders had to pack in like sardines as everyone tried getting to work and school. He found his back pressed uncomfortably tight to someone's front. Just as the panic at the crowd and being touched was setting in, a familiar apathetic voice behind him caught his attention. "Hey Midoriya." It was Shinso. He squirmed around so he could peer up at the other boy, who looked startled at the intent look on Izuku's face. "Shinso. Brainwash me until school, please." Sleepy violet eyes widened, taken aback by the request. But after watching the Greenette twitch and try to make himself smaller to avoid the other passengers, he tilted his head. "Why?" A feeling of serenity overtook him as Shinso's quirk activated. Like at the sports festival, he was aware of what was going on around him, but his thoughts were blessedly silent and body still as they waited for orders. If he'd been able to, he would have cried in relief. The jostling caused by the crowds knocked him out of it a couple times, but the indigo-haired boy was always poised with a new question. By the time he was released just inside the gates to UA, he felt more rested and calm than he'd ever been after a busy commute. He didn't have to fake the beaming smile he leveled at Shinso. "Thank you." The other boy still looked puzzled, but his lips twitched reluctantly at the sincere happiness on Izuku's face. "No problem. I'll see you at lunch." He turned to stride away, heading towards the Gen Ed side of the school building. The Greenette was left stunned as he pondered the farewell. Shinso wanted to hang out at lunch? That was new. Or did he mean it literally? They'd exchanged amiable greetings in the hallways during breaks, but hadn't really had a chance to talk since the sports festival. Maybe that was what he meant. He was jolted from his overanalyzing by someone shoving past him from behind. "Out of the way, shitty Deku." Kaken snarled. The happiness faded as he watched the blondes retreating back. Holding in a sigh, he hitched his bag up on his shoulders and followed at a slower pace. He'd figure out what Shinso meant after he survived morning classes. First Pia actually went off without a hitch, to Izuku's relief. It was art history with Kiyomi-sensei, so everyone was focused on not making the DMentax upset by goofing off. He listened with half an ear to her lecture while doodling sketches in his art notebook in between actual notes. He was trying to get the scars on Shigaraki's lips just right when the bell sounded for their first break. Closing it, he stretched and repressed a yawn. He waited for those who were leaving for break to do so before heading for the restroom himself. While doing his business in a stall, he heard Mineta and Kaminari enter, chatting loudly with each other. He grimaced to himself. He detested the lewd purple boy. Even during the life-or-death fight at the USJ, he'd been rude and tried Japanji Asui. Kaminari wasn't bad on his own. He was lecherous but respectful to the girls and never tried crossing that line between appreciation and SXL harassment. Mineta, though. Knight's melons almost popped out of that shirt. Do I have a nosebleed? The question echoed loudly off the tiles. He didn't seem to care who overheard him. Except, the greenette had noticed he shut up around the teachers. He knew what he was saying was wrong but didn't care. Ah. No. Kaminari sounded subdued. When Izuku emerged to wash his hands, the blonde was looking uncomfortable at the smaller boy. Mineta didn't seem to notice. I think Yoyarizu's bubbies have grown. They look bouncier. Now if only Asui's would. I'm starting to wonder if she's a Tianwai. His nose wrinkled in distaste. I'd hope UA wouldn't let that in, but maybe it lied. Cold rage washed through Izuku at the disgusting words. Not even Kaken had ever referred to him as it during his malicious bullying. But here was Mineta casually spewing the same filth that drove Magna to villainy. All while treating their female teachers and classmates like garbage. Before he knew what was happening, green lightning sparked over his skin and he lunged forward to kick the small boy. With the quirk active, it sent the perverted grape crashing through the bathroom door and into the hallway outside with a strangled yelp. Kaminari stared at Izuku with wide eyes but looked a little relieved. The greenette forced himself to let go of one for all when he noticed a crowd gathering outside and staring. Mineta was wailing pathetically while curled up in a ball against the far wall. As he watched, All Might in his deflated form ran up to check on him. He couldn't hear what was said, but a couple fingers pointed in his direction. Disappointment was clear on the incognito hero's face when blue eyes landed on Izuku. The greenette's confidence evaporated, but he couldn't bring himself to look away. He'd kick Mineta again in a heartbeat if the pervert poisoned people's ears again. Two robots with a stretcher between them showed up to carry the boy to the infirmary. All Might gestured for Izuku and Kaminari to follow him wordlessly. They ended up in the teacher's lounge. Midnight was there talking to an exhausted-looking Aizawa, who looked distinctly unimpressed when he caught sight of two of his students being escorted. The man stood and wordlessly invited himself into the small meeting room. All Might waved the two into. Once the door closed and they all sat down around the table, he glanced at his colleague. What happened, Yagi? Mouth set in a grim line, the blonde hero stared at Izuku. That's what I'd like to know. I was walking in the heroics wing when one of your other students, Minoru Mineta, was violently thrown into the hallway from the boys' bathroom. These two were the only ones inside. He had to be taken to the infirmary. Kicked. The greenette dropped his gaze to the table, tone soft. I kicked Mineta through the door with my quirk. He didn't want Kaminari getting wrongfully blamed, so he confessed without prompting. He didn't feel bad about what he'd done, but anxiety over getting caught started catching up, making it impossible to look at his mentor or Aizawa. All Might gasped at the information. When he broke the silence, he sounded upset. How could you abuse your POW dash? Why? Aizawa interrupted. His tone was neutral, wanting facts before passing judgment. Relief coursed through Izuku. He knew his mentor had been about to unleash a guilt trip. It stung that he'd jumped to conclusions before asking about the situation. But that wasn't new. He'd done the same thing by lecturing Izuku about being realistic and then leaving him alone on a rooftop. Before the greenette could speak, Kaminari hesitantly cut in. It wasn't Midoriya's fault. Mineta was saying disgusting things about Kiyomi-sensei and the girls in class. I wanted to zap him too. That is no excuse for violence. I'm dash. Once again All Might was cut off. Yagi, this is a matter for me, as their homeroom teacher. Go check on Mineta. The tone he used left no room for arguments. The blonde glared at Aizawa but stood to exit the room. Before the door closed he gave Izuku a look. The scolding was only being delayed. Holding in a sigh, the greenette turned his attention to the remaining teacher. His expression was still unreadable but he appeared to lose some tension with all might gone. What exactly did Mineta say? Izuku and Kaminari exchanged a look before the blonde boy haltingly explained. Apparently he'd had to listen to the sexist garbage from the moment the break started to when Izuku interfered. Hearing it recounted made the greenette want to go kick the pervert again. The impulse surprised him since he wasn't normally a violent person. Maybe it was because Spinner and Magnus' stories were still so fresh. Studying Aizawa as Kaminari talked, Izuku could see a flinty coldness creep into his eyes. It was hard to spot since his poker face was good, but the teen had seen it up close just before the teacher jumped in to defend them at the USJ. The memory made him have to repress a shiver. No one else seemed to have noticed, and public reports didn't mention it, but several of the villains Aizawa took out had been far too still to just be unconscious. Not that Izuku was going to complain since the villains were trying to kill everyone. He just hoped to never have that look directed at him. Called Tsuyu a transphobic slur and Midoriya, said Greenette startled and tuned back in at hearing his name. Well, Midoriya looked cessed and punted him through the door. The blonde shot him an apologetic look while rubbing the back of his neck. Izuku just shrugged, still not denying his actions. There was heavy silence for a minute as the teacher processed the words. Finally he gestured towards the door. Kaminari, get to class. Midoriya, stay. Once they were alone the man sighed. You will write a 5-page essay on non-violent conflict resolution, due by the end of the week. The greenette waited to hear the rest of his punishment but none came. It confused him. Back in middle school he was given detentions and passive-aggressively docked grades for so much as breathing wrong around the teachers, much less trying to defend himself. If he'd started a fight then he'd have been suspended in a heartbeat if not expelled. And Aizawa didn't seem to like him much. But the teacher just sat silently studying him for a moment. The scrutiny made Izuku fidget and have to refrain from trying to slink down in his chair. Finally the man spoke. Last week your performance was poor. Why? That was surprising. I just wasn't feeling well. I'll do better this week, I promise. Sweat beaded between his shoulder blades and his right arm ached from holding himself so tense. The teacher looked skeptical, to Izuku's dismay. If it happens again I expect you to go to Recovery Girl or Hound Dog. They are here for a reason, and not just for shattered bones. You're one of only a few of your classmates who refused counseling after the attack. If it's bothering you and no, it's not that. I'm fine, it was just an off week. Izuku didn't mean to cut off the man but his anxiety got the best of him. He really didn't want anyone worrying about him. The healer and counselor had more important things to do than listen to him babble about nothing. The interruption earned him an unimpressed squint that made him shrink and drop his gaze up the table. You can also talk to me if you're uncomfortable with them. There was another surprise. Izuku didn't think the man would be interested in listening to student woes. He certainly didn't seem approachable. But he did seem to take his job seriously. If he didn't care he wouldn't have almost died defending them. The teachers at Old Dera Middle School would have been the first to flee in that situation. Probably tossing Izuku at the villains as a distraction while they were at it. The thoughts made him feel exhausted. Belatedly realizing he should say something, the greenette nodded. I'll keep that in mind, sensei. Thank you. Was there anything else? No. Get to class. Relief flooded him and he nodded. He hurriedly stood and exited the room before Aizawa could change his mind. Thankfully he didn't encounter All Might on his way back to the classroom either. The urge to go home early and hide in bed returned with a vengeance. By the time lunch rolled around Mineta still hadn't returned to class. Izuku felt some worry that he seriously injured the little rat but mostly he hoped he was getting expelled. Aizawa certainly looked like he'd push for it now that he knew about the grape's behavior. Maybe he should tell the girls to talk to their homeroom teacher too. While packing his things for the longer break, he noticed Todoroki loitering while watching him. Recalling the text the previous night, the brunette blushed and waved awkwardly. That seemed to be what the other was waiting for, because he approached and fell into step beside him when the shorter teen turned to head to the cafeteria. Stilted, for Izuku, silence stretched between them during the walk and persisted while they claimed their food. It wasn't until they sat down with the rest of 1A that Todoroki spoke in a quiet tone, mismatched eyes focused on Izuku. "What did you mean?" When the brunette tilted his head in confusion, the other boy clarified. "You said you had a rough week. What did you mean?" "Oh, it was about the texts." He tried to summon a convincing smile and shrugged, poking at his meal as a half-hearted distraction. His appetite was non-existent, but he needed to keep up appearances. I wasn't feeling well. It felt like nothing was going right. But it's fine now." A crease appeared between Todoroki's eyebrows as he frowned. Before he could ask more questions, they were interrupted by Shinso. He approached the two and claimed an open space on Izuku's other side. His violet gaze was just as focused as Todoroki's, making the brunette fidget and stare at his tray. "What was this morning about?" The words were said in place of a greeting. Todoroki leaned around Izuku to peer at Shinso, frown deepening. "This morning?" He glanced at the brunette quizzically. Mentally scrambling, Izuku dropped his chopsticks and waved his hands around in a frantic gesture of placation. That. It was nothing. It's just, your quirk is cool, and at the sports festival I didn't really have the chance to pay attention to what it was like." That wasn't a lie, but it had nothing to do with the current discussion. Both boys gave him dead-eyed stares, picking up on the undercurrent of panic in his voice. Doubling down on the fib, Izuku mustered a cheerful grin. "I wouldn't mind helping you train. Both of you, actually." The enthusiasm turned genuine as he pondered being able to study their quirks outside of fighting them. "I need more practice with shoot style too. Maybe Aizawa-sensei would let us use a gym after school Friday?" That successfully made the two relax. They looked thoughtful. Shinso nodded first, a lopsided smile forming on his exhausted features. "Sure." He pulled out his phone and handed it to Izuku. "Give me your number and text me what he says." Surprise made Izuku fumble a little, but he entered himself as a new contact without a fuss. Once done, he sent himself a text so he'd have Shinso's number before giving it back. They both turned to Todoroki, who had been silent until then. The heterochromatic boy blinked at the attention and he shrugged. "Sure. If I tell my father it's mandatory extra training, he won't be able to say anything. It would also have the benefit of keeping him out of the house longer on the weekend." But neither he nor Izuku mentioned that in front of Shinso. Izuku started a group chat with the two of them so Todoroki would have Shinso's number as well. They fell into a companionable silence as they all resumed eating. The brunette even managed a few bites, relieved contentment returning some of his hunger. It didn't last long. Dread made him nauseous when he became aware of a shadow looming over him. Looking behind him, he saw All Might, still as Yagi, frowning down at him. "Midoriya, I would like to speak with you." It sounded like a request, but his tone said there was no wiggling out of it. The teen bid his companions a subdued farewell before standing. He claimed his lunch tray but disposed of the half-eaten contents in a bin as he followed the hero out. They ended up in the same meeting room as earlier, but Aizawa was absent from the teacher's lounge this time. There was no stopping the incoming lecture. The anger his mentor had displayed previously had faded. Now he stared at the brunette with clear disappointment. Izuku wished it was still anger. He could handle that better thanks to years of dealing with Katsuki. But disappointment made his stomach drop and twist into knots. It always reminded him of his mother's expression after his quirkless diagnosis and after every call home from teachers informing her that he'd committed some made-up infraction. Finally the man shook his head with a sigh. "I understand that your classmate said some upsetting things, but violence should never be your first response." The teen had to bite the inside of his cheek as irritation bloomed. Violence was the only thing All Might had ever taught. The focus on Izuku's training had always been physical. And even most foundational hero studies lessons were focused on the students beating the shit out of each other instead of learning hero laws and ethics like they were supposed to. It always fell on Aizawa to be the voice of logic and reason, picking up the blonde hero's slack. Sei is a good start, but you did serious damage to Mineta. He will be unable to participate in training for a couple days. You also broke the restroom door. The teen startled, returning from his inner thoughts to realize All Might had still been talking. Because of this, I spoke with Principal Nezu and he agreed that the most fitting punishment would be a week-long suspension. You will also write 2 apology letters in addition to the essay. 1 to Mineta and 1 to your class in general, due next Monday. Disbelief sent a wave of cold numbness through his body. His mentor had gone behind Aizawa's back to get his punishment increased. Or had the dark hero changed his mind and agreed to it? Bitter tears burned at the corners of his eyes, but he blinked them back and bowed his head in a practiced picture of demure remorse that he'd honed in primary school. He never thought he'd have to use it at UA, much less with All Might. I'm sorry, Sensei. I don't know what came over me. It won't happen again. He didn't have to fake the sorrow that crept into the stilted words, though it wasn't because he felt guilty. A tired sigh reached his ears. I know, my boy. You have a good heart and your instinct to protect others, even against verbal attacks, is admirable. But it's my failure as a teacher for not emphasizing restraint. One for all is a dangerous ability that should not be abused for petty disagreements. Petty disagreements. The words rang in Izuku's ears and his hands clenched into fists under the table. The great pervert secularly harassed and dehumanized people with no care for how his actions affected others. But it was just a petty disagreement. It didn't escape his notice that All Might implied Mineta would still be in school next week. Still, despite his raging thoughts, he nodded meekly. Good. Please look at this as a learning opportunity. Now, go gather your things. I've contacted your mother. She's at work but approved you going home without an escort. With that, the man stood. Izuku followed suit a moment later. The trip to the classroom seemed to take forever. Thankfully it was still lunch, so none of his classmates or other teachers witnessed his walk of shame. Once everything he needed was piled into his backpack, All Might walked with him to the gates. I will see you Monday, my boy. All Izuku could do was nod, still keeping his head down. Thankfully the trains were less crowded in the middle of the day, so his detachment wasn't interrupted by a panic attack. When he got home, all he had the energy for was dropping his backpack to the floor and kicking off his shoes to fall into bed. Shitty Deku. Always so useless. Even All Might sees it now. He probably regrets wasting his quirk on a pathetic weakling like you. Monday he'll probably come to his senses and demand it back. And you're so spineless you'd do it, wouldn't you? Who would want you as a successor? He was starting to drift off despite the familiar, disparaging litany when a sudden impulse struck him. Adjusting to pull his phone out of his pocket, he opened the contacts list. He spent several minutes staring at the screen blankly. Finally, hovering his finger over a specific name, he gathered his courage and started a new conversation. Degree POV, Derby degree. What the F? Shigaraki's confused exclamation broke the silence of the bar. It drew Derby from half-heartedly poking a mobile game. The less glamorous side to villainy was setting in, the waiting. Plans were in place, but acting on them required specific opportunities. He'd even been forbidden from going out to torch people to cure his boredom. Something about not taking unnecessary risks or some shit. That's why, throwing caution to the wind, he stood and moved to stare over Shigaraki's shoulder where he sat on a stool. He was looking at his phone like it would bite his hand off. The screen was open on a short text conversation. Unknown, if SM1 was disrespecting a friend WWYD? Unknown, besides kill them I mean. Shigaraki, who is this? Unknown, Izuku. Shigaraki, how'd you get my hash? Unknown, you left your phone on the nightstand. Unknown, I got bored. Unknown, sorry. Amusement surged and Derby smothered a laugh. You left your phone in reach of a hero brat. He jumped back to avoid an open-handed slap. F off. I didn't think he'd steal it. The other man looked annoyed, clawing at his own neck. That was Derby's cue to keep his distance, though he still smirked. Who's taking risks now? You're lucky he didn't call his buddies. He had his phone the entire time. Someone. Shigaraki glared at him. Didn't check his pockets. The irritation faded to visible confusion as he turned back to the current problem. His mom called and he claimed he was at a friend's house. He thought I was asleep. That was surprising. The kid had soundly rejected their offer. He had no reason not to turn them in. So why lie and stay with them? Midoriya was turning out to be an odd puzzle. It made sense now why Shigaraki let him go. Give me his number. Red eyes snapped to him again. What? Why? He picked up his phone anyway, and a second later the fire user felt his vibrate. Darby shrugged with a lazy grin. I'm bored. He returned to his table and pulled out the device. After a moment of thought he started tapping away. Degree POV, Izuku degree. Having resigned himself to not getting a response, Izuku was staring blankly at the ceiling in a depressed daze. It was still too early to text Todoroki and Shinso to cancel their plans. That thought ate away at him the most. For the first time in a while he'd actually been looking forward to something. Now thanks to All Might it couldn't happen. He felt like crying but his eyes were stubbornly dry for once. His mother wasn't going to be home for several hours. It was a relief since it would delay the disappointed staring. She wouldn't lecture or pry about what happened, but she would smother him with attention as if that would make up for the lack of real communication. They'd gone through the same song and dance before. He'd only been suspended twice, not counting now, in his entire school career, but her reaction was the same both times. When his phone chimed he startled violently and almost threw it across the room. He'd forgotten he was holding it. Rather than Shigaraki, it was a text from an unknown number. Unknown, I'd beat the sheet out of them. Hesitantly, he responded. Who is this? It stood to reason it was a villain since they were replying to his question for Shigaraki. That still left several possibilities. Unknown, Darby. Unknown, you threw up on me. Oh. It was the scarred punk. You punched me. He refused to be sorry about ruining the man's boots. He deserved it. Still, he added the number to his contacts. Gaze drifting to the first line, he tried not to feel too validated. He was seeking advice from villains after all. Probably not one of his finest moments. Did that. Got suspended. Bacon face, Awai? Good job. If they do it again, make their lives a living hell. That brought a frown to Izuku's lips. I don't want to be a bully. Bacon face, ain't bullying if they deserve it. Bacon face, I assume it's another hero brat. They should know better, so duck them. Bacon face, F them. Bacon face, not literally. Bacon face, unless you're into that. I won't judge. Heat ignited in Izuku's cheeks and he briefly hid his face in his hands. You know, I have better taste than that. The conversation was nice, if bizarre. Some of the tension he'd been holding on to eased as he waited for a reply. For some reason he felt more comfortable talking to the villains than his own classmates or mother. With the exception of Todoroki and Shinso, but neither of them were keen on small talk. A new message pinged, this one from Shigaraki. He'd been worried he annoyed the man into ignoring him. It wouldn't be the first time that happened with other people, and the villain had a real reason to. Player 1, I'd still kill them. Player 1, was it the explosion kid? No. Kaken is me not cruel. He left off the part about the blonde tormenting him mercilessly for years about something he couldn't change. That felt too heavy to burden the conversation with, and Shigaraki probably wouldn't care. When it came to people who weren't Deku, the statement was accurate though. UA had mellowed Katsuki considerably. Player 1, surprising. With that attitude he seems like villain material. Especially at the award ceremony. A frown pulled at Izuku's lips at that. He was angry at Todoroki for not using his fire. The teachers shouldn't have forced him to take the medal if he didn't want it. He hesitated before adding, he'd never join you. He's too stubborn. He wants to be a hero, so he'll be a hero. Player 1, who'd you suggest then? An eyebrow inched up at that. No one. You tried to kill us. Player 1, I tried killing Darby and Toga too. I don't see the problem. Shaking his head, Izuku tabbed back to his conversion with said underling upon noticing a new message. He'd revisit Shigaraki's issues later. He had a feeling that trying to reason with the leader would just cause a headache. Bacon face, If they were bad enough to PSS you off, my statement stands. If you want to be honorable or some shit, then tell them you're not putting up with it anymore. Then they'll know why you're gunning for them when they F up. Biting his lip, the Greenette hesitated. The advice was sound. Kaken did it all the time and didn't get in trouble. All Might seemed to be holding Izuku to a double standard. The number one hero was right about not abusing the quirk, but he seemed blind to the abuses of other students. Even when Katsuki almost killed Izuku during training, while ignoring orders to stop the battle. The explosive blonde hadn't been punished by the hero. But the one time his successor jumped in to defend against a classmate's hurtful vitriol, he'd been suspended. He claimed it was because Mineta was injured, which would be valid if it weren't being selectively enforced. Akin to the topic, during the sports festival he'd told Izuku to announce himself to the world. The teen had done that and it had earned him praise. Yet All Might hadn't been concerned about the student permanently crippling himself to do it. He hadn't even asked about Izuku's injuries past wondering if he could still do hero work. It was only after Recovery Girl tore into him that he expressed remorse. It was becoming increasingly clear to Izuku that All Might wanted a pliant, empty vessel to mold into the new symbol of peace. The thought made him feel tired again. He almost didn't reply, but that would be rude. He listlessly typed a message. I just get punished again. My mentor doesn't like when I fall out of line. Bacon face, F them too. You need to start standing up for yourself. Bacon face, it's hard but it's not selfish to want to be your own person. You got principles, so start defending them at UA like you did to us. Bacon face, if villains don't get a pass, why should heroes? The Greenette stared at the words intently. They echoed the part of Stain's ideology that Izuku agreed with. Heroes should be held to a higher, but realistic, standard. All too often their transgressions were ignored just because of their status. It was the same at UA to a lesser degree. Aizawa tried to curb undesirable traits, but he was just one man overseeing 20 teenagers. He had his hands full keeping Kaken and the Baku squad in line most days. It was understandable for quieter, but no less offensive, behavior to slip past him, like Mineta. Especially if others were hesitant to report it. But the issue wouldn't stop if no one corrected it. Holding up his right hand, he stared blankly at his crooked fingers. All Might himself had told Izuku once that the essence of being a hero was meddling when he didn't need to. It was in reference to breaking himself for Todoroki, but it applied to everything. He didn't need to step in and confront Mineta, but his conscience wouldn't let him do otherwise. He clenched his hand into a fist before dropping it back to his side. The villain was right. A choked snort escaped at thinking that once again. Why should he give up his principles for heroism but not villainy? It was an ingrained double standard he was enforcing on himself. It needed to stop before it broke him. Degree POV Aizawa degree. After lunch was a free study PRD in homeroom for an hour, followed by a 3-hour block of practical foundational hero studies. Shota's sleeping bag was calling to him as he slumped into his chair to await the returning students. A quick head count and he'd be free for the rest of the day until the start of his hero patrol after school. He'd need the extra nap to get rid of the headache he'd had since the incident earlier. While he didn't entirely like Midoriya because of his clear worship of Yagi, he knew the Greenette was a good kid. He wouldn't attack someone for no reason. So the tired hero doled out a light but practical punishment, wrote the report, and checked on Mineta. The spineless rat was crying, claiming Midoriya attacked him unprovoked, predictably. But Kaminari's testimony was good enough alongside the Greenette's admission of guilt to forego stricter measures. The allegation of SXL harassment was a more delicate and serious matter. He planned to have Nemirai speak with the 1A girls tomorrow, while Shota spoke with Kaminari and Midoriya again to get specific details about Mineta's actions. If they could give him times or dates, he could look up the security footage to try verifying. He covered a sigh by sipping his coffee as the first wave of students trickled in. He should have expelled Mineta like he intended the first day of class. This is what he got for ignoring his instincts. A displeased frown formed when he stood to take attendance and immediately noticed one unexcused absence. The seat behind Bakugo was empty. Repressing another sigh, Shota cracked his neck. He already suspected he wouldn't like the answer, but he asked anyway. "Where is Midoriya?" Several confused glances were exchanged before Todoroki stood. His face was perfectly blank per usual, but Shota spoke dead inside fluently enough to see that there was concern there. "Sir, Yagi-san pulled him away from lunch. I haven't seen him since and his things are gone." Pacing closer, he could see that the kid was right. The greenette's bag was missing. Uneasy annoyance curdled his stomach. He should have known the blonde idiot wouldn't leave well enough alone. What damage had he done? Shota wasn't blind. He knew Midoriya wasn't fine like he claimed to everyone. It's why he'd brought up the school nurse and counselor to him. The hero was giving him until the end of the week to seek help on his own before prying into it personally. But if All Might said something to make him flee school early, Urozu is in charge until next PRD. With that he strode out. He knew they would goof off, but the class vice rep garnered a bit more respect from her peers than Ida. They might not burn down the room while he was gone. When he arrived in the teacher's lounge, his gaze zeroed in on Midnight, looking confused and upset. She was staring at her computer like it killed a puppy. That was odd. Odd enough to temporarily derail his hunt. "What's wrong?" He approached her desk and tried to get a look at the screen. Sticking her bottom lip out in a pout, she turned the monitor so he could see. It was open on an internal email to all the 1A teachers. He hadn't looked at his since he filed the incident report. The sad green bean was suspended. "Did you know about this?" Her tone was accusatory. "What?" Cold disbelief flooded him as he leaned in to read the memo. It was a standard notice from Nezu stating that Izuku Midoriya was on a week-long suspension for violence against a fellow student. What the F dash? The angry exclamation drew attention from others on break. Snipe stood and wandered over. "What's up?" His easygoing drawl was tinged with alarm. Shota made a conscious effort not to curse on school grounds. When he did, it was usually serious. "That BSTRD." Shota seethed for a moment before forcibly wrangling his blank mask into place. "Where's All Might? I just want to talk, I swear." His two colleagues exchanged a look before pointing towards Nezu's office in tandem. When he turned to stalk towards the door, he was aware of them both following but didn't care. Not bothering to knock, he threw the door open and his eyes narrowed on a startled Yagi. Nezu looked nonplussed as always, calmly sipping his tea like the interruption was expected. "Why the hell did you suspend my student after I told you to leave it?" A red haze clouded his vision as his quirk activated out of anger. His two colleagues slid in behind him and closed the door in case any students came by. The blonde visibly wilted and pulled out a handkerchief to cough up blood. Shota blinked and had to make a conscious effort to keep from reactivating his quirk out of spite. He'd figured out through inadvertent trial and error that erasure worked just fine on All Might, and impacted his health when he wasn't already in beefed-up form. Whatever was wrong with him, his power was keeping him going. Before the number one hero could hack out a response, Nezu piped up. "I approved it, Aizawa." Yagi and Shuzenji both confirmed that Mineta was seriously injured by Midoriya's outburst. Enough so that she had to contact his parents. He put his cup down and clasped his paws together. "I had to appease them or they were threatening to sue Midoriya." Gritting his teeth, Shota gestured sharply towards All Might. "Did he explain why Midoriya attacked?" Before either could get a word in, he continued. "Mineta, as of the incident, is under investigation for sexually harassing female students. I filed that report during lunch. That doesn't excuse unnecessary force during a simple argument." The blonde coughed before straightening his spine. "I stand by my decision. Izuku needs to learn restraint." The use of the student's first name didn't escape notice. "And what do you think gives you the authority to punish him?" Icy calm replaced the heat in his voice. "You only started teaching this year. You don't even have a license. The incident didn't happen during your class. So what gives you the right to circumvent my decisions?" Tense silence stretched out before Nemirai coughed delicately. Attention snapped to her. She looked just as upset as Shota. "I did read the reports. According to Kaminari, Mineta was saying vile and unheroic things about both myself and the 1A girls. That doesn't sound like just an argument as you put it." Hands went to her hips and she glared at Nezu. Threats of litigation or not, You acted without knowing the full picture. Beside her, Snipe nodded in agreement. The Chimera had the grace to look ashamed as he could without human features. I admit that at the time I approved the suspension I didn't see the second report. With the information I had, I made an executive decision with the school as a whole in mind. He reclaimed his tea and sighed after a drink. After the USJ and the internship fiasco with Stain, we've been under fire from all sides. Our ability to keep students safe is being scrutinized to the extreme. A lawsuit at this moment would have heavy consequences regardless of the outcome. So Midoriya is a scapegoat. You're making an example out of him and nothing more. Exemplary work. Hands clenching into white-knuckled fists, he repressed the urge to break something. Preferably All Might's face. I have no more classes for the day. I'm leaving early. Without waiting for permission he turned on his heel and stormed out. A moment later Nemurai and Snipe followed. Wait. The woman jogged to catch up. He halted grudgingly, trying not to misdirect his anger to her. When she offered him a scrap of paper he stared at it in confusion. Midoriya's contact information. She shoved a strand of hair behind her ear with an agitated huff. Glancing around, she lowered her voice so only the two men could hear. I was going to check in on him after school. We've all noticed he's been acting weird this past week. I wanted to make sure he was okay after being punished twice. That was a good idea. The fury leached out of him, leaving him feeling just tired. They'd all dealt with depressed students before. It was a delicate balancing act between pushing them to seek help but not antagonizing them into doing something rash. Usually they'd notify Hound Dog and he would handle it. But the 1A instructors, sans All Might, unanimously agreed that Midoriya was too distrustful of authority figures and being singled out for that to work. That was yet another topic on the already long list of things that needed addressed with the problem child. There just weren't enough chances while school was in session to pull him aside without it seeming like he was in trouble. It was unprofessional but Shota suspected approaching the kid outside of school would go over better. And now he had a prime opportunity. Pocketing the paper, he nodded in thanks. I'll try talking to him. His mother as well if she's home. Nemurai and Snipe nodded. You'll let the Green Bean know we're rooting for him. The cowboy was technically only in charge of the third years but he'd heard and seen enough of Midoriya to be just as invested. He'd been the one to save the kid from getting his face decayed by Shigaraki at the USJ after all. After exchanging brief farewells he made his way to the teacher's parking lot. Once settled in his car he pulled out his phone and the paper. He knew it was probably futile but he wanted to give the kid a heads up about his visit. As expected it went over to voicemail almost immediately. Hanging up, he put the address into a GPS app. Hopefully he'd get an answer at the door. He didn't want to add breaking and entering into a student's home to his list of activities that day but he would if he had to. Degree POV, Izuku degree. After the conversation with Darby Izuku stayed in bed a while longer. He really didn't want to move but his bladder and mostly empty stomach were making themselves known. With a sigh he hefted himself up to tend to the first. The second was more difficult because he still had no appetite, he was just hungry in general. He could go for more cup noodles but he wasn't really keen on a repeat of last time. He took out his phone and stared at it before shaking his head. Abusing villain contact privileges to see if Kurogiri could portal him some would probably get him stabbed. The urge was real though. As he gently tossed the device onto the counter it chirped with an incoming call. He didn't recognize the number so ignored it. His socializing quota was overdrawn from the texting. Dithering in front of the open fridge, nothing looked appetizing. Finally he sighed and grabbed some bread off the counter to make a sandwich. He was a quarter through half-heartedly nibbling on it when a knock came at the door. The sudden noise made him startle and drop the food. He watched in apathy as it hit the floor. So much for that. Set to ignore the intruder, he rested his forehead on the cool counter and squeezed his eyes closed. The knocking ceased for a moment before starting back up louder than before. If the person kept it up the neighbors would complain. That was the thought that finally made him stand to see who it was. Confused shock coursed through him when he peered out the peephole to see his teacher loitering outside. Did something happen? School should still be in session so why was he here? Anxiety had him wrenching the door open before his brain could sort out a conscious decision. Aizawa-sensei. The man tilted his head at Izuku's concerned expression. Nothing's wrong. He accurately guessed why the teen was nervous. I just learned about your suspension and wanted to talk with you about it. Oh. Come in. He stepped aside to let his teacher through. The words didn't ease his mind at all, but at least nothing bad had happened since he left school. He led him into the living room and hovered awkwardly when Aizawa claimed a seat. Do you want coffee or tea? It was bizarre seeing the dark hero sitting on his mother's pink floral couch. After a moment of thought, Aizawa nodded. Coffee, please. It was a relief to have something to do to get out the nervous energy. Thoughts racing, he returned to the kitchen to mix up some instant coffee for both of them. It tasted terrible, but it was what they had. His mom didn't like that he drank the stuff, and the compromise was one small container of whatever was cheapest per month. Not knowing what the man would like in it, if anything, he grabbed a serving tray and loaded it with creamer cups and a small dish of sugar. When he shuffled back into the living room, Aizawa was looking around curiously. Izuku sat the tray on the coffee table and sank into a chair. Once he was settled, the man murmured thanks and claimed his cup. 2 creamers and 3 scoops of sugar. Not what the teen would have guessed. While he was mixing his own, the teacher finally spoke. I came to apologize. Izuku almost dropped the spoon at that. He stared at the man in shock, trying to wrap his brain around it. Yes, sir. Yagi went behind my back to get you suspended. I only learned of it after lunch when you didn't return to class. The hero took a sip and grimaced at the taste but kept it in hand. Nezu approved it without knowing all of the facts. The information made Izuku feel both better and worse. It meant that the man sitting across from him didn't go back on his word. But it meant that All Might had. Betrayed was too strong a word. His heart still felt like it was being Texas smashed when he thought of the situation, though. His mentor didn't even bother talking to him for his side of the story before acting. It's okay, sensei. I understand. He claimed his coffee and took a drink to avoid looking at Aizawa. His eyes ached with incoming tears, and he didn't think he could live it down if he broke in front of his teacher. An audible scoff left his house guest. It's not okay. What he did was dishonest and unfair to you. You are within your right to be angry about it. I am. There was an exhausted-sounding sigh that finally got Izuku to peer up. The man had an odd expression while staring at the greenette. Midoriya, the fact that you're not angry about it is worrisome. He sat down his cup and leaned forward. Oh, he had a concerned look. It was something Izuku had never seen on his face before. Not even at the USJ. I am not here right now as your teacher. Nothing you tell me will leave this room. No negative consequences will carry over into school. So, why aren't you angry? The tears spilled over and he scrubbed uselessly at his eyes. His tongue felt like lead in his mouth as he pondered the question. What could he say that wouldn't get into talking about the quirk? Most of his issues stemmed from that and his past quirklessness. But that was supposed to be a secret. All Might said. Some spiteful corner of his brain, that for once sounded like himself instead of Kaken, piped up. Why does All Might get to decide who does and doesn't get to know? Wasn't this the entire reason I crippled myself arguing with Todoroki? Just because I got one for all secondhand instead of through hereditary genetics, why is it any less mine now? Still, thinking it and saying it were 2 different things. Upon registering that several moments of silence had passed, his nerves surged. He clammed up and couldn't get out anything else. Hanging his head, he scrubbed his hands over his face. Why am I so useless? The teacher stood, sitting on the coffee table in front of Izuku after moving the tray aside. The greenette startled and stared in confusion when Aizawa offered him his phone. It was open on a notes app. Sometimes Hisashi Presentami goes non-verbal from stress. It helps him to write or use sign language instead of speaking. You can try, if you want to. Izuku hesitantly took the man's phone. It took a few seconds before he summoned the courage to type out a message and another minute before he could bring himself to finally show the hero what he wrote. His gaze stayed glued to his knees, not wanting to see Aizawa's reaction. All Might gave me his quirk. I owe him. What does that mean? I know you don't have a father listed on file, is Yag dash. And not like that. Izuku's face heated up and he shook his head emphatically. Geez, first Todoroki and now Aizawa. It's a quirk that can be given to other people. Biting his lip, he forced the rest out. He trained me and passed it to me. So, that's why I'm not angry at him. I wouldn't be at UA without him. He's losing his power because of me. What was your quirk before that? Suspicion colored his tone even though he tried to keep it neutral. Like he already anticipated what the teen was about to say. Swallowing hard, Izuku drew in a deep breath. I was quirkless. Dread and relief coursed through him, making him feel lightheaded. Dread for what the man would say. Relief for finally getting the fact that he was a fraud off his chest. It ate away at him day after day of having classmates compliment his abilities. He'd taken the chance to be a hero away from another person by stealing the spot with a quirk that wasn't his. They should hate him for lying to their faces for weeks. The longer the silence stretched on, the more Izuku's stomach knotted in growing fear. The hero would expel him. He'd said nothing bad would happen from talking to him. The teen dearly wanted to believe that. But past experience with teachers said that he'd be kicked out of school as soon as the shock wore off. Aizawa was brutally honest but not cruel, so he might not verbally rip into the greenette before storming out. He didn't dare look up from the scarred hands clasped in his lap. Why didn't you tell me? I could have given you extra lessons to catch up without hurting yourself so badly. There was a bite to the teacher's tone that made Izuku flinch. It took a few moments for the words themselves to sink in. When they did, shock had him sitting up straight to stare with wide eyes. Aizawa's mouth was drawn in a deep frown, frame tense as he glared at the wall behind Izuku's head but not at the greenette himself. You won't expel me? There was an embarrassing wobble to his voice, but he couldn't look away now. Confusion replaced the irritation as dark gray eyes snapped to him. No. Your potential was not zero during the assessment tests despite not using your quirk until the ball throw. I was closer to expelling Mineta than you. He sighed and scrubbed a hand through his hair. I didn't like you because of All Might's favoritism and your personality, but I wouldn't expel you just for that. I try not to be a hypocrite. Izuku's vision blurred as the tears finally surfaced. He ducked his head to hide them and sniffled to try keeping his nose from running. But I cheated. I'm a fake. Everyone else worked so hard to be there, and it was handed to me without me doing anything. I'm useless. All I do is hurt myself and cause trouble for everyone. Shinso should be there, not me. His fears poured out now that the floodgates had opened. The pressure of keeping it bottled up finally exploded now that someone besides All Might and Kaken knew his secret. And All Might wasted almost a year on me and gave up his power. He says he's proud, but I still can't use his power, and now he's disappointed in me. It doesn't matter what All Might thinks. His teaching methods are shit, and he gave up the right to an opinion when he gave you lead weights and threw you in the deep end. Midoriya, he leaned forward, forcing the teen to meet his gaze. You caught up to your peers in weeks. Peers who had years to master their quirks, yet you've surpassed most of them. You went from crippling yourself in the sports festival to developing an entirely new fighting style over the course of just 3 days during your internship. You helped save your classmate and a pro hero against a serial killer and won. There's nothing fake or useless about that. As far as I'm concerned, you've more than proven yourself. It was impossible to avoid the sincerity behind the words. There was also the fact that Aizawa never gave out anything close to resembling compliments. He was very logic-driven and preferred results rather than lip service. Those facts more than anything helped ease Izuku's knee-jerk reaction to brush it off. Wiping his eyes, he nodded reluctantly. Though, unrelated to his internal conflict, he couldn't help but ask. How'd you know about Stain? The involvement of UA students was supposed to be kept out of official reports. Even though they'd taken out the hero killer in an act of self-defense, they were forced to give credit to Endeavor or face arrest. That still stung and made anger spark in his chest. What were they supposed to do? Sit on their hands and let him kill them? But he knew all too well how unfair the world was. Ida's injuries were severe enough that I was informed of his involvement because of training. From there, 2 other unnamed minors were mentioned. Todoroki was the only other student who should have been in the area. But then Gran Torino was listed as one of the responding heroes. Besides, if Endeavor really took out Stain, then half the city would have burned down. It was clear from his tone that Aizawa disliked Endeavor just as much as he disliked All Might. That was good. It meant he'd take Todoroki seriously when Izuku wore the other boy down enough to report the abuse. The thought crossed his mind to just tell the teacher now. But the idea of Todoroki hating him at being betrayed kept him silent. You never answered. Why is it a secret? The man was back to being neutral. He reclaimed his terrible coffee and sipped at it while staring at Izuku. The teen fidgeted. All Might said it can't be forcibly taken, but if people knew, they would still try. It's to keep a target off my back, and the back of whoever I pass it to. Despite all of his faults, the number one hero did care. Izuku just wasn't sure anymore if it was for the quirk or the quirk holder. The ambiguity hurt. Before much else could be said, the entrance door opened and his mom shuffled in. She startled when she turned to see the student and teacher staring at her. Letting out a gasp, she clutched her chest. Oh, Izuku! Who is this? Mom, this is Aizawa-sensei. He's my homeroom teacher. The greenette tried not to sound guilty and failed. It was too early for work to have ended. Did she come home early because of him? The hero stood and bowed slightly with the introduction. Midoriya-san, I stopped by because there was miscommunication between myself and a new instructor that resulted in your son being suspended. Midoriya-kun should have only received a warning. I wanted to apologize for the misunderstanding. A look of relief crossed her face. That's good to hear. Can he return to school soon? She fretted anxiously with her hands. I am working with Principal Nezu to get the decision reversed. It may take a day or two to review evidence. The words made his mother relax even though they didn't promise anything. That's good to hear. Izuku had some trouble when he was younger, but he's a good boy. I was worried when I got the call from Yagi-san. The comment earned Izuku some side eye, but the teacher didn't say anything. I was about to take my leave. But I will keep you apprised of any new developments. It was good to meet you, Midoriya-san. Thank you for taking care of my son. Inko stepped aside to let the hero out. The two Midoriyas looked at each other silently for a long moment. Finally his mother spoke to him. Izuku, honey, we need to talk. The smile she wore wavered before cementing into place. Her tone was quiet and gentle. Gentle like the day after his diagnosis, and he asked if he could watch All Might videos. Gentle like the first time he came home crying because Katsuki hit him and she told him the other boy probably didn't mean it. Gentle like her suggestions that he study to become a nurse or therapist instead of a hero. It dashed the tumultuous calm that had settled in him since talking with Aizawa and made him want to curl into a little ball and cry. Nothing good ever came from that tone, regardless of how well-intentioned his mother was. Carefully, he mentally struggled to piece back together the mask that had been steadily fraying and cracking for weeks. Mustering a cheerful smile, he nodded. Of course, Mom. What is it? Padding over, she claimed Aizawa's former spot on the coffee table and placed her hands over his where they clenched the fabric over his knees. A faint tremor was detectable in her fingers, making the few sips of coffee he'd had earlier threatened to revolt as his anxiety surged. Baby, I was offered a promotion last week. Drawing in a shaky breath, she let it out in a long sigh. I accepted last night. It pays twice as much as my current position. But, it's in Hokkaido. Degree POV, Tomura degree. All he wanted was a drink. Why else would Tomura tolerate the noise generated by his new minions? They were bothersome and annoying. If he didn't need an elite party instead of just nameless NPCs, he'd have decayed them all already. Except Magna and Compress, they were alright. Maybe Spinner. The Stain fanatic was obnoxious but actually had a top-tier PvP warrior in World of Warcraft. He was useful for arenas. Kurogiri refused to just warp food and drink up to Tomura's room anymore. Something about the young man getting out more and taking a break from his games. There was a long-winded explanation about inactivity and blood clots that he tuned out while tending crops on his phone. So there he was, just trying to get a drink. Only, he must have been hallucinating because he could swear he was seeing that hideous tie-dyed hoodie Deku wore. It, and presumably the teen, was curled up in a small ball on the couch. Magna was kneeling on the floor next to it and seemed to be trying to talk to the greenette in soft tones. Stalking over to the bar, Tomura glared at Kurogiri. The F is he doing here? A hand twitched up to scratch the side of his neck. It didn't itch for once, but it was a habit when something annoyed him. Did I stutter when I told everyone to leave him be for now? Golden eyes narrowed at him for the bratty tone. No one captured him. He was here this morning when I came down to start breakfast. He refuses to speak and has been crying. A small portal opened to drop a glass of milk on the counter in front of the leader. The two had a staring contest before Tomura made a disgusted noise and grabbed the drink. The BSTA knew he wanted coffee but was being petty. Kurogiri had taken offense with being referred to as just a ride during the attack on the USJ. Apologizing was beneath all for one's successor, so he suffered the consequences. Turning back to the main problem, he saw that the woman had given up and returned to her usual table. The small enigma hadn't budged and Tomura could see that his hood was cinched down so only his button nose peeked out. Pathetic, but cute. Stalking over, he frowned at the lack of reaction. What are you doing here? That earned a hiccup and the teen curled up into a tighter ball, but still no verbal response. Huffing, the villain sat down the milk on a nearby table and pulled his gloves out of a pocket. He didn't like having his quirk blocked, but Kurogiri had gotten tired of having to replace bedding, keyboards, and game controllers every other day when he was a kid. With that out of the way, he bent down to scoop the interloper up with a grunt. He was heavier than he looked. Midoriya squeaked and flailed in surprise but turned docile a moment later. A single green eye peered at Tomura from the gap in the hood. It was watery and the skin around it was puffy and irritated from tears. Disgusting. Hauling the greenette upstairs to his room, Tomura gracelessly dropped him to the bed. Claiming the beanbag chair for himself, he turned around in it to stare. His nemesis immediately cocooned in the blanket like he owned the place, shoes and all. It was shaping up to be a more annoying day than he anticipated. This is clearly what he got for being soft while trying to recruit him. But he was smart enough to realize Midoriya was fed up in the head and stubborn, much like Tomura himself. If he pushed too aggressively, the brat would double down on being contrary out of spite. The villain was starting to wonder if that's not why the teen was studying to be a hero in the first place, since his odd comments hinted that he wasn't happy at the school. On that note, I still say you should kill the kid you got suspended over. You'll feel better. If you're worried about getting caught, Darby can cremate the body. The fire user had filled him in on why Midoriya was texting them. A moment passed before the blanket rustled and an opening for just his eyes appeared. They, thankfully, were a bit drier. Tomura didn't want tears and snot stains all over the place. I'm not killing my classmates. It was said in a quiet, pouty tone that wasn't very convincing. Besides, they'd suspect me since I attacked him. Smirking, the villain relaxed into the chair. So you have thought about it? It's not like that. Just, me and Todoroki-kun sometimes play a game where we theoretically say how we'd kill people who annoy us. It started with heroes, but then we ran out of subjects, so we included classmates. The blanket adjusted and slid down so more of his face was visible. I know how that sounds, but it's like kiss, marry, kill. Just more cathartic. The weak justification caused Tomura's eyebrows to inch up. Normal kids didn't sit around brainstorming ways to kill people for fun. Not that he was one to talk. Whatever helps you sleep at night. They both startled when a steaming cup noodle and 2 coffees appeared out of a portal on the nightstand. Apparently Kurogiri would bend his own rules for Midoriya. The thought made Tomura scowl as he grabbed the drink. Uninvited, a crooked-fingered hand reached out to swipe the noodles. The villain watched the greenette chow down like he was starving. The silence was almost companionable before Tomura broke it. You gonna finally tell me why you're here? And how you even found us? For a moment Midoriya seemed to ignore him. Just as Tomura reached up to claw his own neck in irritation, the teen finally shrugged. It's stupid. Despite the claim, he sniffled and rubbed at his eyes. My mom is moving out and it's for a good reason. But She didn't say anything until yesterday. Never even asked if I wanted to go too. She's leaving Friday and said I have a month to find someplace to stay before our lease is cancelled. Surprise made the man's eyes widen. What the hell? She can legally do that. He'd thought the little hero was living a charmed life. Apparently that was far from the case. Not that it mattered much beyond providing a nice opening to get him to join them. Hiccuping, Midoriya paused to regather his composure. Finally, he shook his head. It's not. But she's petitioning to have me emancipated. He swallowed hard and stared blankly at his right hand. She never approved of me being a hero. And before that I was a useless burden. She never said it, but my quirk only manifested earlier this year. My body couldn't handle the power until I gained some muscles. So, I grew up quirkless. A bitter smile twisted his lips. She was overjoyed when my quirk finally activated. She didn't have to give up her life to protect me anymore. But she can't handle what being a hero means. The USJ. The sports festival. Stain. She told me to drop out every time. But now she has an opportunity for both of us to get what we want without the stress of her wondering when the next emergency call will happen. Here. That explained the extreme backlash of his quirk and the lack of control. And yet Midoriya had pushed past it in just a few months. It was impressive and proved his tenacity. Tomura also wasn't overly familiar with what being quirkless entailed, but he could guess based on how society treated those with weaker or villainous quirks. He made a mental note to look it up later. You could stay here. He coaxed. I wouldn't even ask you to betray the school. The brunette shook his head with a choked laugh. And if heroes found out about this place? I'd be the first person you'd suspect of tattling. To say nothing of if they found out I was living with villains. I'd be branded a traitor either way. It was worth a try. The teen was too smart for his own good. Where are you going to go then? A shrug was the only response as he claimed the second cup of coffee after finishing the noodles. It brought a frown back to Tomura's face. Why come here if you're worried about people finding out? Another shrug. But this time, a moment later the brunette shook his head. I don't know. He sounded tired. Degree POV, Shoto degree. Midoriya wasn't in class again. The open seat behind Bakugo taunted Shoto as he stared at it intently. Yesterday Aizawa had left after lunch looking sessed off and hadn't returned. The teacher was back but the brunette wasn't, and texts were being left on read even with half the class spamming his name in the group chat. Something unpleasant twisted his stomach into knots. Rumor had spread throughout the class that Midoriya had attacked Mineta. Shoto learned about it from Shoji, who said he overheard it from Jiro, who told Yorozu she heard it from Ashido, who said Kaminari was there. It was a long train of second-hand information that he was skeptical of, except they all agreed that innocent, quiet Deku had injured Mineta severely enough to require a couple days of bed rest even with recovery girls healing. The explosive blonde darted a glance over his shoulder at the empty seat as well, deep frown in place. He'd been quieter than usual, not even yelling at Ashido for sitting on his desk during a break. It was nearing lunch and he was getting twitchy. Two-tone eyes narrowed as Shoto assessed Bakugo. He was starting to suspect he knew something about Midoriya's situation. As soon as the lunch bell rang, Shoto stood and approached the blonde, looming over him as he tidied his desk. Scarlet eyes glanced at him as a scowl formed. The hell do you want, icy hot? The words lacked the normal bite. Anger was still simmering there but not at Shoto. What do you know about Midoriya? We had plans but now he's ignoring me. He kept the words quiet since some of their classmates were still filtering out. The last thing he wanted was eavesdroppers or interruptions. It was bad enough that Aizawa was still sleeping behind the podium. Teasage, what makes you think I care about that nerd? Small explosions popped in clenched fists. The display would have been convincing if the blonde's eyes didn't briefly dart to the empty desk again. One of Shoto's eyebrows inched up. Last month I heard him say his mother wanted your family to come over for dinner. You called her auntie. He also mentioned to me that you attended the same junior high school. They also took the same train to and from school, but the heterochromatic boy kept that to himself. He was slowly learning what was socially acceptable to admit to classmates, with Midoriya's help. Saying he paid attention to stuff like their schedules and commutes would come off as stalkerish. Even if he was just concerned about the Greenet. Ever since the Hosu incident, he made it a point to try keeping tabs on the trouble magnet even when they weren't at school. Midoriya was thankful for the worry but said others might not be. Finally, Bakugo scoffed. I don't know what the F is happening. He sounded frustrated, grinding his teeth. There was a moving truck outside their apartment this morning and Auntie was packing. But she said she didn't know where Deku was. I was running late so I couldn't stick around. That was concerning. Frowning deeply, Shoto pulled out his phone and brought up Midoriya's number. A quick "Where are you?" prompted an automatic geotag, another byproduct of Stain. Tapping the coordinates, it brought up a map of Kamino Ward in Tokyo. The label for the Greenet was at a bar. Bakugo stood to look over his shoulder. The puzzled expression he wore would have been amusing if not for the topic. What the F dash? The quiet exclamation echoed Shoto's thoughts exactly. They exchanged a look. Meet at the gates after class. The heterochromatic boy wanted to rush off immediately, but going truant midday would prompt a call to Endwear. That was the last thing he wanted to deal with. The blonde seemed to agree because he nodded jerkily before storming out of the classroom. Shoto trailed after him to make sure he was just going to lunch and not ditching him to go after Midoriya alone. Degree POV, Izuku degree. After finishing his coffee, Shigaraki ignored Izuku in favor of starting up a game. The teen was content to watch blankly for a while, trying to ignore the dark thoughts brewing in the back of his mind. He was sick of being a useless crying mess, like he'd been earlier. If he thought much more about his mom, he'd break down again. Eventually he got bored of watching the villain rage at a difficult level. Disentangling himself, he stood and wandered out of the room. There was some temptation to snoop around, but he didn't want to invade anyone's privacy, so he took the familiar path down to the common area. Darby was there talking quietly with Spinner at the closest end of the bar. Both shot him confused looks but let him be. The blonde girl was there too, sitting on the counter and chatting animatedly with the magician-looking guy and Kurogiri. Golden cat-like eyes lit up when they landed on him. He recoiled in surprise when she hopped down and ran up to him with a fanged but cheerful grin. Recalling Darby's warning, Izuku darted a look at her hands to make sure he wasn't about to get stabbed. They were thankfully empty. Izu-chan, you're much cuter in person. Though you're adorable in blood, too. The sports festival and Hosu media focused on other people too much. I like Stain-san, but he's not all green and fluffy. The excited babble came in almost one entire breath. One of her hands came up to, presumably, pet his hair, but he shied away in discomfort. It made her pout. Fidgeting, he tried to summon a smile. Thank you. Sorry, I just don't like to be touched. The words made her expression brighten again. Oh, it's okay. Don't apologize, I should have asked first. Did you join the league too? Stain said you're like All Might, so that's surprising. No. He wilted a bit at hearing his mentor's name, and not sure how to answer. Before the silence got too drawn out, someone interrupted. Toga, tone it down. He's just here to chill. Darby motioned Izuku over and shoved a small glass of whiskey into his hand when he complied. The blonde followed, not put off by the man's interference. Spinner shifted one seat over to accommodate Izuku joining them at the counter, but forced the girl to sit on his other side, acting as a buffer between the two teens. The Greenet shot him a small grateful smile. Toga seemed nice but intense. The adults were content to leave him be, and the reptilian man drew the girl into a conversation about bladed weapons. Darby kept darting weird looks at him but didn't say anything as Izuku sipped the alcohol. It was while listening in on the various discussions and exchanging not quite glances with the scarred man that he had a minor epiphany. For the first time in months he was relaxed. He felt no pressure to talk. No pressure to do anything. No pressure to wear his masks to avoid being smothered with attention. Not even Shigaraki's questioning involved more than just wanting to know why Izuku was at the bar. The villains didn't put on airs or pester him to be anything but himself. It was freeing. The realization made his eyes sting. Standing, he muttered about needing the restroom before retreating. He beelined into the stall that was quickly becoming his go-to-cry spot when he wanted privacy for his breakdowns. Thankfully the bathrooms were kept spotless or it would be a gross almost habit. A few tears escaped but some deep breathing helped quell the rest. He was actually rather proud of himself for not spiraling for once. That's why after a few minutes he emerged dry-eyed and no one batted an eyelash. It's also why, when the outside door swung open to reveal the confused faces of Todoroki, Shinso, and Kaken, his good mood evaporated and panic hit him like a semi-truck. Why were they here? How were they here? They would ruin everything and it would be Izuku's fault and everyone on both sides would hate him. Breaths coming in harsh pants, the greenette felt dizzy and nauseous. Degree POV, Hitoshi degree. During lunch Hitoshi cornered Todoroki about Izuku's lack of communication. It was worrisome after rumors reached Class 1C via 1B that Midoriya had a violent outburst that hospitalized a fellow heroic student. It was hard to believe of the cinnamon roll, but with the radio silence and lack of seeing him in the cafeteria he was forced to acknowledge that there must be some truth to it. Hence invading the socially inept heterochromatic boys' table to grill him for information. The rumors made more sense after hearing Todoroki's perspective. The student Izuku attacked was a known pervert who probably deserved it. Still, it didn't seem like the greenette to not reply to texts even if he was on house arrest. The two-tone boy was evasive on if he knew anything else, stoking Hitoshi's suspicions that more was going on. But the other boy was smart enough to not respond to quirk-fueled questions. By the time the bell chimed the end of lunch the indigo-haired boy was worried and annoyed. It's why, at the end of the day, when he saw Todoroki and Bakugo meeting up at the gates he drifted closer to eavesdrop from behind a shrub. He knew from the sports festival that the two didn't get along, so it was suspicious. Why the F is Deku at a bar? The explosive blonde was keeping his voice to a harsh whisper since students were still filtering out. I don't know. You said his mom was packing to move. Maybe he ran away? Todoroki's tone was just as quiet. Either way, I'm going to find him. Alarm shot up Hitoshi's spine and he moved from his spot to join the conversation. I'm going with you. He had the satisfaction of seeing the two startle violently. After a lot of cursing and threats from Bakugo it was decided that Hitoshi would not be joining them. The indigo-haired boy sat with them on the train to Tokyo, ignoring the Pomeranian's fuming glares. It was a 2-hour trip, give or take, before they reached the stop closest to Camino Ward. It was a run-down area mostly taken up by warehouses and clubs, but boasted some shops and apartments. The people out and about looked as tired and unkempt as the area. A few eyed them with suspicion as they passed. The three boys exchanged looks, glad that they took off the blazers proclaiming them heroes in training before stepping into the slum. Todoroki took the lead since he had the coordinates on his phone. They found the place without incident. It was a large 3-story building with most of the windows boarded up or blacked out. It didn't look like it was open but when Bakugo tried the door it was unlocked. The door swung open to reveal a dimly lit interior. Several people turned around to stare at them from the counter. The bartender looked familiar. And by Bakugo's stream of curses and Todoroki tensing up, they recognized him too. He was the warp villain that attacked 1A during the first week of classes. But it was a familiar green head of hair that caught Hitoshi's attention. Midoriya wandered in from a hallway marked with restroom signs. He looked unharmed and none of the adults seemed concerned with him walking around unrestrained. He actually seemed less stressed than normal despite the shadow villain's presence. That didn't last long. When he spotted them he froze, a stricken expression on his face, eyes going wide and face paling until even his freckles appeared washed out. His breaths came in wheezing pants and his legs seemed to give out as he crumpled to the floor. Hitoshi recognized a panic attack when he saw one. The indigo-haired boy rushed forward and fell to his knees to help. He wasn't the only one. A heavily scarred black-haired man did the same. "Kid, can you hear me?" When no response was forthcoming the man scooped Midoriya into his arms and pressed one of the teen's hands to his chest to try grounding him. "It's okay, focus on my breathing." Recalling the odd request from the greenette on the train, he edged closer but tried not to crowd them. "Izuku, it's Hitoshi. Try to answer me if you can. What are 5 things you can hear?" A sob was the only answer. Frustration boiled up in the indigo-haired boy. His quirk was useless if he couldn't get a verbal response. Behind him, the other two finally got over their shock. Todoroki came over to join them on the floor, but Bakugo literally exploded while slamming the door closed. What the effing hell, Deku? Why the F are you hanging out with villains? Did they kidnap you? With each pop of his quirk, Midoriya cringed and flinched, growing more hysterical. The frustration turned to anger in an instant as the blonde idiot made the situation worse. Bakugo, are you gay? The left-field personal question caught the other teen off guard. What the foo dash? He went abruptly still, face going slack and eyes taking on a flat glassy look. Sit down and shut the hell up. Hitoshi growled the order. He kept his voice low to not startle Midoriya any worse, even though he wanted to rage at Bakugo. The blonde abruptly sat down where he stood, docile and compliant. Turning back to the greenette, Hitoshi watched as Todoroki reached out with a frost-covered hand to gently rub the back of Midoriya's neck. The cold made him flinch away with a gasp but seemed to help shock his breathing out of hyperventilation. Once he seemed to catch some breath, Hitoshi tried again. Izuku, can you hear me? A whimper escaped, but finally the greenette nodded. Why yes. His voice was choked and hard to hear since his face was buried in the man's chest, but it was enough. Taking control of his mind, Hitoshi forced his tone into a gentle murmur. Everything is fine. Take nice, slow, calm deep breaths. No one is going to hurt you or arrest your friends. We just want to talk. It took a few seconds for the greenette to follow the order. Brainwashing couldn't interfere with biological functions, so it still took time for him to calm down enough to breathe normally. Once he did, everyone in the little circle relaxed in relief. Finally getting a chance to look around, he saw the, presumably, villains eyeing them with varying degrees of suspicion and alarm. The warp villain approached slowly, offering Hitoshi a glass of water. Get him to drink this. The man sounded concerned. He turned to address the one holding Izuku. I must inform Tomura Shigaraki of this. The man grunted, adjusting to sit cross-legged with the greenette in his lap instead of kneeling awkwardly. As long as he doesn't decay first and ask questions later. The striking blue eyes drifted towards Todoroki, who was staring back with an unreadable look. Finally, it was the heterochromatic boy who broke the awkward silence. Hi Tuya. With that he turned his attention back to Midoriya. The man looked taken aback while the teen seemed unconcerned despite seeming to have dropped some sort of bombshell. Shaking his head, Hitoshi glanced at the silent blonde. He was starting to get a migraine from maintaining tight control of both mentally unstable boys. During the sports festival, adrenaline kept the backlash at bay until the one-on-one battles, but there was no such distraction here. Heaving a sigh, he addressed the biggest problem first. Bakugo, if I let you go, are you doing to behave? Still empty-eyed, the boy grunted. I don't know. My quirk makes me unstable. Blinking, Hitoshi and Todoroki exchanged a look. That unintentional extra information actually explained a lot and was a bit worrisome. But one problem at a time. Reluctantly, the indigo-haired boy released the thread tying him to Bakugo. Immediately the blonde gremlin tensed and let out a feral growl. A few small pops went off in his clenched fists, but for now he seemed content to glare at Hitoshi while fuming silently. Izuku, if I release you, can you stay calm? The question earned just a head nod, but it was good enough for Hitoshi to let go of his thread too. The smaller boy turned fearful green eyes on them but didn't seem liable to go hysterical again. What the hell is going on? An irritated voice sounded from the stairwell. Degree POV, Izuku degree. It took every ounce of strength Izuku had not to devolve into panic again at hearing the anger in Shigaraki's voice. When he flinched and curled tighter against Darby, the man huffed and adjusted his hold into a firm hug. He was nice and warm thanks to his quirk, like one big heating blanket. It helped keep his nerves manageable as the villain leader stomped down the stairs with Kurogiri following. He was scratching violently at his neck by the time he paused near them to take in the scene. Why the hell are the hero brats multiplying? Are they like Mogwai? The last question was a confused mutter, clearly not meant to be overheard. Knew feeding and watering him was a bad idea. The outdated reference made a startled giggle escape the greenette. It drew attention back to him, making him fidget nervously. Summoning his courage, he peered at Shinso and Todoroki. It was best for him to say something to try delaying Shigaraki and Kaken both raging. The bar wouldn't survive if they fought. How did you find me? It was Todoroki who answered silently, pulling out his phone to show Izuku the geotag in their text conversation. Oh, right. He'd turned that feature on for Todoroki after staying. The heterochromatic boy was paranoid about not being able to find Izuku during emergencies. It was a valid concern. But there was no emergency. Why? Stupid Deku. The blonde growled, making the brunette wince. You weren't in class and your mom was packing this morning. Icy Hot was worried. And now you're hanging out with villains? What the F is going on? That didn't explain why Kaken was there. Was he concerned too? Izuku dismissed the thought almost as soon as it appeared. All Might suspended me for attacking Mineta. That was the safest topic for his emotional exhaustion. But since when was his luck good? Shinso regarded him with a painfully gentle look. And your mom? That brought everyone's attention back to him. Even Darby glanced down with veiled curiosity. Swallowing hard, Izuku shrugged. She's moving. Several pops went off in Kaken's hands as he tried to rein in his temper. You're moving? Effing why? You dash. He never said he was moving. Shigaraki cut in rudely. His mother is kicking him to the curb and running. The villain huffed and strode over to the bar to down Darby's and Izuku's abandoned drinks. The man saved Izuku the hassle of saying it himself. But hearing the stark truth from someone else made his heart ache and his eyes sting all over again. The blur of tears at least made it so he couldn't see the shocked expressions. The arms around him tightened and the warmth turned into a heat just shy of being uncomfortable. Does that mean Aizu-chan is staying with us? Toga sounded excited at the prospect. Both Shigaraki and Izuku answered. No. They blinked at each other before the villain scoffed and turned away. Everyone tensed when Katsuki whipped out his phone with a dark expression. Before the villains could protest, the blonde was already barking into the device. Hag! Did you know Auntie is moving? Those closest could hear an equally loud feminine voice similarly growling on the other end. Everyone but Izuku exchanged a look at the similarities between mother and son. Brat! The hell are you talking about? Inko didn't tell me anything. She isn't pulling Izuku out of UA, is she? The boy paced around by the door. No, she's kicking him out and leaving him. Small explosions popped in his free hand in a restless tick. What the F dash? Masaru! Get Inko on the phone. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Where are you? With the nerd trying to figure out what the hell is going on. There was no mention of it also being in the company of villains. It made the adults relax a little even if they were still confused. Listening in was like watching a train wreck. A helpful train wreck? The brunette wasn't sure how to feel about Kaken flipping the script to worry about him. That was undeniably what was fueling him now, or he wouldn't have called Auntie Mitsuki instead of the cops. The other boy had mellowed out a little since getting into UA, but Izuku thought he still hated him. Trying to sort through the surge of complicated emotions the situation evoked was giving him a headache, so he gave up. Instead, he rested his head against Darby's chest and enjoyed the feeling of warmth and security. Normally, he detested uninvited physical contact. Years of being bullied and abused by classmates and teachers alike made him shy away from it. But the fire user was comfortable and just held him, hands staying respectfully still on his shoulder and hip. The heterochromatic boy stared at Izuku with a constipated expression that he'd learned was meant to be concern. Where are you staying? Keeping his eyes glued to the floor, Izuku shrugged. I don't know. Despair was trying to claw its way out again. While Kaken yelled back and forth with his mom, the other two students exchanged another look. Shinso shook his head after a moment. My parents are sheet, or I'd offer. Same. Todoroki huffed. His mismatched eyes turned back to Izuku. You should tell Aizawa. That made the brunette shake his head. He already caused enough trouble for the man. And it wasn't like a teacher could do much beyond send him off to foster care. I'll tell him if you tell him about Endeavor. It was a cheap shot but got his point across. Okay. The heterochromatic boy accepted easily. It threw Izuku for a loop. Weeks of trying to convince Todoroki to get help had yielded nothing but migraines. Why was he giving in now? The confusion was clear on his face, making the boy shrug. I'll do it for you, so you'll get help too. The words brought heat to Izuku's face and he looked away to hide a forming blush. Though a moment later he glanced at Shinso with a frown. What did you mean about your parents? The indigo-haired boy shrugged and rubbed the back of his neck. It's no big deal. The evasiveness said otherwise. It made Todoroki, and even Darby, stare at him as well. After a moment he caved with a heavy sigh. If I talk to them they muzzle me. What the hell? Kaken finally hung up on his mother while she was mid-screech. He rubbed at his ear while frowning at them. Am I the only one here with decent parents? Everyone deadpanned at him, making him narrow his eyes in a glare. The villain under Izuku finally spoke up. Kid, are your parents doing anything about your effed-up personality except make it worse? A snarl formed and muted pops went off in his clenched fists. The F does that mean, crispy freak? I'll take that as a no. The man grabbed a glass of water from Shinso, startling the other teen, who'd forgotten about it. Darby pressed it to Izuku's lips, helping him drink since the greenette's hands were still trembling. He was grateful, only realizing how parched he felt as the liquid ran down his throat. He reached up to hold the back of the fire user's hand and tugged lightly when he was done. Thank you, Darby-san. He murmured quietly. So, Tomura caught their attention. What I'm gathering from this mess is that it could have been avoided if everyone's parents weren't assholes, mine included. But what I'm really wondering is why the hell you all want to be goody two-shoes heroes when society has effed you over so much, and will again. He eyed them like they were petri dishes full of disgusting mold, lingering on Todoroki. I guarantee you that nothing will happen to Endeavor. It'll get covered up before the reports are even filed. And if news stories run, no one will care because he's the number 2 hero and clearly it's just libel from a spoiled prince who got spanked once or twice. It'll make your home life even more of a living hell if he catches wind that you ratted him out. If you don't end up like Darby, you'll wish you did. Crimson eyes examined Shinso next. And you, with the brainwashing quirk. Civilians won't trust you if your power becomes too well known, which it will thanks to the nationally televised dogfights the school holds every year. That's if the Hero Commission will even license you without trying to get you to work for them. That's not a good thing. Just look at how miserable Hawks is. Next was Katsuki, who glared in challenge. And no one in their right mind will trust you to save them after your display at the sports festival. Hell, I wanted to recruit you until my Doria spoke against it. Izuku tensed when Shigaraki glanced at him. The villain looked thoughtful, but surprisingly didn't say anything. Maybe because the Greenette was already well aware of his own situation and place in the world. If recruitment was his angle, it was best directed at the others since the fierce ball of anxiety already turned him down. Not that the refusal meant much since Izuku kept coming back. So tell me, the leader continued. What exactly do you get out of maintaining the status quo? It was said conversationally. He seemed genuinely curious about their motives. It reminded Izuku of their discussion outside the mall. Shigaraki was serious about improving himself and his plans. It was Todoroki who spoke first with a shrug. I didn't want to be a hero in the first place. I'm only doing it to save my skin from the old man. And because Izuku helped me. If you weren't targeting my friends and civilians, I wouldn't care what you do. His blunt honesty made even the villain blink. Darby's arms tightened around the Greenette almost painfully, but when the teen glanced at him his expression was blank, icy gaze directed at the wall above Shigaraki's head. I want to change things. Shinso frowned. It's because of current societal standards that my quirk is viewed as villainous. I want to prove them wrong. He sighed quietly. But I do know that one underground hero won't make any difference. Still, Izuku believed in me when no one else did, so I have to try. All eyes turned to Kaken, who straightened his spine with a scowl. The F you looking at? I don't give a shit about all that. I'm going to be number 1 and then I can change whatever the hell I want. That was Katsuki code for I don't like society either and will change it whether it wants to be changed or not. Izuku was fluent, the others were not but got the gist of it. It did make the Greenette wonder what specifically he didn't like. You're only becoming heroes out of spite. Magna summarized. The other boys startled, almost forgetting that they had an audience since most of their focus had been on Izuku and Shigaraki. Spite and boredom. The indigo boy deadpanned. The woman grinned at that, appreciating the sentiment. The bubbly blonde girl looked confused, gold eyes landing on the quiet Greenette. Izuku shrank under the gaze, not wanting attention after being the center of it in such a humiliating way. Luck was not on his side. What about Aizu-chan? Why do you want to be a hero? Shuddering under the scrutiny that brought, he kept his eyes glued to his lap. Drawing in a deep breath, he shrugged weakly. It would do his friends a disservice to lie after they were honest. At first I wanted to be like All Might. Then I realized the world is cruel. He supposedly brought an age of peace, yet I didn't see any of that. My quirk only manifested earlier this year. My body couldn't handle it until I had enough muscle mass or it would have killed me. So I grew up as a useless punching bag. Even adults told me I wasn't worth the air I breathed and statistics agreed. My only career options would have been PRSTTN or drag muling. Not even criminals and villains want a weak liability for anything important. That's if I didn't kill myself or get killed by quirkists first. So when it manifested I decided I'd go for broke and try to help as many people like me as I can before I die. That's all. Stunned silence greeted the confession. The Greenette refused to look up, not wanting to see their reactions. He accepted one for all out of nothing more than sheer desperation. His public persona was a fabrication. He genuinely did want to help people, but mostly it was a selfish urge. As if him doing so could change the past or make him feel like something other than the pathetic failure he was. He could only be where he was at UA because of other people. Not his own effort and merits, otherwise he'd have tried while quirkless. Someone cleared their throat, the awkward tension almost thick enough to touch. After a moment Izuku was startled when a shadowy hand entered his line of sight. It held a steaming cup noodle. What should have been an unmitigated disaster turned into the most bizarre evening of Izuku's life. He was surrounded by villains, in a villain hideout. He was homeless. And yet, Todoroki was having a staring contest with Darby over an empty cup of sake. The heterochromatic boy had stolen it from Mr. Compress when the magician's back was turned. The fire user didn't look impressed. Neither talked, but their eye contact was intense. No one was sure what was up with those two. Shinso was chatting amicably with Toga about sociably unacceptable quirks. He even brainwashed her when she begged to see what it was like. His expression reflected shocked amusement at the situation as he indulged her. The blood drinker looked delighted once he released her after having her cluck like a chicken. Kaken was barking from the kitchen as he made dinner for everyone, villains included. Izuku eating the cup noodles had personally offended him into a cooking rage. It was better than getting exploded at, but it was absurd to hear him ordering Kurogiri around. The Shadow Man didn't seem to know what to do beyond comply. This had to be some type of fever dream or hallucination. Maybe Shigaraki had drugged him or something. But no, the villain leader looked absolutely done with life as he sat next to Izuku on the couch. The Greenette would almost welcome a death threat just to get some sense of normalcy from the situation. The pressing need eventually had Izuku breaking the fragile silence between them. "I'm sorry." The words earned him a sullen grunt. At first it seemed like that was all the man would do, but then he let out an aggravated sigh. "At least if heroes find this place I'll know who to kill." There was the familiar threat. It made the Greenette relax. At least something was right with the world. "I won't tell anyone. And I doubt they will either. As long as you don't hurt civilians or our classmates, I mean." He fussed. With a loose thread on his shirt hem. "I wasn't lying about agreeing with Stain to a point. But I don't believe wanton destruction or murder is the go-to answer. Bold of you to assume I don't want to just watch the world burn." Shigaraki scoffed. The teen turned dead eyes to the villain, unamused by the meme answer. It once again ruined Izuku's delusion of normalcy. "Are you suicidal?" It was an honest question even though it came out a little sharp. Pale fingers drifted up to scratch at an already irritated-looking neck. The greenette stamped down the urge to grab his hand to stop the painful tick. The man scowled deeply but seemed to take it seriously. After several moments he grated out a reluctant, "No." Tilting his head, Izuku pressed on despite the unfriendly look leveled at him. "What do you plan on doing once everything is destroyed? Everyone will be dead, so no food, technology, or clean water. Or, let's assume some people survive. You could enslave them but they'll try to sabotage and kill you at every turn. Or if you leave them be they'll still want you dead. That's no way to live. You play RPGs, right? The group of misfit survivors always band together to kill the evil overlord. And what would you suggest? Nothing in history has ever been fixed by pacifism." Scorn made his tone biting and waspish. His fingers clenched and flexed in his lap like he wanted to destroy something. Clearly he didn't like the holes the hero student was poking in his logic. "No, it hasn't." Izuku agreed readily. But violence for violence's sake never makes lasting changes. It takes a message people can get behind. That you'll get public support for. That loyal allies will flock to help advance despite the violence and personal risk. Like them. He pointed towards the scattered underlings. You promise them a better future and they'll probably follow you to Jigoku and back as long as you stay true to whatever message you recruited them with. The hostile look on Shigaraki's face melted away as he processed the words. His scarred lips pursed in thought. Finally, he chuckled. "Like you and your followers." Crimson eyes drifted pointedly towards the hero students. Blushing darkly, the greenette waved his hands around as he sputtered in shock. "That's not Dash." The villain cut him off with a knowing smirk. "You even have Stain worshipping you alongside All Might. I've seen the media footage." He stood with a stretch, making his back pop. "Maybe there is room for a third option. We'll have to see if your conviction lasts long enough to go anywhere." With that he slouched over to grab a drink from the bar before disappearing back upstairs. Shigaraki's words bounced around Izuku's head as he tried to grasp their meaning. His classmates, friends, weren't like that. The teen couldn't even think of what message he was broadcasting for the villain to make that leap of logic. Pathetic weaklings unite? No, that was insulting to them. It just didn't make any sense. All he was trying to do was get the target off at least his classmates' backs with his attempts to reason with the man. As he ruminated on the topic, his conversation with Darby about Mineta came to mind unbidden. What the fire user said was essentially the same thing Izuku had just imparted to Shigaraki. Violence with a clear reason was justified as long as it was morally or socially backed, not necessarily both at once. It was true for heroes or they wouldn't be able to attack villains going against the law without consequence. In most circumstances it was acceptable to enforce the law with violence because the targeted villain was going against popular social conventions. But that extended into murky waters as the hero status let them flout the law at times due to society's approval of their status. It was also true for civilians or someone would have stepped in to protect the quirkless reject from violence in school. But for a hero-based society it was justifiable to treat him like that because he was weak and had no purpose, so no one helped. The same problem was encountered by homeless people and individuals who didn't adhere to popular social expectations. They were useless or a threat to the status quo, so it was acceptable to ostracize and attack them. Looking at it that way, the morals of Japanese hero society were clearly toxic. It was understandable for people like Shigaraki to want it all destroyed. Changing people's minds was considerably harder and slower than just bulldozing the problem and starting over with a clean slate. But it was impossible to do so and have it last, or for it to not completely fall out of the person's control. What Izuku envisioned was a slow but steady transformation from the inside out. The next generation of heroes leading the charge to change society with the pre-built platform and ingrained worship of the masses. Use the system against the toxicity it previously encouraged. If someone, even a hero, was acting counter to what Izuku believed was right, why would he let that stand? And it was almost a guarantee that he'd have public backing thanks to the hero's do no wrong belief of society. But his dream had to start somewhere, and where better than a hero academy? focusing on his half-conscious plans, was cut short by Kaken screaming that food was ready. It was for the best, or Izuku's self-deprecating thoughts would no doubt rear up to second-guess and pigeonhole his desires. The scent of spicy katsudon reached his nose, drawing him to the counter to settle between Shoto and Darby. The staring contest the two had going was as concerning as it was amusing, so he broke their line of sight as he claimed the bowl Katsuki nearly threw at him. Kurogiri looked relieved as he grabbed a bowl, likely for Shigaraki, and escaped through a portal. There were some dismayed complaints about the spice level of a normally mild dish, but everyone seemed to enjoy the blonde's cooking. It was a little-known fact that Katsuki was a good chef. Both his parents were high-profile fashion designers who weren't home often, so he had to learn to cook for himself at a young age. His perfectionist tendencies shined in the kitchen. Once the students were done eating, it was decided, by the villains, that they should go home. Twice cheerfully pointed out that they couldn't plot evil if the good guys were in earshot, but they'd love it if the hero students would stay. Izuku found that he didn't want to leave, but Shinso was herding him towards the door with a firm arm around his shoulders. The solid warmth helped keep the protests in his head where they belonged. He didn't even have a home anymore, so he had no clue where the others were leading him, until they all piled off a train near Kaken's house. "What are you extras doing? This ain't your stop." The explosive blonde caught on quickly when the two interlopers followed them off the platform. Shinso eyed him apathetically. "You hate Izuku. We're not letting him go anywhere with you alone. Deal with it." Muted pops emanated from clenched fists, but shockingly Katsuki only growled before stalking ahead of the pack without a word. Wide green eyes surveyed his bullies back. What on earth had happened during his panic attack? He remembered everyone talking but hadn't been in any state to hear what was said. It clearly had an impact on Kaken. He didn't have the energy to question it yet, as the Bakugo residence came into view. Before they reached the door, it was wrenched open and Mitsuki stormed out to claim Izuku in a suffocating hug. "Oh, kid. I'm so sorry this happened. I can't reach Inko, but you can bet but I'm marching over there to give her a piece of my mind tomorrow. For now you're staying here." She paid no mind to Shinso and Todoroki, simply waving them in after Kaken before dragging the greenette in. "Did you little sheets eat?" She finally let him go in the Genkan so he could swap to house slippers and hang up his hoodie. "Yes, auntie. Kaken made sure we did. These are Shoto Todoroki and Hitoshi Shinso. They're in our year at UA." He introduced the two since the blonde had neglected to before stomping into the living room. Mitsuki laughed while herding them further into the house. "Oh yeah, I remember them from the sports festival. Gave you and my brat some good fights." She was loud and brash like her son, but generally a good person. It made the two relax once they realized yelling was just the way of the house. "Call me auntie or Mitsuki." She had them sit on the couch before bellowing towards the stairs. "Masaru, Izuku and some friends are here. Set up the guest room for 3. Turning back to them, and Kaken lurking near the kitchen, she grinned. "It's pretty late, but start on homework until lights out." She elbowed her son into joining them and disappeared into the kitchen. It let them all have a breath of relief as everyone but Izuku dug assignments out of their bags. All the greenette had was his phone since he'd fled the apartment so abruptly. The only messages he had were from the 3 he was with. His mother didn't even care enough to ask where he'd disappeared to. It made his eyes sting, but he shoved the pain away in favor of loading up a mindless game. Roughly an hour later they were ushered up to bed. Izuku, Todoroki, and Shinso were sharing the guest room. Uncle Masaru had laid out 3 futons for them on the floor. It was a little cramped, but no one complained, too exhausted to do much more than flop over and curl up. It was Todoroki who eventually broke the silence. "I'll tell Aizawa tomorrow morning. You're suspended, but you should still come." "Oh, okay." It very much wasn't okay, but Izuku knew there was no getting out of it. At the moment he was too tired to argue. He wasn't even sure if he was allowed on campus until next week. Guess he'd find out if going through the gates triggered a lockdown. The next morning was chaotic as 4 teenagers and 2 adults rushed around getting ready for the day. The students were going to school early to ensure some privacy for the incoming revelations, while the 2 adults were heading over to the Midoriya apartment first thing so Inko couldn't weasel away. Izuku was reluctant about it all, but when Mitsuki offered to let him come with them to confront his mother, he was thankful for the excuse to avoid it. Better to talk to Aizawa than see the woman who was abandoning him. He just hoped that Uncle Masaru could stop Auntie Mitsuki from doing anything jail-worthy. He wasn't worth a blemish on their records but knew where Kaken got his temper from. The only good part about the entire affair was that taking the earlier train meant fewer passengers. The Greenette was already on the verge of another meltdown without having strangers touching him too. No one in their group was a morning person, so it was blessedly quiet up until they reached the gates of UA. They all paused and Shinso grunted. Bakugo and Shoto go first. If Izuku triggers a lockdown, you can run and explain what's going on. The two similarly grunted in agreement before heading through. Shinso stayed behind Izuku, having to firmly press him forward when his knees tried to lock up. The Greenette clenched his eyes tightly closed, expecting alarms to screech and shutters to slam up like the time Shigaraki let reporters in. To his surprise, none of that happened and he made it to the others without issue. It was almost anticlimactic, but his anxiety quickly found other things to latch onto as he was forced into the building. A full hour and a half before class was due to start, the hallways were eerily quiet as they made their way through the first-year wing. The way to the teacher's lounge took them past the 1A room, letting Todoroki peer in to see that it was empty. Not even Ida was this early. Izuku was beginning to worry about whether or not Aizawa would even be there when they approached the offices. The door was open and sleepy. Conversation was filtering out. It halted when the students came into view. MIC, Midnight, Snipe, which was odd since he taught the third years, Nezu, and a caterpillar-esque Aizawa was seated in the lounge area with coffee and tea in hand. Confused but mostly friendly looks were leveled their way. It turned to concern when Shinso pushed Izuku into view. "Aizawa-sensei, we need to talk to you." The sleepy indigo boy once again took charge, though he seemed unenthused about it. The adults exchanged glances before Aizawa stood and divested himself of the sleeping bag. He waved the odd group of students into one of the meeting rooms with an inscrutable expression and shut the door behind them. "What happened?" He slumped into a seat, not bothering to wait for the teens to do the same. They all glanced at each other before Kaken growled. "Izuku's mom is kicking him out." Once again hearing it said plainly made the Greenette cringe and slide down in his seat. Whatever he was expecting to hear, that was clearly not it, as Aizawa's mask slipped to show surprise with a flash of anger. Dark eyes zeroed in on him and the emotions were covered up with a neutral frown. "Explain." Insides twisting with pain and depression, Izuku couldn't stand to look anywhere but the table. He struggled to pull up his own masks and only partially succeeded in looking blank. "After you left, my mom told me she accepted a job in Hokkaido. And I have a month to find a new place to live before our lease is up." Degree POV, Aizawa degree. The word seemed to echo in the small room as Shota fought to keep his features blank. Cold rage kindled in his chest as he took in the Greenette's defeated posture and dead gaze. A glance at the other students showed various degrees of anger on Izuku's behalf. Struggling to keep his voice even, he continued to quiz them. "Why are all of you here?" Their expressions shifted to wary reluctance, making him wish he'd brought the coffee pot in with him. A migraine was forming before Todoroki even opened his mouth. "My dad bought my mom in a quirk marriage, tried to kill my oldest brother, and has been beating me every day for 12 years in the name of quirk training." It was all said in his usual blunt monotone. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Shota pointed to Shinso next. His apathetic trainee shrugged. "My parents are quirkist assholes who muzzle me when I talk in the house." Violet eyes slid to Bakugo before he added, "Blasty needs anger management and quirk therapy even though he'll deny it." Predictably, the blonde jumped to his feet with a snarl. A red haze entered the hero's vision as he activated erasure to cut off the accompanying explosions. The stinging ache behind his eyes didn't help his pounding head. There was a lot to unpack here and he didn't even know where to start. Finally he stood and poked his head out the door. More teachers had arrived while he was distracted and he was grateful to not have to hunt down the colleagues he needed. "Nezu, Inui, get in here. Snipe 2, contact Detective Tsukochi and see if he's available today. It's urgent but not an emergency." His quirk flashed in irritation when Yagi stood along with the three named teachers and tried to join them. But out. This has nothing to do with you. As soon as the three were in the meeting room, he closed and locked the door in All Might's confused face. It was a touch cramped, with 4 adults and 4 teenagers, but after some shuffling they all managed to sit around the table. Nezu opted to perch on Snipe's hat. The aforementioned cowboy was already pulling out his phone and dialing. "What do y'all want me to tell Naomi-sir?" Drawing in a deep breath, Shota pointed at each teen. "Child abandonment. Child abuse. Child abuse. Therapy." He was too tired to fully deal with the particulars and was content to hand the reins to Nezu and Hound Dog. Don't get him wrong, he was beyond relieved that they came to him with their problems, but all at once was a bit overwhelming. "Oh dear." Nezu hopped onto the table as Snipe quietly spoke to the detective. "First of all, you've done the right thing. It's not easy to come forward about any of this. We will do everything in our power to help. Aizawa has asked for a detective with a lie detector quirk. This is not to say you are lying." He peered at the teens seriously. "Quite the opposite, in fact. With his quirk he can take your statements and begin acting in a legal capacity immediately without even speaking to your guardians." The Chimera paused to let the information sink in. "Bakugo, do you need to speak with the detective as well?" The explosive blonde grudgingly shook his head. "I was just making sure these morons actually talked to Sensei." "You're a good friend," Nezu praised gently. "For this next part, I would like to speak to Midoriya, Shinso, and Todoroki alone. Inu, why don't you show him to your office and have a private talk?" The bestial man grunted in agreement before standing and herding the blonde out despite loud protests. Shota was relieved as it let him relax and finally use his eye drops. He had always been intending to have Bakugo take anger management therapy. It had just fallen by the wayside because of all the other shit 1A got into. His outbursts were a full half of why the tired hero was forced to use his quirk excessively. It was a relief to have one problem dealt with relatively easily. "Naomi-sir will be here in about 20. Snipe tucked away his phone. "I assume y'all wanted me for my emergency license too." The other man was easygoing but sharp. It's why Shota liked him, rather than just tolerating him as a colleague. Nodding, the tired man sighed. "I only have room for 1 or 2, not all 3. The students were looking confused and a bit worried as they watched the teachers. The cowboy removed his hat and gas mask, revealing rich black skin and narrow brown eyes. His reassuring, dimpled smile highlighting a red flush in his cheeks. "Me and Aizawa have emergency foster licenses. If the detective gives us the go-ahead, we'll make sure y'all have a place to go." "Exactly right." Nezu nodded in agreement. He addressed the kids. "This isn't common knowledge, so please don't spread it around, but UA is currently working to get approved as a boarding school. It's not ideal, but if we can't get you boys to safety right away, after summer break it will be required that all hero students live on campus. One way or another, we will help you." Todoroki looked the most relieved by that news, which was understandable. His father was the number 2 hero and had a lot of money to throw at lawyers. Out of the 3 of them, the half-and-half boy would be the hardest to legally protect regardless of Tsukochi's verdict. It was probably why it took so long for the teen to come forward. He was socially inept, not stupid. "While we wait for the detective, I'll go fetch some drinks and snacks. Would you kindly help me, Snipe?" The principal hopped to the floor as the teacher stood with a nod. "We'll be back soon." The silence that descended over the room was a relief as it let Shota slump in his chair and thunk his head on the table. He wished he had his sleeping bag. Why couldn't any of his current students be normal or have normal home lives? It wasn't their fault, but it didn't stop him from mentally griping about it. His wandering thoughts eventually settled on original problem child. Midoriya. He didn't care that his voice was muffled, not bothering to lift his head. "Regardless of anything, you can attend classes today. I'll deal with Nezu and Yagi if they protest. I'm extending the deadline of your essay to next Friday, but have those stupid letters done by tomorrow. I don't care how long they are." He couldn't wrap his head around the logic of that punishment. What use was a public apology when the incident only impacted 2 students? It was time better spent on learning, if Kaminari and Ashido's last test grades were any indication. A quiet squeak reached his ears. "Yes, sensei." The greenette fidgeted around for a moment before cautiously speaking again. "My supplies are at their apartment though. You can share with me, Izuku." Todoroki assured him before Shota could muster a response. With the subject closed, they fell silent once more, and the hero dedicated himself to dozing until the others returned. Degree POV, Mitsuki Bakugo degree. Rage was too light a word to describe the feelings boiling in Mitsuki's chest as she marched up the flights of stairs towards a familiar apartment. There was a moving van parked outside, as Katsuki had explained the night before, but no Inko. It was for the best if she was in the privacy of the building, because the seething woman was going to be hard-pressed not to deck her former. No way in hell would Mitsuki keep ties with a child abuser, and abandonment was abuse, friend. Masaru struggled to keep up with the brisk pace. Her husband, bless his meek soul, was just as upset as she was, but was anxious to stop any physical fights. It took everything in her not to hammer the door down. Instead she stopped, drew in a deep breath, and plastered a fake smile on her face. She had plenty of practice dealing with unpleasant co-workers, so she knew it was convincing. The pause let Masaru catch up, and he anxiously wiped his sweaty palms on a handkerchief, not wanting to accidentally set off his quirk. Once he was ready, she gave a loud but polite knock. There was a clatter behind the door, confirming that someone was home. After a few seconds the lock clicked open and Inko's confused face peeked out. Her expression turned into a surprised smile when she registered who they were. "Mitsuki, Masaru. Come in. I'm so sorry I missed your call last night. As you can see, I've been busy." She opened the door wider to invite them in. The living room was a messy staging area filled with boxes in various states of fullness. Most of the doors were open, showing off empty or nearly empty rooms. There was only one door still shut tight. The All Might-themed name plate made it obvious who it belonged to. Izuku's UA blazer and backpack were carelessly shoved in a corner on the floor next to the closed door. Smile turning plastic at the observations, Mitsuki fought to keep her expression pleasant. "You moving out? Why didn't you tell us? We could have helped." Imagine my surprise when the brat told me about it. Inko sputtered out something about not wanting to trouble them with moving woes. Surprisingly, it was Masaru who interrupted the short woman. "How is Izuku doing, by the way?" He gestured towards the closed door. The beautiful, brilliant man smiled with pleasant curiosity. The cheerful look dimmed a bit on Inko's face, and she turned away to fuss with some clutter on the coffee table. Oh, he's been well." Her laugh was painfully fake. "Buried in hero nonsense, as always. He's been so busy that I hardly see him." There was a bitter edge to the words. "Hopefully you're not moving too far. One of Katsuki's friends commutes to school from Tokyo, and apparently it's brutal after hero training." Mitsuki clenched her fists as she struggled to sound friendly. "I'm moving up north. A co-worker got me a big promotion that I can't pass up." She straightened up and anxiously adjusted some boxes. "Izuku is mature enough to make his own decisions, so he's staying." A hand rested on Mitsuki's shoulder, keeping her from advancing on the smaller woman. Her husband's quiet and polite voice was strained. "Oh, so you're renting him a smaller apartment?" The greenette flinched a bit before frowning. "And no. He needs to learn responsibility. He's so independent already that picking up a job should be easy. I'm giving him a few months to establish himself though." There was something ugly lurking in her eyes as she went back to avoiding their gazes with busy work. Gritting her teeth, the blonde dropped the act. "That's funny. Because Katsuki said that Izuku told him you were kicking him out at the end of the month and there was no mention of an allowance." She shrugged off her husband's hand to stalk into Inko's personal bubble with a snarl. "What kind of a mother just abandons their kid, huh?" The other woman jerked away with a gasp, tears gathering in her eyes before falling like waterfalls. There was no sympathy from either Bakugo as Inko sank to her knees and started bawling. "Why you don't know what it's like? I gave him everything and P protected him from a W world that hates the true quirkless. And the second he gets a quirk he throws it in my F face and defies me in everything. I can't watch him hurt himself. Puzzling through the broken words, Mitsuki's ire surged as she saw through the self-pitying bullshit. Is that what this is about? He lets go of your skirt tails to go after his dream, a dream he's had since he was a effing toddler, and you throw a tantrum and abandon him. What the Inko? What's wrong with you? Her voice broke a little on the last word, close to tears herself at the sheer absurdity. He's not my son anymore. The shout seemed to echo through the apartment, startling the blonde and brunette. Inko was still crying as she got back to her feet, but her features twisted with anger. My son is sweet, and helpful, and obedient. That imposter is ruining himself and this family, and I won't have it. If he wants to kill himself like Hisoshi Dash. A sharp crack cut off the rant, leaving shocked silence as the brunette held her reddening cheek. Righteous fury made Mitsuki tremble as she lowered her stinging hand. You listen to me. Her tone was a cold hiss now, past the point of yelling. Izuku is the smartest, kindest, and most resilient kid I've ever met, and anyone should be honored to have him in their lives. I'll be damned if I'm letting you get away with hurting him. She didn't realize she was stepping forward menacingly until the woman shrank back and Masaru gently grabbed her arm. Mitsuki, calm down. He rubbed her back comfortingly before turning his attention to Inko. Normally kind eyes were narrowed in disdain as he addressed her. Here is what's going to happen. We are going to take some of these empty boxes and pack Izuku's things. You will stay out of our way. Once we're done, we're going to return home before calling the police to see what they think of all this. I hope you have a good lawyer. Mitsuki couldn't resist spitting on the carpet at her former friend's feet. Degree POV, Izuku degree. Talking to the detective was just as unpleasant as Izuku thought it would be. Not that the man wasn't kind and understanding. Rather, it was a nightmare of trying to answer the man's questions without falling into a panic attack. Hitoshi and Shoto insisted on sitting in on the interview with him. Aizawa was still there as well, after Nezu promised to cover the first PRD of 1A for him. Even with the moral support, it was distressing. Some of the questions were easy. His mother had never physically disciplined him before, not even a spanking. She never deliberately withheld food, water, or medical care. There was never a time he could recall even getting yelled at. The realization made him feel guilty and frustrated. She wasn't abusive, so he couldn't understand what he'd done so wrong to make her snap. Other queries were more difficult to talk about, such as their minor arguments about him attending UA and her increasing absences due to work. And finally rehashing the abrupt ultimatum to find a new home. He felt numb when thinking about it now, but anxiety still clawed at the back of his mind. It was obviously his fault somehow. He carefully avoided mentioning his excursions to the bar. Then Tsukochi turned to more odd topics, such as his mother's past behavior. Of course she was overprotective of him, his quirk only came in recently and people were cruel to the quirkless. Was it so unusual that he was only allowed to walk himself to school alone after turning 13? And he had no friends, so she wouldn't let him visit other kids' houses to help avoid bullying. And while she never noticed his injuries from said bullying, it was mostly because he hid it from her, not that it was hard to overlook bleeding noses and split lips. Dimly, he noted he was still defending her despite everything that he'd realized about himself and their relationship. Even with her throwing him away like trash. Still a useless pushover, Deku. How pathetic. The inner voice sounded more like himself and less like Kaken since the odd occurrence the night before. Once the detective was done with him, Shoto was next. The heterochromatic boy rehashed the same information he'd told Izuku. His tone was dispassionate, but his hands were clenched into fists beneath the table. The brunette found himself reaching out to grip his forearm, trying to lend comfort. It seemed to help, as Shoto relaxed his hands. After explaining the quirk marriage and his mother's mental breakdown, he mentioned Tuya Todoroki's self-conflagration and mysterious, bodiless, supposed death. Tsukochi paused in his note-taking to peer at the impassive boy. You don't believe that your brother is dead? I don't trust anything Endeavor says. There was no body, and the very next day Endeavor was beating me until I threw up and passed out. I was 6, by the way. It was like Tuya was just trash that had been taken out, not a dead son. My then 12-year-old sister was the one who had to make funeral arrangements because Endeavor didn't care. He neatly sidestepped any direct claims about the lost Todoroki's status to avoid lying. There was a shocked pause as the detective took in the accusation. I'll note down to look into your brother's records. It may take some time since it happened so long ago. He hesitated with a frown. Please continue. The details of Shoto's abuse took the longest to get through. It was the most talkative Izuku had ever seen him. If it weren't for the subject matter, he'd be impressed. Instead, the greenette just felt tired. Last but not least was Hitoshi. He seemed apathetic as he went over his own family issues. While his parents weren't outright physically abusive, they forced a muzzle on him when he spoke in the house and locked him in his room. That had been going on since his quirk manifested as a child. They were mostly verbally abusive and negligent, calling him a villain and not caring if he ate or got injured. By the end of the interview, both adults looked like they'd aged 10 years. Aizawa's eyes kept flashing red as he struggled to keep his emotions bottled up. The greenette felt horrible for dumping everything on the man at once. It was a lot. Though he was glad his two classmates were getting help. After the detective left, with promises to call Aizawa later in the day with their legal options, the room descended into silence as they all decompressed. No one wanted to break it, but eventually their teacher sighed. If you don't want to attend classes today, you can stay in here or the lounge. There's only an hour until lunch, so you have until then to decide. Despite the words sounding like a dismissal, the man stayed seated, seemingly determined to keep them company. None of the teens could bring themselves to mind. By the time lunch rolled around, the boys decided that they might as well attend classes. It was better than being bored in the teacher's lounge all day agonizing about the possibilities of their various situations. Katsuki had already returned to classes after talking to the school counselor. With that in mind, they wandered into the cafeteria for food instead of having a teacher bring it to them. Lunch rush let Izuku take a bowl of katsudon despite not having money, to the greenette's relief. The explosive blonde was easily heard over the din of other students. His yelling acted like a beacon, drawing them to the second floor of the restaurant-style room. All of 1A was occupying several tables clustered together, per usual. Several faces brightened when they noticed Izuku and Shoto. It made the greenette uncomfortable, but he smiled anyway under the attention. Deku, over here. Ochiko stood up to wave them over, ignoring Ida's lecture about dining etiquette. When the three sat down at their table, the girl smiled. I'm glad you're back. Everyone's been worried since you disappeared. Are you alright? Did you really kick Mineta through a wall? With some reluctance, Izuku's smile turned genuine. After a moment of thought, he focused on the easy topic. Well, during break Mineta was saying disgusting things in the boys' restroom. Rubbing the back of his neck, he shrugged sheepishly. My temper got the best of me. A delighted laugh came from the table behind theirs before arms wrapped around his shoulders from behind. He flinched but managed to keep calm at recognizing the bright pink skin. You really did that? Right on, Midoriya. Ashido held a hand up for a high five. Feeling self-conscious, he lightly reciprocated. Glancing around, he saw that most of the girls within earshot were smiling at him. A blush bloomed on his cheeks and he ducked his head. After all the emotional roller coasters, he felt warm and tingly at being praised for the action that started the mess. Ida squawked in outrage. Ashido, as class president, I cannot condone encouraging violence. What Izuku did injured Mineta severely and should not be celebrated. Maybe he knocked sense into the grapist's disgusting skull. Gyro muttered to Hagakure, who gave 2 thumbs up with her gloved hands. Ashido finally let him go and retreated to avoid more scolding. Across the table from Izuku, Tsuyu tilted her head. You, Todoroki, and Aizawa-sensei were all absent this morning. Bakugo came in late. Kiro and Shinsoku-en arrived to lunch with you. How come? The blunt observations and question made the greenette clam up. Trust Zu to pick up on exactly what he didn't want to talk about. To his relief, Hitoshi saved him. None of your business. If you need to know, we'll tell you. The equally blunt answer made several of Izuku's friends bristle, but Tsuyu just nodded. Fair enough. She then went back to her food without seeming bothered. So, Ochako tried to break the suddenly tense atmosphere. Are you back from suspension? Aizawa's still trying to get the punishment revoked, but I'm attending afternoon classes today. To ward off further questions, he finally began eating. He still didn't have an appetite, but he forced it down anyway. As conversation picked up around him, his thoughts wandered absently. The conversation with Shigaraki and Darby's advice still weighed on him past the stress of everything else. They were right. Izuku was all too aware of how their society was broken and it needed to change. But it wouldn't unless people started confronting it openly and without compromise. Chewing a breaded pork cutlet, he nudged Todoroki lightly as he swallowed. Can I borrow a pen and paper? He requested quietly, not wanting to draw attention again. The other boy nodded and dug in his bag, handing the requested items over without comment. Izuku bowed his head as he began scribbling out the letters All Might demanded. He was grateful that Aizawa didn't care about the length of them, as his thoughts stayed focused and concise for once. He knew exactly what he needed to say. Anxiety simmered in the back of his mind but was overridden by determination. Even when the end of lunch came, he was too preoccupied to really pay attention. Todoroki's cool hand had to guide him through the halls so he didn't run into anyone or anything. By the time they reached the classroom, the letters were finished. The note to the entire class was longer than the one for Mineta. When he looked up, he was relieved to see Aizawa instead of All Might at the podium. Today they were supposed to have a lesson on ethics and laws for foundational hero studies. Apparently it wasn't important enough for the number one hero to teach. The bitter thought curdled the food in his stomach. Approaching the man, Izuku fidgeted with the paper. I finished Yagi-sensei's assignment. The teacher huffed but motioned him to stay as everyone filed in and took their seats. It was nerve-wracking to have so many eyes trained on him in open curiosity. In the back of the room at his desk, Mineta was glaring at him. Izuku repressed the urge to glare right back as Aizawa cleared his throat for attention. As part of Midoriya's punishment, he has been instructed to write apology letters. Be silent as he reads them. The man grimaced, not hiding his thoughts about the punishment, but took a seat at his desk. Shifting in place uneasily, the greenette focused on the top sheet of paper to avoid looking at anyone. Was he really going to do this? It was too late to back out now. To dispel rumors, the other day I attacked Mineta in the boys' bathroom. I'm sorry for any distress or disruption caused by my actions. I reacted violently and without thought. That is not the kind of hero I want to be, and I am ashamed that it was my first instinct. Violence is often the first thing taught to hero students or televised by the media. But I should have known better and acted with the logic and calm required of, not just good heroes, but great heroes. De-escalation should have been my first goal, and I wish hero schools taught non-violent conflict resolution to first years on day one so that I could have known solid methods of doing so. I will be researching the topic in my free time to better my understanding and further my goal of becoming a great hero and role model. Again, I apologize for my actions and hope you all can forgive my negligence. Mineta, he turned to address the purple-headed boy. Shuffling the papers around to access the second letter, he skimmed it to remind himself of the contents before giving the smug-looking pervert his full attention. I deeply apologize for last week. When you made lewd and sexist comments about Kiyoma-sensei and Yorozukuan's bodies, and used a transphobic slur in reference to Tsuyu, I lost sight of the fact that I could have waited until combat training to hit you without consequences. But I acted recklessly in my anger at your words and damaged school property. It won't happen again. Stunned silence encompassed the classroom as everyone stared at Izuku like he'd grown a second head. All except for Kaminari, who hid his face in his arms with shoulders shaking in silent laughter. Heat crept up the back of Izuku's neck, but he held his ground, maintaining eye contact with the now petrified grape. Midoriya, their teacher, had an inscrutable expression. Go to your seat. After classes you will come see me. The greenette nodded demurely. Internally he was shaking like a leaf. He knew the pettiness would get a backlash, but he couldn't find it in himself to be sorry. He only worried for the consequences. Yes, sensei. Ida was red-faced and he was clutching the edge of his desk in a vice grip. It was obvious he wanted to scold the greenette but couldn't because Aizawa already addressed it. As Izuku passed Kaminari's desk, the boy grinned and gave a subtle thumbs up. So did Gyro. A tiny smirk played on Todoroki's lips when Mineta shrank in his seat. His desk was directly behind Izuku's, so there was no escape. Izuku wasn't sure what to expect when he, Shoto, and Katsuki went to the teacher's lounge at the end of the day. Hitoshi was already waiting with Aizawa. His over-anxious brain insisted that it was the sass in the letters that was finally going to get him expelled. But all the teacher did was sigh. Midoriya, I will present your critiques of the first-year hero course to Nezu. They are valid points. The Indigo boy looked intrigued and Shoto cracked a smile. Before anyone could catch Hitoshi up on what he missed, Snipe poked his head out of one of the meeting rooms and waved them over. Hey y'all. I just got off the phone with the detective. He waited for them to file in before taking a seat next to Aizawa. Midoriya and Shinso are fine to go home with one of us. But Endeavor caught wind of what's going on and lawyered up. He's using the commission as a shield to avoid being interrogated. The four boys exchanged grim looks. It didn't come as a surprise to any of them. Shigaraki had, once again, been correct that Endeavor would likely throw money at the problem to make it go away. He'd covered up his eldest son's death. Child abuse was probably even easier. Plus, now Shoto's punishments would increase. Izuku's stomach dropped. It was his fault for pushing him to tell the teachers. Shoto looked stoic and resigned. It's fine. The principal said that the dormitories will be done after summer break. Endeavor won't pull me out of UA because he insists on only the best. And UA is his alma mater. If he transferred me out, he'd be implying that his own education was lacking. The heterochromatic boy sighed. Besides, the class trip starts this Sunday. I won't have to spend much time at the estate. No one was happy with the subject, but Aizawa looked cessed. I don't care what justifications are being used. You're coming home with me, and if he wants this kept out of the media or the courts, he won't speak a word against it. That's a slippery road, Shota. Snipe whistled with a grin. How about I keep him? You're a bit too obvious. Plus I wouldn't mind some shoot-in practice if he goes trespassing without a warrant. I got livestock, how am I to know he ain't trying to rustle 'em? Were their teachers planning a kidnapping and murder in front of them? Shoto's eyes widened as he realized the same thing. None of the students were complaining though. Even Katsuki kept his mouth shut. They all collectively agreed that if anyone deserved to be shot, it was Endeavor. After a long moment of thought, Aizawa nodded decisively. I only have one extra bedroom. Midoriya and Shinso would have to share. He glanced at the named students quizzically. I don't mind sharing. Hitoshi supplied. Izuku nodded in agreement. The greenette was just glad to have a place to stay. The cowboy turned to Shoto with a kind expression. Would your sister be willing to bring YA clothes and stuff? Immediately the other teen was shaking his head. Fuyumi is delusional. She still thinks we're a family and should act like it despite what he does to me. Natsuo would, but he goes to college in another prefecture. He hates that man as much as I do. That's okay. On the way home we can stop somewhere to get what YA need. Snipe stood with a stretch. I'm gonna go fill in Nezu. I'll be back in a few. Silence descended for a few seconds after Snipe's departure. Katsuki finally grunted. My parents got all your stuff from Inko, nerd. The lack of honorifics was weird to hear but telling. Oh. Izuku swallowed thickly. It was official then. No more home. No more mother. His eyes began watering, but he blinked rapidly and forced them away. He was done crying about it. Drawing in a deep breath, he nodded. I'll have to get my necessities from them. But they don't mind hanging on to most of it. Katsuki scoffed. What do you effing think? It's staying in the guest bedroom till you can get it all. Ain't like they'll throw it out or some shit. Still not knowing how to feel about Katsuki suddenly deciding to care about him after years of abuse, Izuku just nodded. Much like at the bar, everything felt unreal. Like a dream that would disappear when he woke up. Fishing his phone out of his pocket, he opened his messages and tapped player 1. You guys still murder people and do evil stuff, right? He once again needed assurance that something was normal. A second later a silent notification popped up. Yeah. Why? Need someone gone finally? No. Just checking. He ignored the reply of WTF and put his phone away when the door opened to reveal Snipe. We're all good to go. Nezu is pulling some tricks to help. Also, all three of YA are seeing Hound Dog tomorrow. The last statement brooked no arguments, not that Izuku had the energy to. Hitoshi and Shoto seemed to agree because they just nodded silently. When the six filtered out of the meeting room, MIC and Midnight were waiting with anxious expressions. Well? The woman asked impatiently. They are becoming wards of UA. Aizawa sighed when the pair cheered. He glanced at the loud blonde. Midoriya and Shinso are coming home with us. Todoroki's going with Snipe. Wait. Us? As in Aizawa and Yamada live together? That was difficult to imagine since the tired man seemed to value peace and quiet. But who was Izuku to judge as long as they were happy? With everything sorted out, they all quickly left for the teacher's parking lot. Snipe led Shoto to a beat-up-looking truck while Yamada unlocked an old sedan with a flourish. Once the remaining three teens settled in the back seat, Aizawa confirmed the implied plan. We'll take you home, Bakugo, and get some of Midoriya's things. Yamada piped up as he drove off of campus through a side gate. Shinso, you can borrow pajamas from Shota and we'll go get your stuff tomorrow. We need to coordinate with Tsukochi to enter your house. Legal sheet. Aizawa huffed an explanation for why they had to wait. Hearing the man curse was only mildly startling after more than a decade of being around the Bakugos. Aunt Mitsuki swore just as much as Katsuki, it's where he picked it up from. The car ride progressed in silence after that. It didn't take long before the car pulled up in front of the large house. Everyone unbuckled and piled out once Yamada cut the engine. Halfway up the walkway, the door was yanked open by Mitsuki. Once they were close enough, she tugged Izuku into a crushing hug. He tensed up before slowly relaxing and eventually returning it. He didn't mind it as much when it was her. When she pulled away, her eyes looked a little wet. We got all your stuff, Izuku. But if anything's missing, let us know. I don't mind paying that beach another visit. Before he could say anything, she pulled away and waved everyone in. Brat, go help your dad with tea. Shinso, you forgot a textbook upstairs. She turned to the adults as the boys switched to slippers to disperse into the house. You're Aizawa, right? Izuku followed Shinso up to the guest room, pausing with a nauseous feeling when he saw boxes piled in a corner. They were all neatly labeled. His entire life boiled down into neat marker script on cardboard. Hesitantly, he approached his book bag. His UA uniform was clean and neatly folded on top, likely Uncle Masaru's doing. He did most of the household chores along with Katsuki. Taking a deep breath, Izuku opened the box labeled clothes. He didn't have many, so he decided the entire box could go with. Next, he opened the one containing his desk things. His laptop and charger went in with the clothes. Next were his notebooks and writing implements. After some debate, he opened the box labeled Hero Merch to dig around. Out came present MIC, Midnight, and Snipe figures. Eraserhead didn't have merch, sadly. The set included figurines of all the public-facing UA heroes. But those three were his favorites now that he'd met them for real. Only 100 sets were given out over the course of 6 months leading up to Christmas of the year Yamada started teaching. Are those limited edition hands-up radio giveaways? Hitoshi's voice was awed as he was finally drawn away from awkwardly loitering with his book. The sudden voice startled the greenette. He'd been so lost in mindlessly sorting what he would take that he'd forgotten the other boy was there. Nodding, he blushed. Yeah. I must have called the studio 1,000 times during the contest. I finally won a quiz about obscure heroes to get the set. A melancholy smile graced his lips. Moinko's phone bill was through the roof from me trying to get on the air that month. She was furious. Shinso chuckled lightly, leaning in to admire the rare merchandise. That's impressive. I just wish Aizawa had one. He rubbed the back of his neck with a faint blush. Though I did make replicas of his goggles. The topic shift away from his mother perked up Izuku's mood. Really? You've got to show me when we pick up your stuff. I went through a phase of wearing a gray scarf after I heard of him. He's so cool since he fights quirkless and mastered such a complicated fighting style. The greenette wasn't ashamed to gush, at least out of Aizawa's earshot. He's trying to teach me his capture weapon. Hitoshi looked embarrassed. It hasn't been going the greatest. I mostly hogtie myself. That's awesome. Izuku beamed at him, the first purely genuine smile in a while. Keep at it and you'll be great. The greenette's word choice didn't slip by Hitoshi, but before he could respond, Uncle Masaru knocked on the door frame. Dinner's ready, boys. Your teachers decided to accept Mitsuki's invite. He blinked when Izuku picked up the box of things and his backpack. Oh, let me get those for you. Go get washed up. Before Izuku could protest, the man absconded with the belongings and jogged down the stairs. Smiling sheepishly, the greenette gestured towards the bathroom. I'll use the one downstairs. They parted ways to do as instructed. Dinner turned out to be a mouth-watering stir-fry. It was impossible to tell it was made from leftovers Izuku had seen in the fridge the previous night. Aunt Mitsuki's cooking was on par with Katsuki's, if not better. It was a loud but peaceful affair with 3 of the 7 talking loudly to each other about random topics. The introverts, Izuku, Hitoshi, Aizawa, and Masaru, were content to just eat while listening. And then it was time to go. Mitsuki and Masaru gave Izuku parting hugs while wrangling a promise to at least text them once in a while. An invitation to come back for dinner next week was extended as well. Yamada enthusiastically accepted before Aizawa could make an excuse to get out of it. MIC and Mitsuki seemed to get along like a house on fire. Izuku dozed during the car ride, so he missed which neighborhood Yamada drove to. Hitoshi lightly poked him awake to see a quaint little 3-bedroom house surrounded by trees and recessed from the road. After grabbing his belongings from the trunk, he hesitantly followed the adults inside. It felt like he was intruding. Feel free to help yourselves to the kitchen. Yamada cheerfully pointed things out after taking off his boots and jacket. Memi is around here somewhere. No matter what she tells you, she doesn't need food. We feed her in the mornings. A cat tree and toys in the living room clarified that he was talking about a cat. Aizawa took over, pointing to a short hallway. Your room is first on the left. The bathroom is directly across. Our bedroom is at the end of the hall and the other door is our office. Even at home he kept his capture weapon on. Glancing at the sleepy greenette, he huffed a quiet laugh. Go put your things away and get settled. Don't hesitate to get us if you need something. Not needing any more encouragement, Izuku investigated the bedroom. Much like the Bakugo guest room, there were futons rolled up in a closet instead of beds. After putting his box and bag down, he fetched 2 and unrolled Hitoshi's as well. Sitting down on his own, he intended to double-check the contents of his backpack. He listed over dead asleep instead. Izuku felt antsy and intimidated as he settled in a plush chair in front of the school counselor and security officer, Hound Dog, real name Ryo Inui. It wasn't anything about the man personally, just the expectations of the visit. He still felt wrung out and like everything was a fragile dream. Waking up to Aizawa making breakfast in a Kiss the Chef apron and pink paw print pajama bottoms didn't help. Nor did Yamada being rather soft-spoken and low energy in the comfort of home. The uncomfortable silence was broken by Inui. Would you prefer to be called Midoriya or Izuku? His growling tone was softer than usual, more a comforting rumble. Fussing with his hands, the teen drew in a deep breath. Izuku, please. Inui leaned back in his seat, posture relaxed and open. Nothing you say will leave these walls unless you pose a danger to yourself or others. This is a safe space where you can talk in whatever way, and about anything that is most comfortable to you. There's no need to fear consequences if you need to vent or rant, even about teachers. Or if you just need peace and quiet. Do you understand? The greenette bit his lip and nodded hesitantly. This was already far better than his encounters with the Aldera counselors. They tended to talk over him and tell him to stop attention-seeking and taking their time away from kids with real problems. Not that he thought Hound Dog would be the same, but he was still nervous at the thought of talking. Sensing his reluctance, the man turned to pick up a clipboard and pen. Would you be willing to fill out assessments to start? You can skip any questions that make you uncomfortable. It's a way for me to figure out how best to help you. He waited for Izuku to nod before offering the papers. Take your time. We have 2 hours, so there's no rush. Let me know if you need clarification on anything. The first form was a questionnaire about his sleep habits. After a moment of hesitation, he began filling it out. The silence was broken only occasionally as Hound Dog typed at his computer, giving Izuku a semblance of privacy. It was relieving to not have to talk yet. That form didn't take long to fill out, even if the answers weren't comforting to see. He alternated between not sleeping at all or sleeping excessively. And when he slept normally, it was disrupted by nightmares and pain flare-ups. Attached to that were questions about his energy levels. Sometimes he felt happy and on top of the world, that would last a couple weeks. But then there were episodes of not wanting to get out of bed, like he had been experiencing recently, that lasted just as long. Next was about his eating habits and self-care. That was just as depressing. He showered semi-regularly and kept up with basic hygiene. It tended to slip when he didn't have school though. His only hobbies were quirk analysis and training. Sometimes he impulse buys himself things when he has money, but generally he doesn't treat himself to anything without outside prompting. And his eating habits were subpar or non-existent at times when he was low energy. The second to last one was about anxiety and depression. And that was far from pretty. Just filling out these questions made him feel jittery and anxious. He wouldn't be surprised if the man had him committed to a mental hospital when he reviewed the answers. Yes, he regularly had panic attacks and dissociation. No, he'd never been to a therapist or quirk counselor before. Sometimes he couldn't focus on things he usually enjoyed, but just as regularly hyperfixated. The ones that caused the worst turmoil were about self-harm and suicidal thoughts. But he knew skipping them would be as good as admitting an answer. With trepidation he circled yes to all of them. He'd never actively tried killing himself, but there had been passive incidents. When he was younger. Like deliberately not looking before stepping into a busy road. He was also self-aware enough to realize that he sometimes sought pain to feel alive, and because of the thrill, even if he didn't cut, scratch, or bite himself, that was still self-destructive and danger-seeking. Last was a basic personal information form. It was a relief to mindlessly fill out. Name, Izuku. He didn't write his family name. He identified as male, with male pronouns. He found all genders attractive, so he marked down that he was pansexual. No, he'd never had sex or taken illegal drugs. Hesitantly he indicated that he sometimes drank alcohol. The only medications he took were over-the-counter painkillers. The only surgery he'd ever had was after the sports festival for his arms. The family history section stumped him. He knew nothing about his father beyond a name and that he worked in America. Inko, she clearly had anxiety and depression as well, but beyond that he didn't know her health history. Finally he was done. It took all his courage to hand over the clipboard with trembling hands. Inui didn't comment as he accepted it back. The man flipped through the papers, pausing occasionally to decipher Izuku's messy scroll on questions that needed explanation. Eventually he sat it aside and gave the teen his full attention. You described that sometimes you have PRDS of heightened energy and emotions that last a couple weeks at a time. Would you describe it as excessive or disruptive when it occurs? Well, during that I tend to hyper-focus on things while ignoring others. Like analyzing quirks and forgetting personal boundaries. It creeps people out, but I don't realize until they get upset. Heat stained his cheeks to admit that, and he couldn't meet the man's eyes. My thoughts go too fast normally, but it's so much worse then, and it's hard to focus unless I fixate. I was like that at the sports festival. It's also when I have a bad temper. Inui hummed thoughtfully. Do you find yourself speaking rapidly at times? Or perhaps unusually slow? Thinking of his mumble fits, Izuku nodded sheepishly. The first one, yes. Have you ever experienced a delusion? Sometimes they are subtle, like paranoia over an unlikely scenario. Or as big as believing you're the second coming of Amaterasu. You may or may not realize the absurdity of the belief while experiencing it, but it's pervasive and hard to shake. His tone was neutral but kind throughout the questioning. Was it really paranoia if everyone really was out to get him as a kid? But Izuku kept that thought to himself. Instead he tried to take it seriously. Nothing immediately stood out in his memories. He was about to shake his head when something nagged at him. A half-buried incident when he was 12. It was during a depressed episode and out of the blue his mother made him a milkshake after days of being too busy to fuss at him. When she'd presented it to him he was surprised and then immediately suspicious, suspecting that she put something in it or was trying to poison him. There was no reason to think so, but it wouldn't leave his mind for weeks. He took to throwing out food and drinks prepared by her. Did that count? When he tentatively explained, Hound Dog nodded. Yes, that counts. Has it happened more than once? When Izuku responded in the negative, the man moved on. They discussed a large variety of symptoms and habits, some mentioned in the papers and some not. He mentioned the touch aversion and dislike of loud noises and crowds. It was stressful, but Izuku's nerves eased the longer they went without talking about the more serious answers. In fact, they didn't touch on them at all. As the time wound down, Inui turned to type something into his computer. If you're comfortable with it, I would like to start you on antidepressant and anti-anxiety medications. It's not a cure-all and it won't have instant results. We may need to hunt for ones that work best for you before you notice a difference. But I think it will help once we find the right ones. What do you think? He turned a quizzical gaze to the teen. Rubbing his arm self-consciously, Izuku nibbled the inside of his cheek. What about school? Don't those make you out of it? Sometimes, yes. But every member of staff at UA is invested in helping you. If you react poorly to a medication, you won't be penalized for class performance. We'll wean you off the problem medication and try a new one until it works for you. Your health is more important than lessons that can be made up later. There was gentle coaxing in Inui's tone, but not the kind that demanded an agreeable response. It seemed he genuinely just wanted to help. After a long moment of weighing his options, Izuku sighed and nodded. He was tired of feeling tired and useless. Of being a pathetic burden. If medications had a chance of helping, he would try it. I'll send the prescriptions to Aizawa's pharmacy and let him know to pick them up for you after school. Hound Dog typed away at the computer for a few minutes before turning back to Izuku. There is one thing while taking these that I want you to watch out for, and I'll inform Aizawa of the same. If you experience any abrupt changes of mood or thought patterns, keep taking the medicine but come see me at once. Sometimes antidepressants can trigger manic episodes if the person has bipolar disorder. In that case, I will need to prescribe other medications to counter it. Feeling overwhelmed, Izuku nodded in agreement. Sensing his flagging energy, the man peered at him kindly. If you don't have any other questions, you're free to go. Lunch Rush won't mind if you pop in early. And if you ever need a place to decompress or talk, or if you think of any questions, you know where I am and my door is always open when I'm not with another student. I'd like to see you again the Monday directly after your class trip to follow up on the medications and see how you're doing. Nothing came to mind, so after a brief acknowledgement and farewell, he left. A sense of relief warred with the notion that he was wasting the man's time. He knew medications could help and he desperately wanted it. But the insecure part of his brain kept whispering that he was just AF up and nothing would fix that. The dual thoughts gave him a headache, so he tried not to think at all as he forced himself towards the cafeteria. He wasn't hungry, but Shoto and Hitoshi would worry if he disappeared after his session. Degree POV, Hitoshi degree. Hitoshi was dismissed from Hound Dog's office after an exhausting 2-hour conversation. He was more tired than usual even before the meeting. Being in a new place the night before didn't help his insomnia. And then there was Izuku. The other boy slept fitfully and at one point had a night terror that had him whimpering and crying in his futon. Hitoshi didn't know if the greenette even remembered it. Once the paralysis wore off, he'd conked back out quick enough. So everything had the indigo boy feeling like a zombie as he ambled towards his classroom. He'd arrive in time for English and then lunch so he could get a solid nap at least. According to the counselor, there wasn't much wrong with him aside from insomnia. He was well adjusted for having shitty parents and no friends growing up. There was some resentment and anger, but he channeled that into training and being a snarky a-hole instead of letting it fester. The man said he had mild depression, not unexpected. It was hard to say if it was because of the chronic sleep deprivation or if it was caused by something else. The main recommendation was for him to see Recovery Girl for sleep aids before the end of the day. If those didn't work, he'd need a quirk counselor because the sleeplessness might be a side effect of brainwashing. That aside, Hound Dog suggested extra sessions but didn't require it. When he slumped into his seat in the classroom, Yamada shot him a sympathetic smile. The man was a godsend because, unlike other teachers, he didn't punish Hitoshi for sleeping in class. The teen was already fluent in British English thanks to a friendly cousin who lived in London. It wasn't much different than American English beyond slang and odd words here and there. With that in mind, he put his backpack on top of his desk to use as a pillow. Someone would wake him up when something relevant happened. That thing turned out to be lunch. He tried sleeping through the bell, but the teacher lightly prodded him awake and guided him out of the room. Gotta keep your strength up, listener. Go eat. Yamada cheerfully guided him to the cafeteria to make sure the sullen teen didn't just curl up in a corner to nap instead of getting food. It wouldn't be the first time it happened. After stumbling through the buffet line, he ambled his way towards the sound of Bakugo's barking. Hopefully the other boy never got put on stealth missions after graduation. A few of the 1A students smiled in greeting when he approached. It threw him off and he waved awkwardly before honing in on fluffy dark green hair and white and red hair. They were sitting with Ida, Ochiko, and Asui as usual. An open seat was left next to Izuku, which Hitoshi invited himself to. Excited about the trip? It sounded like they were discussing the training camp. The gravity girl bounced in her chair. I've never been camping before. Do you think we can try s'mores? A dark feeling bubbled up in Hitoshi's chest, but he quickly stamped it out. There was nothing for him to feel jealous about anymore. Aizawa was training him to join the heroics course. In just a couple weeks he would be included in their class activities. He didn't like the sound of camping anyway if it involved sleeping outside. The topic did remind him that he needed to ask Aizawa what he should do for training the week he'd be gone. While he ate, he observed the boy next to him. Izuku looked pale while pushing his food around his tray. He wasn't actually eating, just occasionally bringing the chopsticks to his lips to make it seem like he was. Hitoshi had noticed that trend during previous lunches as well. He wanted to bring it up but wasn't sure that he should in front of the others. That and he did eat at the Bakugo house and Villain Bar. It seemed to just be school that triggered the lack of appetite. The habit wasn't healthy for a hero student though, and Izuku was already small as it was. During his internal debate, said Greenette startled. And fished his vibrating phone from a pocket. Curiosity had Hitoshi surreptitiously sneaking a peek at the screen. From what he knew, all of Izuku's friends were at the school. Was Izuku's mother trying to call him? The idea made him frown. But the glimpse he got provided a nickname, Bacon Face, before the Greenette popped to his feet to take the call in private. After a few seconds, Shoto got to his feet with a flimsy excuse of needing the restroom. He followed the path Izuku took out of the lunchroom. Since the remaining three were ignoring Hitoshi, he stood to track the other two down without bothering to say anything. He found them in a back hallway used for maintenance. The heterochromatic boy was lurking behind a corner listening in on Izuku's quiet conversation. Hitoshi wasn't sure spying was a good idea, but he also didn't want to spook the Greenette into hanging up. Concern eventually won out and he leaned against the wall next to Shoto. I'm on lunch break. There was a pause before the boy huffed. Why can't anyone else do it? I'm living with Eraserhead now, you know. Exasperation colored his tone at whatever Bacon Face had to say. You have a warper and two thieves, get them to dash. You say that, but Kurogiri can literally open portals in milliseconds. From the sound of light footsteps, Izuku was pacing. The hidden teens exchanged a look. Izuku had a villain's phone number? Granted, that wasn't very shocking after finding him chilling in a villain's hideout. It was mildly disconcerting, but Hitoshi was 98% sure Izuku wasn't a traitor. If he was, he wasn't a very good one. From Shoto's bemused expression, he likely agreed. Darby, it's probably just a cold. Get him soup and A. A heavy sigh of pure annoyance filled the air. So you want me to visit, and risk getting you all arrested, because you're a lazy germaphobe? How are you a villain? The question was perfectly deadpan. Hitoshi had to bite back a snicker as the statement helped connect the dots. Someone in the league was sick and Darby called Izuku because no one else wanted to deal with it. Some villains, indeed. Shoto shook his head while muttering about something being typical. Now that Hitoshi thought about it, he still had no clue how the other teen knew Darby enough to know his real name was Tuya. That incident got sidetracked by Izuku and Shigaraki. Fine. If I can talk Eraser into letting me leave after school and if you pay me back somehow, I'll stop by a pharmacy and bring stuff to you. But I'm not staying. That compromise seemed to go over well because after a few seconds the Greenette was saying goodbye and hanging up. This proved to be Hitoshi and Shoto's downfall because before they could think to hide, Izuku strode around the corner. He froze in his tracks with a startled expression, face going pale. But before he could fall into panic he seemed to shake himself and hastily tuck his phone away. What dash? The heterochromatic boy cut him off on accident. We were worried it was serious. He gazed at Izuku solemnly. Deciding to own up, Hitoshi nodded in agreement. Sorry to pry. He rubbed the back of his neck with a shrug. I thought it might have been your egg donor. Wide green eyes darted between the two before filling with tears. Why you shouldn't worry about me. He sniffled but gave a small, genuine smile. You've already helped so much. Thank you. Don't sell yourself short. You've helped us plenty as well. Shoto looked uncomfortable at the tears but patted the smaller boy on the back. Being in Midoriya's class probably lended him some immunity to the frequent waterworks. Even in Gen Ed, aside from breaking bones, Izuku was also known for being a crybaby. Trying to steer the topic away from emotional stuff, Hitoshi gestured absently towards Izuku's pocket. I can go with you later. Aizawa might be more agreeable if we're out together instead of alone. You'll just drop off medicine, right? That was an innocent enough task despite it being for villains. Honestly, they didn't seem like bad people, murder and properly damage aside. They had just been dealt bad hands in life. He'd still feel better if Izuku didn't go back alone though. The Greenette looked oddly reluctant but nodded at the logic after a moment of thought. You're right. We can talk to him after classes. The bell signaling the end of lunch sounded over the PA system, interrupting Izuku. Meet at the teacher's lounge at the end of the day? Both teens nodded, despite Shoto not indicating that he was going to join their trip to the bar. Hitoshi figured it was to be expected that he'd go to the lounge too since the other boy was also staying with a teacher. Yeah. See you later. The hallway was slowly filling with migrating students so they quickly parted ways. Hitoshi couldn't wait for the day when he would go with them to the 1A classroom. Degree POV, Shoto degree. Staying with a teacher was strange but relaxing, Shoto decided. There was some culture shock since Snipe owned a farm on the Musutafu outskirts. It seemed he actually lived his Western cowboy theme, which was refreshing. The house wasn't anything too impressive compared to Endeavor's estate but was big enough to have 5 bedrooms. The teacher had 3 ranch hands that lived with him who helped with the livestock and fields during the day when he was teaching or on hero business. The otherwise fresh air was tainted by animal dung, which took getting used to. But the animals themselves, pygmy goats, chickens, and sheep, were cute. Shoto even got to hold a tiny baby goat while Snipe bottle-fed it. The experience had him far more relaxed during his meeting with Hound Dog after lunch than he thought he'd be. Especially after hearing Izuku talking to Shoto's not-dead eldest brother. He still wasn't sure what to think about that, but the eyes and burn scars fit too well for it to not be true. Even the villain's voice was similar to Natsuo's if you ignored the smoke damage. He wanted to go with Izuku and Hitoshi to meet the villains again, but he wasn't sure if Snipe would allow it since Endeavor might retaliate somehow if he saw Shoto. Therapy went by without incident. Hound Dog insisted on mandatory future meetings to teach Shoto about healthy relationships and coping mechanisms. Most of his issues stemmed from Endeavor, predictably, and just needed to be unlearned now that he was free from the abuse. Thankfully, the counselor didn't mention medications. His mother had told him that has made her tired and spacey. Shoto didn't want that because it would interfere with training. The last chunk of the day flew by quickly, and before he knew it, Izuku was grabbing his hand after hero training and tugging him towards the teacher's lounge. The physical contact made Shoto feel inexplicably warm, like when he used his fire but gentler. He also felt a little flushed when his gaze landed on Hitoshi, who was waiting for them outside the lounge. Weird. Maybe he should visit Recovery Girl tomorrow, he couldn't afford to get sick. The other boy's cheeks stained pink when his violet eyes landed on the two hero students. Hopefully whatever was wrong with Shoto wasn't contagious. Or maybe he caught something from Hitoshi. Aizawa and Snipe were already waiting for them inside. Izuku gripped Shoto's hand tighter and fidgeted when the two men turned from their conversation to acknowledge the teens. Hitoshi spoke up for their little group since the greenette seemed to lose his nerve. "Can the three of us go out tonight?" He rubbed the back of his neck and flicked his gaze to the other boys. "We want to go see a movie and hang out." For some reason the lie made Izuku squeak and turn beet red. The hands still holding Shoto's began to get clammy. Gross. But the heterochromatic teen tightened his grip when Izuku tried letting go. He didn't want to despite the sweat making it unpleasant. Shoto also found his gaze drifting to Hitoshi's hands. After a moment of consideration, Shoto reached out to grab the indigo boy's hand as well. He found he was enjoying the physical contact with his friends. It was Hitoshi's turn to flush a rather pretty shade of rose. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at them while Snipe snickered unhelpfully. "Where and how long?" The grumpy man got straight to the point. "There's a theater in Hosu that shows pre-quirk movies." Izuku got over his anxiety enough to pitch in. "They have double features starting around 6. So, we'd be back to your place by 11:30. Big green eyes widened into a puppy dog stare. They seemed to have no effect on Aizawa, but Shoto's stomach gave a pleasant flutter. The two adults exchanged neutral glances before Snipe shrugged. "Endeavor's agency is in West Tokyo. There's no reason for him to be near Hosu. If you're fine taking Shoto for the night, I don't see why not." The other man frowned. "Can't it wait until tomorrow? It's a school night." He crossed his arms and stared them down. "Tea tomorrow 1A. Reserve the pool after classes." Izuku fussed with Shoto's hand since he couldn't get free, rubbing his nails and lightly tugging his fingers. "And Saturday we have to pack for the class trip and do some summer homework. We leave Sunday. That just leaves tonight to spend time with Hitoshi." He ducked his head to peer at the named boy, shy about using his given name without permission. The logic was sound enough. With all three teens and Snipe looking at Aizawa with varying degrees of expectation, the man sighed. "Fine. But you will text me when you get there, after the first movie, and as you're leaving. If you're not back by 1 a.m. I'm hunting you down." The last was said with a hint of his trademark malicious grin. The boys shuddered and nodded, knowing he meant it literally. Looking satisfied, Aizawa made a shooing motion. They didn't need to be told twice. Shoto released their hands with great reluctance so they could make their getaway quicker. After a quick stop at the locker rooms to change out of their uniforms, the three boys jogged to the train station. "How'd you know about that theater?" Hitoshi broke the silence after they boarded a train that would get them closer to Camino Ward. The greenette looked embarrassed and shrugged. "They sometimes show documentaries about the very first vigilantes that popped up in the USA. You know, like Batman and Iron Man. Neither had quirks, but they fought the quirked villains that started cropping up by building support gear. But because they were quirkless, only that theater will show movies about them. It's really fascinating." Izuku perked up with a smile. They worked with quirked vigilantes and formed the very first hero agencies in the world. That segued into babble about the dawn of quirks and how various countries reacted to superpowers. Shoto relaxed under the litany. The greenette's informative mumbling was soothing. That's why the heterochromatic boy always noticed when it was absent in class. The enthusiastic muttering had been missing for a couple weeks. Shoto was glad to hear it again. On Izuku's other side, Hitoshi looked lost but intrigued by what he could understand. The trip to the bar went without incident. They stopped to get supplies for a cold or flu at a pharmacy, as well as food since they weren't actually going to the movies. Shoto kind of wished they were. He hadn't been to a theater before. Maybe after the summer camp he would ask them out for real. When they entered the building, the villains looked alarmed for a brief moment before settling back down. Toga and Twice waved enthusiastically from a booth. Darby was drinking at the counter with Spinner and Magna. Everyone else seemed to be absent, even Kurogiri. The woman looked relieved to see them. Tomura is upstairs. He's being a big baby about some sniffles. She downed a shot with a huff. You can head up, Izuku. Thanks for doing this. The gratitude seemed heartfelt. Shoto had to wonder if Izuku should go alone. Everyone looked tired and wrung out, presumably from dealing with Shigaraki. Enough to beg hero students to come to the rescue. Before the observation could leave Shoto's lips, Izuku was already walking to the stairs. He seemed very comfortable, even relaxed, among the villains. The heterochromatic boy didn't know what to make of it, so he just went with the flow. Hitoshi joined the two blondes in the booth when they eagerly gestured to him. Not knowing what else to do, Shoto sat next to his dead brother at the bar. Nerves had Izuku hesitating in front of Shigaraki's door. From everyone's reactions downstairs, he could surmise that the man wasn't taking being sick well and probably didn't know Izuku was coming. Just one session with Hound Dog wasn't enough to cure his passive interest in death, but he didn't want to get decayed with Shoto and Hitoshi in the potential line of fire. Still, he'd promised Darby he would try. Drawing in a deep breath, he raised his fist to knock lightly. When there was no answer, he tapped louder. Raspy curses sounded from the room interspersed with coughing. Shigaraki very clearly didn't want visitors. Izuku pushed the door open and stepped inside. The man was sprawled on the floor by his bed. Underneath him was a pile of dust that had once been his bin-bag chair, and the TV showed a game over screen. The villain had either been asleep in his chair again or had been absorbed in playing something. Exhausted Crimson glared at Izuku, dark bags under his eyes making him look gaunt. What are you doing here? Get the F out. He slowly sat up and tried to stand, but wobbly legs made him fall to the bed instead. The others were worried and asked me to get you some things. Izuku unfolded a paper mask from his pocket and put it on before approaching. The last thing he needed was to get sick too. He easily sidestepped a weak slap before kneeling next to the bed to unpack the pharmacy bag. I got you vitamins and electrolyte water to keep your strength up, and some meds to help with the symptoms. Izuku opened a blister pack of cold tablets and a bottle of water, offering both to Shigaraki with an expectant stare. The man frowned mulishly and crossed his arms over his chest. I don't need your help. The tough act was ruined when he had to sneeze into the sleeve of his hoodie. His nose was red and looked painfully dry. He presented a picture of misery. Then consider it repayment for helping me before. I'm not leaving until you at least take this. Izuku offered the medicine more insistently, nudging the villain's arm with the water bottle until he snatched it from the teen with a hoarse growl. Izuku watched to make sure he swallowed the pills, suspecting Shigaraki might turn spiteful. Once he was satisfied, he rested on his heels. Do you need anything else before I head back down? I brought soup too, but Krogiri can bring it to you later if you prefer. The villain tried to scoff, but it turned into a wet throat clear. Why do you care? He reluctantly drank more of the water with a wince. You make no sense. Humming, Izuku shrugged. I'm going to be a hero who saves everyone I can, in whatever way I can. A quiet sigh slipped out. Even if it's just showing kindness to people who aren't used to receiving it. Especially then. He fussed with repacking the pharmacy bag before settling it on the filing cabinet turned bedside table. Shigaraki rolled his eyes. Dunno how you think that's sustainable. But sure, do whatever. Just remember my offer when the heroes inevitably kick you back into rank and file. With a frown, the greenette stood and patted dust off his knees. Don't know how you think destroying everything you don't like is sustainable. He blushed a bit, not intending to mock Shigaraki, but it slipped out. The man looked surprised by the sass, and Izuku tried not to feel too smug about it as he turned to leave. Get some rest. And be nicer to your teammates, they just want you to feel better. It was only after stepping into the hallway and closing the door that the realization set in. He'd just lectured and been rude to the leader of the League of Villains. He tore the paper mask from his face to take several deep breaths, feeling warm and jittery. Speaking his mind for once had been both terrifying and exhilarating, much as it had when he read his letters to the class. He wished he had the nerve to do it more often. Even if in this case he could have died. After having a mini mental breakdown over his inevitable demise, he shuffled back downstairs to check on Shoto and Hitoshi. Not that he needed to worry about the indigo-haired boy. When he padded down the steps, he was greeted by the sight of Hitoshi holding a rather serious discussion with Toga and Spinner about growing up with villainous quirks. Despite the more or less public space, they were speaking in low tones. Izuku didn't want to overhear a private talk, so he quickly averted his gaze and looked for familiar dual-colored hair. The quiet one was apparently the one he should have kept an eye on. Shoto and Dabi were engaged in yet another staring contest. This time the heterochromatic boy had the man's half-empty whiskey glass in hand. "The F you doing? You shouldn't be drinking." Dabi scowled. The teen maintained eye contact as he tilted the glass back to down the remaining liquid. "You're not my real dad." The man looked like he'd been slapped. And then he burst into flames. Twice, who had moved to sit near the two at the bar, yelped and threw himself backwards off his stool to escape being charred to a crisp. Shoto threw ice at Dabi. It burst into steam before it could make contact, but the droplets had the desired effect of putting out the blaze as it rained back down. Izuku moved without thinking, lightning arcing off of him as he inserted himself between the brothers. Ignoring the scorching heat, he pressed his hands to Dabi's chest and pressed until the man stumbled away from Shoto while spitting. Curses! The other teen appeared unruffled by the outburst. Izuku followed Dabi, ignoring the stinging in his palms where he touched the man. "Dabi! Are you okay?" He swallowed hard as smoke drifted from strained seams. The clothing the villain wore was burned away, some parts clinging and smoldering against his skin. Even some of the staples looked melted. When Dabi didn't answer, Izuku turned to the others. "First aid kit." He fought to keep his panic from showing, with mixed results. "Behind the bar." Spinner watched Dabi with a wary frown. Toga popped over to check on Twice while Magna went behind the counter to fetch the requested duffel bag. Izuku felt immensely grateful that they didn't seem to blame Shoto for Dabi's temper. He accepted the offered kit before he laid a delicate hand on the man's arm. "Do you have a room here? You need to treat those." He noted a flinch and let the fire user wrench away from the contact. "Take the effing masterpiece and go before I kill him." Dabi snapped and turned on his heel, storming up the stairs. Through the floor they heard a door slam shut. Stark silence reigned for several moments. Izuku startled when Magna cleared her throat. "Hey, don't worry about it. He's got some issues. But maybe you should go for now." She seemed apologetic. Hand tightening on the bag strap, the greenette drew in a measured breath. "His wounds need treated." Straightening his spine, he marched towards the stairs as well. Hitoshi made to protest, but upon seeing Izuku's grim expression his mouth snapped shut and he sighed. "Just don't die." He finally settled on. "Aizawa will skin me and Shoto alive if we go back without you." He knew when to pick his battles. As Izuku mounted the steps, Hitoshi slinked over to elbow Shoto for antagonizing his mentally unstable brother. Finding Dabi's room was easy. The door handle was soot-blackened and the wood of the jamb was scorched. Fits of rage seemed to be typical if the deep and varied marks were any indication. Krogiri seemed to take good care of the building and probably wouldn't let the unsightly damage stay if it could be helped. The fire user's space was located off the same hallway as Shigaraki's, right next door in fact. Izuku could hear the sick man moving around interspersed with coughing fits. Psyching himself up to knock or enter was another matter. It felt pretentious to think so, but Izuku had an easier time invading Shigaraki's room because he met the man first and vaguely knew where they stood with each other. And it helped that Shigaraki never revoked Izuku's invitation into his personal space. The same wasn't the case for Dabi, since they had all of 2 real conversations between them. They texted back and forth but never anything personal after the pep talk about ideals. Still, what sort of hero would he be if he didn't at least offer aid? Lifting a shaky hand to the door, he tapped lightly. When only a sessed-off go-away greeted him, he tested the knob to see if it was locked. Izuku slowly pushed his way inside while holding the duffel bag like a shield. Even if Dabi chased him out, he could leave the first aid supplies. The man was sitting on his bed holding pliers awkwardly while trying to rip the ruined staples out of his shoulder. A couple spots were bleeding where his shaking hands fumbled the attempt. Izuku was across the room in an instant, alarmed by the self-harm. The man growled and hissed at him like a feral cat but reluctantly let him take the pliers. "I told you to F off." The tight words held notes of exasperation as Izuku settled next to him and began digging through the medical supplies for gloves, snips, antibiotic ointment, and burn salve. Despite lingering upset, he let the student pose him to reach the bleeding wounds. "I just had this conversation with Shigaraki," Izuku lightly chided. Rather than use the pliers, he gingerly used the snips to cut the brittle and malformed staples in half and disentangled them from skin with gloved fingers. While not used to the metal part, Izuku was well versed in self-stitching and wound care. "I'm sorry for Shoto." He did feel responsible since his friend came to ensure Izuku's safety. Well, I told you I'm staying with Eraserhead now. He's staying with a different teacher." They believed him about Endeavor and a detective took statements. He felt lean muscles tense under his hands and went silent, not wanting to set Darby off again. After several seconds of work while Darby struggled with himself, the man let out a huff. "I thought he'd live like a spoiled prince with me out of the picture. Enji threw me away and focused on him like he was the second coming or some shit." He sounded disgusted, though there was a very familiar undercurrent of despair. Izuku wasn't used to hearing it from other people and wasn't sure how to help. If he could help. It's not the same, but I felt similar when Kaken got his quirk and I never did. Everyone stopped paying attention to me, unless it was to scold or beat me, and only focused on him. How amazing and heroic his quirk is. Izuku frowned as he gently wiped away some blood obscuring the next staple. At first I was confused, thinking I could get positive attention again if I tried hard enough. It only got me kicked down harder. I tried killing myself when I was 8 by walking into traffic. When that didn't work or change anything, I gave up. Just went through the motions. If Inko had overtly acted the same as everyone else, I think I would be more angry and want revenge. They lapsed into silence once more after the confession. Izuku hoped he hadn't offended Darby in his attempt to relate to him. He just knew how horrible it was to feel like there was no one else who could understand. If nothing else, the recent experiences Izuku had showed him that a lot of people were hurting in the same ways and even for the same reasons, only the direct causes were different. Abuse of power. Forced conformity. Bigotry. Inaction. It wasn't just a hero problem, it was a people problem. Heroes were more easy to blame because they were public figures and role models. Izuku could understand all too well why Shigaraki wanted to destroy it all. He could understand why the League of Villains existed. Why Stain and his followers existed. As he brooded, Izuku switched to applying antibiotic ointment to the bleeding spots on Darby's shoulder. There were a lot more staples to fix, but he could see that without closures the man's skin was separating from the dead scar tissue. To prevent infection, he gently wiped the medicine into the seams. The wounds were disturbing, but focusing on providing relief pushed back the jitters and nausea he felt at the sight and smell. Through it all, Darby didn't show if he was bothered by pain. It would be equally off-putting if Izuku didn't do the same thing when injured. He was startled out of his thoughts when a surgical stapler was tossed into his lap. "Pinch the edges closed and use this." The man sounded subdued and had a pensive expression. "Try not to do it over the fresh holes." An indeterminate amount of time later, Darby was as patched back together as he could be. As Izuku cleaned up and packed away unused supplies, the man leaned over to dig a pill bottle out of a backpack and downed 2 tablets dry. Next he claimed boxes and shimmied into them. Izuku looked away with a faint blush. Darby's nakedness hadn't even registered while helping him because his body was still streaked with ash from the incinerated clothes. Before he could conjure words to dispel the awkward atmosphere, the man beat him to it. "You should go. Don't want your teacher wondering where you've been." The reminder made alarm thrum up Izuku's spine. Digging out his phone, he let out a sigh of relief when he saw a new group chat with messages. It contained the 3 teens plus Aizawa and Snipe. Hitoshi had apparently looked up the theater showtimes and had texted the requested updates. Izuku had spent so long tending Darby that it was almost time to head back. He hoped Shoto had stayed out of any more trouble with the villains while he was absent. "Text me if you need anything. I'll try to help if I can." Izuku sincerely didn't mind when it came to the League's health. At the end of the day, they were all still humans deserving of compassion, villains or not. He just drew the line at aiding their plans beyond that. Whatever. You did your hero shtick, so get out. Darby grumbled while searching for new clothes, not bothering to look up. Izuku didn't take it personally, merely saying a quiet farewell before heading back downstairs. Spinner, Magna, and Hitoshi looked relieved to see him in one piece when he descended into the bar. Shoto was being entertained by Mr. Compress trying to learn sleight of hand while Twice and Toga cheered them on. Kurogiri still wasn't back, making suspicion nag a corner of Izuku's mind. Were they planning something that required his portals? Hopefully not another villain army. If he caught wind of that, he would have no choice but to report it, his own freedom be damned. That nothing overtly illegal happened while he was at the bar was the only reason he was comfortable maintaining secrecy. With Izuku's reappearance, Hitoshi was quick to herd him and Shoto out of the hideout. He seemed relieved once they were heading towards the train station. A surge of remorse slammed Izuku. Hitoshi was afraid of being seen as a villain. He wanted to be a hero to spite those that labeled him as one because of his quirk. And here Izuku was, making him engage in criminal activity that would just perpetuate the assumption. "I'm sorry." The morose words tumbled out before he could stop them. The other two halted to stare at him in confusion. Drawing in a shaky breath, Izuku clarified. "I'm putting you both at risk. If I'm found out, they'll arrest you too for not reporting their location." A frown tugged at Shoto's lips. "Nothing is making us do this. It's our choice, not yours." Hitoshi nodded in agreement. The simple logic brought tears to Izuku's eyes, of disbelief or relief he couldn't tell. He didn't know what he'd done to deserve their unwavering support, and he didn't know how to handle it. As he dabbed fruitlessly at his eyes, a very light pressure across his shoulders made him blink rapidly. Hitoshi looked awkward and indecisive with his arm around Izuku in a half-hug. "Is this okay? I know you don't like being touched." The consideration made Izuku lose his battle with the tears, glomming onto Hitoshi in a near-bruising hug. The other boy grunted but didn't complain as he returned it, letting Izuku cry into his chest. Apparently feeling left out, Shoto pressed into Izuku's back, wrapping around both of them. Rather than make his skin crawl, Izuku felt warm and safe. It was such a novel thing that he cried harder. None of them paid any mind to the pedestrians giving them weird looks. Eventually they parted and began moving again, largely due to Hitoshi's phone pinging with an alarm to let them know to check in again and return to Aizawa's house. Shoto claimed their hands like he had earlier in the day, prompting the other two to blush. Despite the rollercoaster the day had been, Izuku felt a tentative spark of contentment.